Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations 1 month passed. In a deep cave on the remains of the Blood Sea divine wood, a golden skeleton was sitting cross-legged. In front of the skeleton was a mass of flesh and blood. And in this cave, there was a massive amount of faint blue soul fire. These soul flames were slowly seeping into the flesh and blood. Beside the skeleton, little Fatty lay quietly and said weakly, 5 times. I can still be resurrected 5 times. Just half a day earlier, Hanfei had just come back from the dead. This time, Hanfei was really dead, but death didn't mean that he couldn't be resurrected. When Forge the Universe was useless, little Fatty's resurrection technique was a marvelous technique. At the last moment, Hanfei was hit by a terrifying explosion. However, it was an unparalleled soul impact. If resisted it, he might be able to survive, but he would have to search for ownerless souls everywhere. But in fact, Hanfei was already prepared. However, what shocked Hanfei was that Xue Fan had already parasitized his flesh and blood, but he didn't activate it yet. Because Xue Fan didn't control his soul, but only his body, the demon purification pot didn't move. In the end, Hanfei simply detonated himself. The reason why Hanfei dared to blow himself up was that this place would become a forbidden area. The void would collapse and it would be difficult to restore. Those below the king level would probably die if they entered here. And it was impossible for a king to enter. First of all, they had to face the danger of the void storm. In addition, without Xue Fan and Divine Sun, there were only the white armored emperor and the life king left in the entire Waterwood world. Who would dare to break into the forbidden area and find treasures that might not exist? In fact, in that kind of explosion, they didn't think there would be any treasures left. Once someone came in, the other person would probably attack the other parties. Venerables. This was something neither party could accept. Therefore, at the last moment, Hanfei chose to blow himself up. He bet on his luck. Having seen a lot of death, Hanfei didn't fear to die. Besides, he had a backup plan. If his true body died, his clone in the demon subduing tower would come back one day and take back everything here. It could even be said that that one wasn't just an avatar. Back then, he had cut half of his soul and stuffed it into his avatar. In fact, this body was called his true body just because his main memories existed in this body. But it turned out that little Fatty would return after self-destruction. Little Fatty and Hanfei's contract was that they wouldn't die. When he used up his 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to come back to life again. Little Fatty was very tired, because it was too difficult to resurrect Hanfei. He came back to life on the first day, and Hanfei's body was absorbing the energy and spiritual energy here and repairing itself. It took a whole month to form a head half a day ago, and a wisp of soul returned. Hanfei found it amazing that he was still alive when he had only 1 head left. However, Forge the Universe was still there. The Earth Vein Spring was used up, but the vitality spiritual fruits from the Immortal City were still there. Therefore, Hanfei returned to Forge the Universe. The tremendous spiritual fruits were shattered, and the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique continued to descend. Hanfei didn't recover outside, mainly because he was afraid that the white armor emperor would discover him. Then, it would be troublesome if the white armor emperor broke in and fought him. At this moment, Hanfei came out to cultivate because there were a large number of ownerless souls saved outside. Hanfei scattered a large number of souls to absorb them, and in the end, the ownerless souls filled this tree whole. Han Fei continued to collect ownerless souls. The divine son perished together with Shui Fan. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to take Han Fei away too. Otherwise, he might not choose to die with Shui Fan. Phew. Han Fei's flesh and blood ball was practicing the indestructible overlord body. It was the first time that Han Fei had enough ownerless souls to practice the marvelous technique. Han Fei felt that when Ren Tianfei created this technique, he probably didn't consider cultivating the latter part of this technique would be so difficult. Now, if Han Fei forcibly swallowed the ownerless souls here, his soul power could definitely reach more than 200,000 points. However, Han Fei left all these ownerless souls to his body. He wanted to cultivate the indestructible overlord body to its peak. Another day passed. When Han Fei looted all the ownerless souls he could find, he entered Forge the universe again. Phew. Han Fei let out a long breath. Although he didn't need to breathe, it had become a habit. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when I was looking for ownerless souls, I found two things. Firstly, there seems to be no way out." Han Fei sat cross-legged again and his consciousness appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Han Fei saw that the demon purification pot was pressing on the old turtle. Needless to say, the old turtle must have been trying to escape when he died. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. He just said, "Phew. Old Yuan, aren't you tired being pressed down like this?" The old turtle seemed to be pressed like this for a long time and had been used to it. He asked, "What's the second?" Han Fei smiled casually. "The second one? I found that you secretly swallowed at least 100,000 ownerless souls. Don't tell me you didn't. I've searched this place and only found about 100,000 points." The old turtle said, "They were taken away by the void rift. When you died, I was suppressed by the calabash and had no time to steal your ownerless souls." Han Fei sneered. "Oh. Really? If you say so. I won't pursue the ownerless soul matter anymore. However, this is the best chance for you to escape, but you missed it. So now you can't blame me. You failed to escape this time. This means that you will never have a chance of escaping. Therefore, you can consider signing a master-servant contract with me. Don't wait for me to kill my way back to the 1,000-star city, wipe out the big clans, and unify the Yin-Yang world. At that time I will be the real ninth heavenly lord who controls 8 million kilometers of sea and the lives of billions of people." Humph. The old turtle snorted and didn't say anything else. However, he couldn't be more devastated. Who could have known that the calabash was still suppressing him even though Han Fei was dead? Unfortunately, he didn't run away. At this moment, the old turtle was indeed thinking about what Han Fei said. This guy's luck was really good. He was caught in someone else's king level tribulation twice, but survived. Last time, he saved Han Fei, but he didn't have time to run. This time, he couldn't save Han Fei, nor could he run away. Guessing that the old turtle was cursing in his heart, Han Fei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, we're already so familiar with each other. You can indeed consider it. Okay, that's all I have to say. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You still have a lot of time to consider." In Forge the Universe, in Han Fei's eyes, soul fire was dancing. On the first day he woke up, he had done too many things and hadn't checked his body yet. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, peak level advanced venerable. Chaotic Chi, 523. Spiritual power, 125,001. Perception range, 45,000 kilometers. Strength, 14,618 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 77. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 59. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all to see that he had become a peak level. Advanced venerable. Last time, he had reached the peak of the intermediate venerable after the 6 levels of heavenly tribulation. However, his realm was stuck, and his body was almost broken. This time, he survived a 9-level heavenly tribulation and became a peak level advanced venerable. The growth of his spiritual power was probably because he swallowed more ownerless souls after he was resurrected. As for the growth of his strength, obviously it was mostly brought by the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. No. To be precise, it was because his bones were tempered by the heavenly tribulation. If his flesh and blood were tempered together, his strength would be more than 15,000 waves. There weren't many other changes. Almost 200 wisps of chaos chi were used. There was nothing he could do. If he couldn't even bear to spend 200 wisps of chaotic chi, how could he fight a quasi-king? Although it was a big loss, it was worth it. In fact, there was another thing to be thankful for: the dragon head bone that was bombarded by lightning had probably become a real top-quality refining material. It was the skull of a king. Now, after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, the dragon skull glowed with lightning. How many sequeling bizarre treasures could it be made into? Although Han Fei hadn't started making it, the dragon head bone had become the most valuable treasure in Forge the Universe. It was even more valuable than the whole dragon corpse. Of course, the top priority was not the dragon head, but to restore Han Fei's body. At the same time, he had to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Not only that, but Han Fei also started his dragon bone swallowing plan. In any case, the power of the dragon bones could temper his body. In Forge the Universe. 3 years later, Han Fei was calcining himself. In the first year, after he fused nearly 100,000 points of ownerless souls into his body, Han Fei's flesh and blood could be attached to his bones, but it was still not perfect. As for the indestructible overlord body, it had reached a wonderful critical moment, which was the unification of his body, bones, and soul. Now his bones and soul power were very strong and could meet the demand of his great Tao. Perhaps his soul was still weak, but it was better than his flesh and blood. When Han Fei's body reached the same level as the indestructible body, it would be the end of his cultivation of the indestructible overlord body. In the second year, he tempered his body with the dragon energy swallowed with the dragon swallowing technique, and his body finally stopped shattering. In the third year, Han Fei began to study new body refining techniques. But after a whole year, Han Fei found that apart from continuing to temper his flesh and blood with the indestructible overlord body, other body tempering techniques had no effect on strengthening his body. At this point, Han Fei didn't want to wait anymore. He wanted to leave this place. When Han Fei was about to leave, the old turtle suddenly said, "Han Fei, let's sign the contract." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei was stunned for a long time and then laughed. It turned out that old Yuan was still scared. Now was the best time for him to cozy up to Han Fei. Old Yuan, such a smart turtle, finally knew to seize the moment. In the old turtle's opinion, it was extremely uncomfortable to sign a master-servant contract with Han Fei. However, Xue Fan's tribulation proved Han Fei's luck again. If the Blood Sea Divine didn't know Han Fei, if Han Fei didn't send his men to the Blood Sea Divine city, if Han Fei didn't obtain the Earth Vein Spring by chance, if the Divine Sun didn't sacrifice himself to protect Han Fei, if Han Fei didn't have the 9 death soul-splitting octopus. All these ifs were the reason why Han Fei could survive such a heavenly tribulation. Poor Xue Fan. He was definitely a legend of an era. He was probably one of the most cunning people he had ever seen. However, he was still killed by Han Fei. Xue Fan had probably considered the backlash of the Blood Sea Divine but he didn't expect Han Fei's influence on his tribulation. He believed that he could withstand the backlash from the Blood Sea Divine In fact, the moment the Blood Sea Divine revealed its soul was the best time for him to devour it. However, Han Fei had mastered the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique and sacrificed 10,000 years of his vitality to help the Divine Sun purify evil. This resulted in the failure of Xue Fan's parasitic technique, so he could only avoid the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. In fact, from this matter, it could also be seen that the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was stronger than the Great Tao of parasitism. At least, it was stronger than the Great Tao of parasitism that Xue Fan had mastered now. At this moment, Han Fei chuckled. Old Yuan, you should have done this a long time ago. A master-servant contract is not shameful. I won't really treat you as an old servant. In the future, maybe I can find your body for you. If I become an emperor or even a god one day, you'll be in for a treat. The old turtle was lost for words. Stop dreaming. Since I've already decided. Let's sign the contract. You've used up all the things you can use to temper your body. In this area, your body tempering has reached the limit. It's very difficult for you to further improve your body. You need a truly powerful body tempering technique now. Han Fei looked at his body that was full of cracks and took a deep breath. Is my body refining technique not enough? The old turtle snorted. The 2 heavenly tribulations tempered your bones to the limit that a venerable can bear. But you can still become stronger. This shows that your indestructible golden body is still far from your limit in a sense. Although your bones can continue to become stronger, your body can't withstand it. As you transcend the tribulation, the problem will only become more and more serious. Do you want your flesh and blood to disappear? When you become a king, leaving nothing but bones? Han Fei said, my body is already sturdier than most people. Then what about others? The old turtle said, their bodies may not be strong, but their coordination is good. Although your body is strong, it's not coordinated enough. Besides, aren't you walking the mediocre path like most ordinary kings? Han Fei shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Then how can I get a good body? Refining technique? The old turtle said, it's time for you to leave this place. The Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world are a bigger cage. Except for the 3 kings. There's basically nothing else that can improve your strength. Although I have a body tempering technique, it's a great technique of my turtle clan that you can't use. You need to go to the 36 mystic worlds to find a stronger body tempering technique. Besides, from now on, you need to use all your strength to temper your body. Han Fei perked up and smiled. Before I leave, I have something to do. All contracts were a binding force based on the rules of the Great Tao. It was said that in ancient times, many things could be bound by a contract. It was like borrowing money from someone and letting the heavens vouch for him. If that person refused to return the money, the heavens would strike him to death with lightning. This was the restriction of the contract. There was nothing special about the master-servant contract, except that it was more binding on the servants. In other words, the old turtle had his own independent thoughts and actions. But he couldn't bite his master, attack his master, hate him, or secretly push his master into danger. If the master died, the servant died. If the servant died, the master was fine. That was all the content of the contract. In fact, if Han Fei and the old turtle only regarded the contract as a bond of cooperation, like a contract, the old turtle could accept it. From the very beginning, what the old turtle found most unacceptable was that he, a dignified emperor, became someone else's servant. If the old turtle had met someone like Emperor Sparrow in the beginning, the old turtle would have immediately agreed with a smile. But now, Han Fei's strength and luck proved his extraordinary strength. As Han Fei said, if he became a king, he wouldn't be of much use to Han Fei. Once Han Fei entered the 36 mystic worlds, what he saw would be different. A moment later, when Han Fei felt that the contract was complete and he could even control the old turtle's life and death. At that moment, the demon purification pot suddenly disappeared from the depths of Han Fei's sea of consciousness. After leaving Han Fei's sea of consciousness, the demon purification pot returned to Han Fei's soul and seemed to be able to extend out between his eyebrows. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Old Yuan, do you want to come out for a walk?" The old turtle shook his head. "No, I'm just a soul body. When you leave this place or return to the Yin-Yang world, release Gui Sanging, and I can parasitize him." One day passed. It had been 3.5 months since the battle that day. Han Fei spent the rest of the month refining his body in Forge the Universe. At this moment, Han Fei's face, which wasn't handsome to start with, was full of cracks and looked even a bit scary. Han Fei grabbed a piece of blood sea divine wood and a mass of spiritual fire appeared in his hand. In less than 50 seconds, a red mask appeared in his hand. This red mask only had 2 holes in its eyes, and its nose slightly bulged. Han Fei casually covered the mask on his face. To be honest, it was not that Han Fei couldn't change, but that he happened to see the blood sea divine wood and wanted to use it. After all, wearing a mask was quite cool. Besides, it was better not to be recognized. At this time, Han Fei sighed slightly. What a pity. The divine son sacrificed his life to save me, but I can't return this favor. The old turtle said, actually, he's not necessarily dead. Huh? Han Fei's face changed slightly. What do you mean? The old turtle said, demon plants, just like your other teacher, the water immortal. When a demon plant dies, it will very likely leave behind a seed. Even if it won't be the original him after the seed grows up again, they want to live on. This is the instinct of demon plants. You can find it with the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? Are demonic plants really so powerful? Just now, when the old turtle was speaking halfway, Han Fei's eyes lit up. At this time, the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand and began to spin. As long as it was spinning, there was hope. The old turtle said, "You can also look for that Xue Fan." After the baptism of the final terrifying explosion, Xue Fan's big red trunk body couldn't be found at all. The divine sun's blood sea divine wood trunk and branches were all crushed, and some of them might become treasures. Only the part from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the whole tree was left, which was also seriously damaged. But even so, Han Fei couldn't put it into Forge the Universe. The blood sea divine wood body, in theory, was comparable to the cloud sea divine wood, but the divine sun didn't develop it that much. Finally, about 800 meters from the bottom of the sea, Han Fei entered a tree and came to a strange dark space. This is... Han Fei couldn't help being puzzled. A strange space collapsed inside the body of the divine sun. No power was shown, but it couldn't be detected. The old turtle said, "This is his origin sea." Han Fei's heart stirred. He extended his hand and disappeared into the tree. When Han Fei returned to the land of the Grand Myriad Mountains, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the entrance to the origin sea was like this, collapsing into such a state. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw a small red branch growing on the mountain where he came out last time. Huff. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that divine sun still left a trump card." However, wasn't he afraid that I couldn't find it? The old turtle said, "At least, it's better to keep it in his origin sea than outside. If it's possessed again, he'll be completely annihilated." Han Fei appeared on the top of the mountain with a swish, carefully dug out this small tree, and put it into the sea-quelling painting. It was stored in the sea-quelling painting instead of Forge the Universe, because this small tree couldn't enter the latter at all. Han Fei felt great resistance. Unlike when he brought the water immortal with him, Han Fei wasn't sure if the divinity of the divine sun had been completely burned up. Anyway, the price to place it in Forge the Universe was too high. After finding the divine sun, Han Fei looked at the land of the Grand Myriad Mountains, which was also the origin sea of divine sun, and said, "Old Yuan, is such a big space just wasted like this?" The old turtle asked, "Do you want to take it away?" Han Fei asked, "Can I?" Pondering for a moment, the old turtle said, "No." Han Fei was lost for words. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? The old turtle said, "Now that divine sun has just died, his soul is dead. But his body isn't completely dead. This origin sea will slowly absorb the remaining power of his body. In the end, when there is no power to use, he will return to the world." Han Fei frowned. "How long will it take?" The old turtle, "I'm not sure. It depends on the time when the origin sea collapses. But no matter how fast it is, it'll take at least hundreds of years." Han Fei said, "Is the origin sea useless after its master dies?" The old turtle said, "The power of the origin sea will return to the world and then the world will feed it to the millions of races in the world." "How can it be useless?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I know, the energy conservation law." After finding the remains of the divine sun, Han Fei searched in his origin sea again. After confirming that there were no traces of Xue Fan, he cut open the void and went out. When he used the vast ocean navigator for the third time, Han Fei still found the remains of Xue Fan. This guy hid a small vine about an inch long in a Remote dilapidated sandland more than 50 kilometers underground with a red seed underneath. Han Fei crushed the red seed without hesitation, not even leaving any dregs. Perhaps this red seed would grow into a different big red trunk. However, he couldn't be merciful now. Otherwise, if he gave Xuefan a chance, he might be able to turn the world upside down again one day. To be honest, Han Fei didn't think Xuefan was very talented, and at least Xuefan was not as talented as him. But was talent everything? In terms of strategy, even those who were a few levels more talented than Xuefan would probably be crushed by him. Wasn't the Divine Son inferior to Xuefan in terms of talent? Han Fei didn't believe it. However, even the Divine Son had fallen for Xuefan's trick. It could be seen that the path of cultivation didn't rely solely on talent. After confirming the death of Xuefan, Han Fei felt much more at ease. Looking around, Han Fei smiled. Old Yuan, we should go out. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei stood outside the Blood Sea Divine Wood, he saw nothing but devastation. Even near the Blood Sea Divine Wood, void cracks often appeared. Above the sky, in all directions, the space cracks gradually formed a void storm. That was not a good place to stay. The slightest carelessness would cause one to sink into an eternal void black hole. Generally speaking, if you were trapped there, you would probably be killed. If you were lucky enough to survive, where could you go? Or would you be lost in the darkness forever? No one knew the answer. Seeing the void storm, the old turtle suddenly said, if you're willing to cultivate here for 10 years, tempering your body at the edge of the void storm might increase your physical strength by 10%. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No. If I want my body to be completely compatible with my indestructible golden body, I need to be at least 50% stronger. 60%. Han Fei said, so, this 10% is too little and too slow for me. I can also refine my flesh and blood with heavenly thunder, which will not only strengthen my body by 10%. Han Fei was talking about deducing the 7th level of void fishing. At this time, Han Fei had already felt the power of the heavenly tribulation. The 7th level of the void fishing corresponded to the King realm. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't confident enough and hadn't deduced it yet. Han Fei decided that he would use it when he became a peak-level venerable and was about to break through to become a half-king. Or, he could try to master the indestructible overlord body first. As for the cultivation of the indestructible overlord body, he was still lacking the unification of bones, soul, and flesh. However, none of these were a perfect solution. Han Fei also knew a place that could help him temper his body, and the tempering might be fast and effective. That was the Thunder Prison. Unfortunately, the Thunder Prison was a forbidden-level secret realm in the White Shell Royal City. It was not impossible to find an opportunity to enter it, or even not difficult. However, to open a forbidden-level secret realm? That would definitely attract a lot of attention. Therefore, Han Fei could only solve the main problem first before he entered the Thunder Prison again. As for what the old turtle said, to leave Yinyang World and Waterwood World, it was not the time yet. He didn't want to leave as an advanced venerable. The existence of Xuefan and the White Armor Emperor made Han Fei see the horror of the strong. There might not be that many obsessed and evil cultivators like Xuefan, but there were definitely many ordinary kings like the White Armor Emperor in the 36 mystic worlds. A white-armored emperor could resist the heavenly tribulation in a short time. If the white armor emperor caught him, he would probably be blown up in 1 second. Zhao Shenlong was even more terrifying. That guy had slaughtered countless dragons and hadn't died yet. He might have fought hundreds of millions of kilometers of the sea alone. But there were countless such strong masters outside. Han Fei clearly remembered that Zhao Shenlong had searched for helpers everywhere. Although no one helped him, were the people he turned to for help all weaker than him? Not necessarily. To the strong, they wouldn't ask the weak for help. Therefore, although Han Fei hadn't visited the 36 mystic worlds yet, he knew that there must be many strong masters there. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that only the big clans in the Yin-Yang world were easy to bully. Of course, although Han Fei had a lot of ideas, he was still sitting cross-legged. Stepping on the spirit gathering array, countless spirit gathering arrays gathered into a large spirit gathering array, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was gathered. He needed to wait a day for the vast ocean navigator to recover. In this sudden battle, the ones who suffered the greatest blow were the Millennium Snapper cultivators in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. On that day, tens of millions of Millennium Snappers lost their vitality and died for no reason. Many Millennium Snappers were dumbfounded and didn't even have the time to cry. For them, this was the end of the world. The big red trunks were collapsing, the ground veins were collapsing, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was cracking, and their companions were dying. The only thing they could do was to escape. In fact, these Millennium Snappers didn't know that they were actually lucky. Those unlucky ones had already been sucked to death by Xue Fan. But in any case, the blood demons were the common enemy of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City. Now that their king had perished, the other two parties wouldn't show any mercy to them. In the past 3 months, although Han Fei didn't feel anything, 13 venerables had actually died. In the past 3 months, Yang Ruoyun had the most complicated feelings. She had turned from a human being into a Millennium Snapper because she didn't want to be a human being anymore. She felt that it was extremely difficult for her to stand out among the crowd and become a powerhouse. However, she happened to have the opportunity to become a strong master. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to refuse. But now, Yang Ruoyun wasn't sure. She knew that the disaster was probably related to Han Fei. She thought that Han Fei would fulfill his promise, because not only did Han Fei give her a top-level cultivation technique, but he also signed a great Dao oath with her. After this matter, he would never touch her again. After all, Han Fei was so strong now. He didn't have to bother with her, right? Little did Yang Ruoyun know that Han Fei was going to destroy the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At this moment, millions of Millennium Snapper were being besieged, and the battle line spread across 1,000,000 kilometers. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City had become a paradise for adventure in the Waterwood world. Neither the White Armor Emperor nor Mu Wuhua was prepared to accept the blood demons. After all, Xue Fan's performance was too weird. They all knew that these blood demons were actually Xue Fan's blood bank. If they really accepted these blood demons, who would they cry to if something went wrong? Therefore, they just let their subordinates kill the blood demons. This was what they deserved for following an evil king. At this moment, Yang Ruoyun was fleeing with 100 people. There were 2 groups of people chasing her, one was sea demons and the other was insects. Ruoyun, I'm afraid we can't escape. You have a lot of resources on you. Run. Quickly. Don't think about avenging us in the future. The Blood Sea Divine. Wood City is doomed. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, we are supposed to be human beings. Someone turned back. I want to fight and die like a human. I hope that I will be a human again in my next life. Pursing her lips, Yang Ruoyun watched the people following her dwindle. Gritting her teeth, she cried and fought desperately for survival. In the end, when a bald head blocked her way, Yang Ruoyun knew that she was doomed. Yang Ruoyun took a deep breath. Zhang Xiaotian, I want to know why you're chasing me. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Yang Ruoyun casually and said expressionlessly, hand over the resources. Yang Ruoyun said, I don't know what you're talking about. If I had resources, I would have long since handed them out to a venerable in exchange for his protection. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. Then die. Wait a minute. The desire to survive made Yang Ruoyun activate her instincts. She said, wait, I don't have them with me. I'll take you to get the resources. Buzz. However, Zhang Xiaotian appeared in front of Yang Ruoyun in the next second and pierced her chest with a spear. Zhang Xiaotian smiled. Do you know that I can actually feel your mental waves? You're lying to me. Then, Zhang Xiaotian extended his hand, pierced Yang Ruoyun's jaw with 2 fingers, and took out a bloody sunmoon shell. At this moment, Yang Ruoyun hadn't died yet, but Zhang Xiaotian had shattered her heart and reached out to suck her power. Zhang Xiaotian said, little girl, I've lived more than 6,000 years. How can you trick me? Just rest in peace. In this vast sea, the prosperity or destruction of a race happens every day. It's just that your race is a little bigger. A moment later, when Zhang Xiaotian sucked the last wisp of power from Yang Ruoyun and was about to tear through the void to leave, suddenly, he turned around, only to see a man wearing a red mask standing behind him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian felt a chill down his spine. Who are you? Han Fei said in a low voice, I'm someone you can't defeat. Zhang Xiaotian. Buzz. The void shattered, and Zhang Xiaotian made a prompt decision to trigger the surrounding void to get a chance to escape. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't move at all. A suppressing pressure descended, instantly crushing Zhang Xiaotian's body into pieces. Zhang Xiaotian turned into a big octopus and looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you a half-king? Han Fei blinked and looked at him. Then he waved his hand, and a space crack turned into a knife light, crushing a piece of flesh that splashed out. *Gab. When the knife approached, the flesh surged and tried to escape by burning its blood. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. When Zhang Xiaotian died, Han Fei finally said leisurely, I am your father. The old turtle was lost for words. You killed him just because he once fought you? Look at you, you're so damn vengeful. You don't look like a good person. At all. Han Fei grabbed the sunmoon shell and checked Zhang Xiaotian's own sunmoon shell. Humph, a bunch of rubbish. Han Fei stomped, and a cave appeared. Yang Ruoyun's body fell into it. Han Fei threw the 2 sunmoon shells in and said casually, I didn't kill you, but I'm not obligated to save you, right? I would have considered saving you if you were still a human. Unfortunately, you're not. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. With the vast ocean navigator, as long as there was a weak spot in the void storm, Han Fei could drill through it. After coming out, Han Fei wanted to leave. However, on second thought, the destruction of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City should be accompanied by the destruction of the Millennium Snapper race. This was something that Han Fei had thought of earlier. Therefore, when he found the Fish Dragon King and Yang Ruoyun, their fate was already decided. He came back at this moment just because he was curious. Han Fei had anticipated Yang Ruoyun's death. She had always resorted to petty tricks, but they were useless against an old monster like Zhang Xiaotian. This was the disadvantage of petty tricks. The strong relied on their strength after all. Of course, it was better to have brains. The old turtle said, "The Sun Moon shells have a lot of resources. Do you want them?" Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "Who are you looking down upon?" "I, Han Fei, will not rob these petty things. The Zhang family of the Thousand Star City is my first choice." Han Fei didn't try to sneak into the White Shell Royal City. Instead of sneaking in now, and taking the risk, why not go to the Yin-Yang world first? Sweeping the big clans first was the most important thing. And to go to the Yin-Yang world, he could only go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, before he went, Han Fei specifically used the vast ocean navigator to search for the Fish Dragon King. This brother, from the arrogance he showed in the beginning to the endurance he showed now, could actually have become a great talent. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, which meant that this guy might have died. Han Fei shrugged and said casually, "I wanted to send you off, but it's a pity." Half a day later, on the top of the tree in the fiery sea, Han Fei arrived quietly. He looked at the little bald guy who was absorbing the heavenly fire on the top of the tree and smiled. "Golden Crow, long time no see." Buzz. At this moment, the Golden Crow's strength was completely different from before. When he saw the Golden Crow last time, he was still a child and was very weak. Now it seemed that in just a few years, he was already a peak-level law enforcer. This speed made Han Fei speechless. Although he was fast back then, he wasn't as fast as the Golden Crow. How could he become a peak-level law enforcer just by sitting here? The flames on the Golden Crow jumped and he looked at Han Fei in shock. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Teacher. Han Fei really didn't look like a good person. He was wearing a red mask and pretending to be a big shot. Besides, Han Fei could pass the perception of the venerables and appeared directly on the top of the fire tree. Few people in the entire Cloud Sea Divine Tree had such strength. Buzz. The Golden Crow cried, and 3 insect queens arrived. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree?" Tweet. An insect queen was about to summon people when the void trembled, and an elegant rose-red robe appeared. Queen Life slowly walked out of the void and looked at Han Fei. The 3 insect queens were relieved to see Queen Life. Since the queen had come, even the white-armored emperor wouldn't be able to threaten them now. Queen Life was a little surprised. She nodded at the 3 insect queens. "You can leave now. I'll take care of this." The 3 insect queens were all surprised. The queen wanted to deal with this person personally? Was this person a king? That's not right. The aura on him was clearly that of an advanced venerable. However, the 3 of them didn't ask much. Since the queen had given the order, they could retreat. At this moment, Bai Suzhen came over from the void too. Bai Suzhen was very calm when she saw Han Fei. She wasn't surprised by Han Fei's weird appearance. Han Fei looked at Bai Suzhen and asked in surprise, a half-venerable? You're growing fast. Is there a problem? Queen Life, no problem. Her cultivation speed should be so fast. Bai Suzhen was surprised to hear Han Fei asking about her. Who are you? Han Fei lifted the mask, revealing a cracked face that looked like cracked china. Hiss. Han Fei. The golden crow looked at Han Fei in shock. How did you become like this? Bai Suzhen also looked at Han Fei in surprise. Your face. No, there's something wrong with your body? Only then did Bai Suzhen notice that Han Fei's hand was also full of cracks. 2. Obviously, Han Fei was seriously injured. After a long silence, Queen Life said, I didn't expect that you actually survived that situation. Han Fei smiled. Maybe I'm lucky. Everyone else has died. I'm here to borrow the channel. Queen Life asked curiously, then how did you get here? Is there another passage leading to this place in the Inyang world? Han Fei shook his head. I came from the Wall of Death. Queen Life narrowed her eyes and said to Bai Suzhen, Suzhen, take the golden crow back to the heavenly palace. The golden crow didn't want to leave yet and immediately said, Teacher, Han Fei and I still have something to talk about. Queen Life glanced at the golden crow. You can talk to him when you become a venerable. Bai Suzhen gave Han Fei a deep look, pulled the golden crow, and entered the void passage. After the two of them left, Queen Life said, I tried to enter the wall of death, but I found that I couldn't break it. Can you? Han Fei said. It's easiest for a new venerable or a half-venerable to enter it. The stronger you are, the harder it is to enter. Queen Life said, many people from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree have entered it. But none of them have come out. Are you saying that you came directly from the Inyang world? Han Fei smiled and said, you can say that, but the Inyang world is not directly connected to the Waterwood world. Inside the Wall of Death is an extremely huge cage. This cage sealed the Inyang world and the Waterwood world inside. Inside the cage, there are venerables everywhere, as many explorers as the army of insects. All the explorers in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City added up can't even compare to 1/10. In the cage. Huh? Han Fei clearly saw that Queen Life's face trembled. She seemed to be thinking, how is it possible? However, knowing Han Fei's identity, Queen Life knew that Han Fei had no reason to lie to her. Queen Life, is there a king there? Han Fei shook his head and said, a crazy master of the dragon subduing heavenly palace. He's very strong but is sealed by an array. Also, there are a few fake kings inside. Their strength is about 3 times that of a half king, or greater. Dragon subduing heavenly palace lord? Queen Life was obviously stunned by Han Fei. To be honest, she wasn't familiar with the 36 mystic worlds either. When she inherited the Waterwood world, she inherited some knowledge, which only briefly introduced the 36 mystic worlds. But obviously, Han Fei knew the related knowledge. Queen Life asked, is he a friend or an enemy? Han Fei said, he's a lunatic now, so it can't be sure whether he is a friend or an enemy. His story is quite complicated. If you meet him in the future, he shouldn't be a problem as long as you don't mention the dragon race to him. Dragon race? Queen Life was a little confused. What did Han Fei know? Why was there a dragon race here? Were they legendary dragons? Han Fei said, I'm just telling you that the cage seal can't be broken now. No matter how you fight the white armored emperor in the future, don't break the cage seal. Queen Life said indifferently, that seal can't be broken, right? It seems to have exceeded the power of a king. Han Fei shook his head and said, there are some problems with it now. Perhaps it will only take a few years, decades, or hundreds of years for the seal to break. As time goes by, there will only be more problems. There may even be some cracks, and some explorers might come out in advance. But people from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree don't enter it. Queen Life nodded. Okay, I see. Your body? Han Fei asked, do you have any treasures that can strengthen the body? Queen Life nodded. Yes. How about immeasurable fruits? Han Fei looked at Queen Life for a moment and said leisurely, then forget it. Queen Life. This was the first time she had been despised by others. Immeasurable fruit. Other people were scrambling to get it, but you actually despised it? Queen Life said, you can tell me, what's wrong with your body exactly? My spring water might be able to heal you. Han Fei's eyes lit up. My indestructible body is too strong, so my flesh and blood are not tough enough. I need to temper my body and balance them. Queen Life. Queen Life couldn't have felt worse. Thinking of Han Fei and Shui Fan's performance in the heavenly tribulation that day. Forget it, he couldn't be measured by human standards. Queen Life said, then you'd better keep looking for. Perhaps Inyang World has such an opportunity? I think you should go back to Inyang World first. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What's wrong with the Inyang World? Queen Life, Jing'er sent a message that a king has been born on your side? Puff. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. What? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Impossible. A king? Which one? Queen Life, it might be the fake king you mentioned. Because that person hunted Jing'er, but she escaped. Huff. Han Fei patted his chest. Junior sister, don't speak this way next time. It's really scary. However, as soon as Han Fei said so, Queen Life's cold voice rang. What did you call me? Han Fei said, I need to go back as soon as possible. The fake king is causing trouble. Inyang World needs me now. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was about to go back, thinking, when I become a king, I'll call you Junior sister every day, and I'll call you that 300 times a day. Now, although he was already very powerful, he was still way much weaker than Queen Life. Queen Life didn't stop him. She had already seen Han Fei's potential. After all, his father was Han Guanshu, and he himself even passed through the Wall of Death, dared to participate in a king-level battle as a venerable and safely transcended the tribulation. Han Fei was really the most talented person Queen Life had ever seen. In terms of talent, Han Fei was probably much stronger than her. Of course, Han Fei was indeed in a hurry to go back. The second thing he asked Ning Jing to help him with when he entered the cage was to take care of the Scattered Stars Island, although she didn't need to participate in the battle. However, even Ning Jing had been hunted, which meant that the so-called king had already begun to attack his territory. What was his territory? Han Fei felt that apart from the Thousand-Star City, the entire Inyang World was his territory. What made Han Fei even more certain was that the Yinyang world couldn't have a king. That place didn't have the conditions to give birth to a king. The so-called king was definitely fake. Just as Queen Life guessed, even if someone announced that he had become a king, he would at most be a fake one. As for this person, was he from the Chu sect or the Chao family? Han Fei didn't even need to think to know that there was a 90% chance that it was old Demon Chu from the Chu sect. If it were the Chao family, they wouldn't be so extreme as to fall out with him. Now, after all, his relationship with the Chao family wasn't bad. So, it wasn't necessary to hunt Ning Jing. When passing through the passage between the two worlds, Han Fei greeted the leafless tree and Qianqiu. They were actually a little stunned, thinking, "How did you get here?" Han Fei responded casually and didn't talk much with them. Yinyang world. The waves of the sea were endless, and the sea breeze emitted a fishy smell. The sunshine shone on the surface of the sea, shining like golden scales. Han Fei casually grabbed the venerable token. The place where he came out wasn't far from the Scattered Stars Island. Ning Jing should be able to sense it. Han Fei was not afraid of the so-called fake king. At this moment, he didn't have to be afraid of anyone in the Yinyang world. Even if the other party wanted to transcend the king-level tribulation again, he was sure that the so-called fake king would die before he died. Therefore, Han Fei casually hung the venerable token on his waist and flew towards the Scattered Stars Island. A moment later, on the Scattered Stars Island, before Han Fei could scan it with his perception, he heard the old turtle say, "There are peak-level venerables." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Oh? Are peak-level venerables everywhere now? Even the Scattered Stars Island can be equipped with peak-level venerables?" The old turtle said, "You should know this person. He's the peak-level venerable from the Chu sect. His aura seems to be a little unstable. He's probably about to break through to the peak-level venerable realm. He's probably only one step away from becoming a half-king." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Chu Menwang? Interesting, but even if he really becomes a half-king, so what?" Han Fei was full of disdain. He had killed a peak-level venerable in the immortal city of the human race. Now, his strength was much stronger than before. In terms of pure strength, he was already comparable to a half-king or even a lot stronger. Han Fei didn't hide his perception. He looked at the Thug Academy. Of course, at this time, the Thug Academy was already deserted. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the fate of the Thug Academy had never been good. It had all kinds of geniuses, but they had to hide all day. Han Fei wasn't afraid that the people of the Thug Academy would be killed or captured by the Chu sect. If old Demon Chu really became a king, with Ning Jing's means, she would definitely be able to protect the people of the Thug Academy. Even if Ning Jing couldn't, old Han could. He was on good terms with Li Daxian and would definitely not let anything bad happen to the students of the Thug Academy. Thinking that through, Han Fei looked at his statue. Then, his face turned green. "Where's my statue?" No wonder he felt that the growth of the power of faith had slowed down in recent years. Had his statues been pulled down? If it weren't for the fact that there were billions of people feeding his statues in the immortal city, he might have discovered that something was wrong with the Yinyang world. Han Fei said with a cold face, "What a Chu sect and what a Chu Menwang. Who do they think they are? I've only been away for 4 years, but they destroyed my statues? Humph. The old turtle said, "Do you want to hold back for a while? For example, go to the 1,000-star city first and steal some resources? In this way, the battle in the Inyang world will be easier." Han Fei chuckled. Steal? No, now that I'm back, I'm going to eradicate the so-called big clans all at once. I'm the king of the Inyang world. All the land in the world belongs to me, so are the resources. After all, the Inyang world is only so big. Of course, Han Fei didn't immediately cause trouble. It was unwise to cause trouble without knowing anything. The transverse mountain. Shui Shenji was fishing in the abyss cave. God knew what he was fishing for. Maybe he was fishing for loneliness. As early as when Chu Menwang came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had been imprisoned here. He was certain that Chu Menwang wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, he had ruled the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years, and too many people knew him. Since Han Fei left, many things were left to him to handle. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, Shui Shenji had never left their sight. The imprisonment was only temporary. Shui Shenji was sure that Chu Menwang couldn't rule the Scattered Stars Island by force. So, he was waiting for Chu Menwang to invite him to come out of seclusion. Han Fei would come back and take back the Scattered Stars Island. Compared to the big clans, after seeing how Chu Menwang dealt with the Scattered Stars Island, Shui Shenji knew that the big clans were hopeless. They didn't know how to govern a free city at all, and they were still using the same old methods, squeezing the fat of the people. Phew! You're so idle. What are you fishing for? Shui Shenji was taken aback by Han Fei's voice, but then he relaxed his brows and said casually, "It doesn't matter what I'm fishing for. It's just to kill time." "When did you come back?" "Just now." Shui Shenji looked back at Han Fei and frowned when he saw the mask on Han Fei's face. "You don't want to wear a mask in public, do you?" Han Fei shook his head. "Of course not. I'm just using it when necessary." With that, Han Fei took off the mask. He didn't mind his current appearance being seen because Han Fei felt that it was only temporary. Shui Shenji exclaimed when he saw Han Fei. "It seems that you haven't been doing well these past few years." Han Fei smiled faintly. "I was doing very well. So, I guess old Demon Chu has declared himself a king?" Shui Shenji nodded. "That's right. There's nothing to be surprised about. All this time, in the eyes of some people, only those few people were most likely to become a king. However, I'm a little puzzled. He shouldn't have become a king, right? If he did, he would have done something big long ago." Han Fei shook his head. "Become a king? Heh. If I don't become a king, he won't be a king even if he lives to die." Shui Shenji nodded slightly. "Then I'm relieved." "Well, aren't you afraid that Chu Menwang will find you? He is now on the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei grinned. "Unless he's bored and has scanned this place with his perception, he can't detect anything." Shui Xingqi raised his hand, put away the fishing pole, and then looked at Han Fei seriously. "Your former teammate, Luo Xiaobai, from the Luo family of the 1,000-star city, secretly sent me a message, saying that old Chu becoming a king might have something to do with the 1,000-star proving ground. She asked me to inform you. Now that you know, what are you going to do?" Han Fei smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he said with a smile, "Old Demon Chu just occupied the Scattered Stars Island and didn't do anything else? I think the 36 towns should be ruled by him now, right? Shui Shenji took a deep look at Han Fei. At least, all your statues are gone. Han Fei. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he took a deep breath. How dare he? After that, Han Fei looked at the mayor's residence. Han Fei stepped into the air and took out a small mirror. In the next moment, with a thought, Han Fei's face returned to normal, which was just the effect of the deceit technique. The sky curtain opened, and all the venerables on the Scattered Stars Island looked up at the sky in shock. Someone murmured, the sky-hanging mirror appeared? Is Han Fei back? The star turtle stuck its head out of its shell. Is that guy finally back? Chu Menwang scanned with his perception and instantly disappeared from the mayor's residence. In the next moment, Chu Menwang found himself reflected in the sky-hanging mirror. Only then did he sense that there was a person standing thousands of kilometers away. It was none other than Han Fei. Chu Menwang looked at Han Fei in shock. You've reached the peak of the advanced venerable level? Han Fei looked at Chu Menwang as if looking at a dead person. I heard that. You tore down all my statues? Chu Menwang sneered. Han Fei, even if you become an advanced venerable, so what? No matter how strong you are, you're only an advanced venerable. You can do nothing. And I've been waiting for you. Crack. A jade slip shattered, and Chu Menwang laughed. In 3 seconds, our patriarch will arrive. You can't escape. Han Fei's lips curled. You will die within 3 seconds. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After experiencing the cage, Han Fei basically had no feelings for the so-called experts of the Yin-Yang world. Perhaps, in his previous opinion, Chu Menwang was very strong, someone that he couldn't reach back then. But now, he was 2 realms stronger than back then. How could he be afraid of him? The moment the sky screen appeared, Chu Menwang was doomed. Yes, Han Fei was very sure about this. They stepped into a void at the same time. Chu Menwang roared and had an ice dragon attached to him. He held an ultra-quality divine sword in his hand and cut through the sky. Han Fei smiled and stepped forward, shortening the space. At that moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed at the void, and a void blade was drawn out by Han Fei. Crack! The huge sword shadow of Chu Menwang was instantly shattered. And Han Fei had already arrived in front of Chu Menwang. Chu Menwang wanted to continue, but Han Fei simply said, all laws forbidden. In this space, Chu Menwang's expression changed drastically, because Han Fei's saber had already reached him. Roar! Chu Menwang roared, ice-sealing divine armor. A crystal-clear ice armor appeared on Chu Menwang's body, with spiritual energy flashing on it. Even though Chu Menwang was very confident in himself, he couldn't help being shocked. He never thought that he would be forced to defend himself at the beginning of the battle. However, Chu Menwang didn't panic. After all, Han Fei was only an advanced peak-level venerable. Even if Han Fei's growth was terrifying, he was only an advanced peak-level venerable. However, when he was enveloped by Han Fei's knife light, he was shocked to find that the surrounding space seemed to be separated. Pet. Crack. Before Chu Menwang had time to think, his body suddenly split into pieces. The so-called ice-sealing divine armor didn't work at all. At this moment, Han Fei stepped in front of Chu Menwang. Roar! The dragon roared, and Chu Menwang felt his soul tremble. His body was separated, and he, with only his head left, vomited blood from his 7 orifices. Han Fei pressed Chu Menwang's head with one hand, and the void lines instantly buckled all his limbs. Explode. Rumble. Even in the void, the terrifying power of the explosion penetrated the void. In reality, one could see spatial cracks, and there was power penetrating down from the void. Boom. The millions of people on the scattered stars island saw cracks appear in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Yes, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Not just the strong masters, even ordinary hanging fishers, and even dangling fishers. Although they couldn't see the details of the battle clearly, they saw that Chu Menwang slashed out a sword light that was 3,000 meters long. However, the sword light was broken, and Chu Menwang was split into pieces. Han Fei grabbed his head and blew him up. These ordinary cultivators didn't care about the complicated abilities. They only saw Han Fei kill a venerable within less than a second as easily as killing a little white fish. Therefore, the ordinary cultivators, law enforcers, and explorers on the scattered stars island were all shivering. Someone grinned. Marshal Han has returned. He's so powerful. He butchered a venerable. That powerful venerable from the Chu sect was killed in one move. At the Empyrean waterfall, the star turtle felt that its blood was freezing. And its shell was shaking. This is horrible. This is horrible. I knew it. I know it. These people had occupied the scattered stars island. When Han Fei returns, he will be furious. The star turtle had thought that Han Fei would come back and fight a big battle, but it didn't expect Han Fei to be so powerful. Nor did it expect that Han Fei could kill a peak-level venerable so easily. This was a peak-level venerable. This was not a small fish or shrimp. Was he really so easy to fight? Shui Shenji was speechless for a long time. Perhaps this was the so-called powerhouse boar at the right moment. Only such a person was destined to become a king. He had been the supreme commander of the scattered stars island for 50 years. And he had been very rational and enduring. He controlled the war between the scattered stars island and the sea demons and used this war to nurture and mold talents for human beings. But now it seemed that Han Fei had changed his conservative thinking in the past few years. Now that the sea demons had been annihilated. Judging from Han Fei's current strength, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City were probably doomed. As for the so-called king? That was pure bulls it. If anyone here could become a king, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? It was probably just an excuse for the big clans to easily rule the entire Inyang world. Otherwise, they would really be killed. Old Chen, who was in the Scattered Stars archive room, couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. He was writing something on a record of the supreme commanders of the Scattered Stars Island. Now, Marshal Han has returned and opened the sky screen to challenge the Chu sect master, who was a peak-level venerable. With one blow, Chu Menwang's sword was broken and he was killed. On the Scattered Stars Island, among the venerables, only Shui Shenji, Old Chen, and the Star Turtle stood on Han Fei's side. When the other four venerables saw Han Fei kill Chu Menwang with a single blow from the sky screen, they were all scared out of their wits. That was Chu Menwang, a terrifying existence that could almost sweep across the Thousand-Star City, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Their first thought was to run. But it was too late. At that moment, Shuesheng, the star turtle, and Old Chen rose to the sky in unison, tearing through the void and blocking these people. Not only Shueshengqi, but Ning Jing also appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away. She said, "You're finally back. Do you need my help?" Han Fei smiled. "No." In the next moment, Han Fei put on battle armor, his robe fluttered, and he walked in the air with snowmorn in hand. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like walking in the air. Han Fei's voice echoed for tens of thousands of kilometers. "Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, I, Han Fei, have returned today. The big clans of the Thousand Star City imprisoned Mr. Shueshengqi, occupied my martial mansion, and exploited the people. They can't be forgiven. My city is called Justice. Our goal is the freedom of the people. Whoever stands in our way shall be killed. Whoever oppresses the people shall be killed. Well, in short, I'm telling you today that you won't be under anyone. You are the true masters of this land, this sea." While speaking, Han Fei didn't kill the other four. He took a step out of the void and walked to the sea. The blue sea rippled and the void vibrated. An elder quickly walked out of the void. Old Demon Chu had already rushed over as fast as possible the moment Chu Menwang sent out the message. However, how could he have expected that Chu Menwang would die within a second after sending the message? When old Chu saw Chu Menwang's life monument shatter, his heart almost exploded. He couldn't think of anyone that could kill Chu Menwang in just 1 second. Unless the other party had reached his level of strength. However, as far as he knew, whether it was Han Guanchu, Tang Yen, or the woman who appeared with Han Fei, in fact, they were all only in the half-king realm. Old Demon Chu even thought that it would be great if the three of them could appear at the same time. He could take all three of them down in one go. But now, Chu Menwang had died first. Elder Chu, Elder Chu. The four venerables who were fleeing crazily breathed a sigh of relief when they saw old Demon Chu. The current old Demon Chu had really broken through the limit of a half-king. The reason why old Demon Chu was in the Thousand Star City recently was that old Demon Chu attacked the Chao family, forcing the Chao family to use the family protecting array. Seeing the four people relax, Han Fei smiled disdainfully. "Why, how do you know that old Demon Chu can definitely save you?" Among the four venerables, Han Fei only knew one person, and that was Sun Baisheng. Old Demon Chu looked into the distance and snorted. "Just the two of you?" "Heh." Han Fei sneered and activated the power of his great Tao, his aura getting stronger and stronger. As Han Fei grew stronger, the void around him became unstable. Bang! Han Fei clenched his fist, and the void exploded like thunder. When the power gathered, Han Fei took a deep breath and infinite energy entered his body. When old Demon Chu saw this scene, Sun Baisheng and the other three who were not far behind him felt their scalps tingle. They saw that the void around Han Fei shattered, turning into a storm of energy that poured crazily into Han Fei's body. Old Demon Chu took a deep breath. What great power! However, do you know what my great Tao is? Time, stop. Bang! In the eyes of outsiders, the sky screen seemed to be frozen. However, in the next moment, like the ice was broken, a scarlet and powerful fist mark penetrated the sky. Rumble! Old Demon Chu retreated hundreds of kilometers, his hands trembling. Only he knew that his arms were completely shattered from inside. However, this wasn't what surprised old Demon Chu the most. He asked in shock, "You can break the time technique?" Han Fei smiled. "You aren't even in the sea establishment realm. What makes you think you can talk about time with me? Who do you think you are?" As Han Fei spoke, his speed soared to the extreme, and he traversed thousands of kilometers with a single step. He clenched his fists again, and old Demon Chu immediately collided with him. But the void twisted, and Han Fei disappeared, bypassing him and appearing thousands of kilometers away. Roar! A dragon roar exploded. 100 beast soul devouring was not something ordinary venerables could resist. The four people didn't even have time to run before their bodies exploded. Time slash. Old Demon Chu certainly wouldn't allow Han Fei to kill so many venerables. After all, they were all subordinates of the Chu sect. However, Han Fei turned around, reached out, grabbed the void crack, turned it into a knife in his hand, and slashed at those people. Pooh! 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 With just one slash, the three of them instantly decayed into dust. Han Fei casually punched and blocked the remaining time slash. As he retreated, the void lines had already sucked towards the three dead venerables. At that moment, the remaining person managed to avoid Han Fei's attack because he ran fast. Han Fei wasn't too bothered. He simply shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Then, Han Fei flicked his finger, and the infinity water turned into a long saber that swept across the sky, chasing that man. Boom! Boom! 4 sky cracks appeared in a row, and a rain of blood poured down like a waterfall. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After all, Han Fei had fought 2 fake kings head-on and was quite familiar with the Golden Boy. He knew the power a fake king could have. If it were before, Han Fei would have admitted defeat. But now, Han Fei was really not afraid. Apart from Xue Fan, no matter if it was the Golden Boy or the Black Evil Conch King, they could only kill 3 half-kings, or at most 4. However, in terms of combat power, he could fight 4 enemies alone. It didn't mean that his comprehensive strength had to be 4 times that of a half-king. In fact, if a fake king could be 3 times or even only twice as powerful as half-kings, he could fight against 4 alone. In terms of physique, Han Fei had definitely reached the fake king level. He had already passed the heavenly tribulation twice. His indestructible body was so powerful that his flesh and blood couldn't be attached to it. His basic strength might be 20 to 30% stronger than ordinary half-kings. With this strength, plus the power of his great Tao, he wouldn't be afraid at all even facing old Demon Chu. In particular, because of the time ring, old Demon Chu's Tao was useless to him. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Han Fei to fight old Demon Chu. Old Demon Chu saw that Han Fei easily killed 4 venerables in a row in front of him. Plus Chu Menwang, who died earlier, Han Fei had killed 5 venerables as soon as he showed up. At this moment, he had to admit that Han Fei had risen to a level that even he might not be able to handle. Old Demon Chu couldn't be more shocked. He had been looking for Han Fei all these years, but Han Fei seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Now, when Han Fei appeared again, his strength was terrifying. If it weren't for his breakthrough, wouldn't he have been defeated by Han Fei? Han Fei smiled and looked at the wound on his body that was cut open by time. Slash. A holy and gentle light descended, and the wound was fully recovered in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said, "Old Demon Chu, I heard that you have become a king? Congratulations. Come, let's fight so that I can experience the horror of a king. Old Demon Chu snorted coldly. Han Fei, in fact, there's no need for us to fight like this. How about you ruling all the places outside the 1,000-star city? Let's not interfere with each other. Hee hee. Han Fei looked at Old Demon Chu as if he were an idiot. Do you believe what you said? Now you know how to surrender? Where is your arrogance when you hunted me? Old Demon Chu narrowed his eyes and said, if we fight, people will die. Since you want to become a king, don't you care about them? Han Fei put on a disdainful smile. Okay, no need to waste time with me. Even if I give you a few seconds, so what? You're already a fake king, so let's be tough. Either the big clans give up all their properties and hand over their family's treasure trove, and I'll spare some people. Or, I'll go to the 1,000-star city and personally destroy the big clans. Old Chu narrowed his eyes. Han Fei, do you really think you are invincible? Your current strength should be weaker than mine. Although you can block my great Dao, your combat power may not be as strong as you think. Han Fei grinned. So what? The 1,000-star city is only this big, and there are only those venerables. Why don't you find another fake king? If you find another one, I'll let you live a few more years. Otherwise, you can come and hunt me. Old Chu's heart surged. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the hearts of the people. The Chu sect, or rather, a critical moment of the entire big clans had arrived. At this moment, only by killing Han Fei could everything return to normal. With Han Fei's death, it would only take time to dilute the people's hatred for the big clans and even change the ruling mode of this place. Old Chu snorted, and the void behind him cracked. He looked at Han Fei. Then, I'll wait and see. Han Fei couldn't stop Old Chu from leaving. In the void, Han Fei reached out and grabbed 3 more Sun Moon shells. On the other side, the infinity water returned with a Sun Moon shell. Han Fei grabbed a few Sun Moon shells and glanced at them. He didn't need the spirit awakening fluid anymore. There wasn't a lot of spiritual spring in them, because Venerable didn't need much spiritual energy. He didn't really care about the other materials, but he could keep a small part of them. Maybe he could use them in the future. As for the rest, he would donate them. After quickly distributing the materials, Han Fei smiled. The sky screen had been unfolded, and Han Fei's figure was slowly enlarged in the sky. Clatter. Marshal Han, it's Marshal Han. Oh my god. Marshal Han is back. Slaying 5 venerables in a row? How strong is Marshal Han? For a time, the entire Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. In the city of Justice, countless people flew into the sky, and endless pedestrians were walking on the streets, looking up at the sky. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that the Scattered Stars Island was now 8,000 kilometers long. It was much bigger than when he first came. It was not easy to do this. Han Fei heard countless shouts and discussions. Han Fei learned some things from these people. For example, someone asked the person next to him blankly, is the hatred between Marshal Han and the big clans hatred, or ours? That person just now seems to be the one who has already become a king? As soon as this person asked, several people sneered. Brat, what do you know? A king? He just said so. The king ran away when he saw Marshal Han? Someone cursed, the grudge between Marshal Han and the big clans is the grudge between ordinary people and the big clans. The city of justice was founded for the justice in our hearts, for the justice of the people, and for the freedom of the human world. Here, there is no exploitation. As long as we take risks, everyone is equal. This is the reason why we came to the city of justice. But what about the big clans? How many people have they stationed here? There is already a shortage of supplies in the market. Some important supplies have to be bought in the black market. Is this still the city of justice? Someone replied, the old man from the Chu sect moved Marshal Han's statues away 2 years ago. Not only on the Scattered Stars Island, but also in the 36 towns. Why? Because only Marshal Han represents the heart of us. Many people who came later had only heard of Han Fei's legend, but didn't know the influence Han Fei had on the Scattered Stars Island. Especially as the Scattered Stars Island grew bigger and bigger, there were more and more adventurers in the City of Justice. Many people could only listen to Han Fei's legend. Now that they had finally seen the real Han Fei, there were certainly disputes. Standing in the sky screen, Han Fei couldn't tell how many people were on the island. If it was just 1 million, he could quickly calculate it. However, there were at least twice as many people here as before. And these were only the people who were stationed on the island, not counting the adventurers in the outer sea. Listening to the discussions, what Han Fei was thinking of was the power of faith. Standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Han Fei grinned. My fellow compatriots, my name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Do you remember me? Yes. Of course. Who doesn't remember Marshal Han? That's impossible to forget. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Han Fei felt that he was like a superstar. It was like a concert. Everybody was waving their fluorescent sticks with him. Han Fei extended his hand from behind and pointed at the rain of blood in the sky. Everyone, let me tell you a secret. When a venerable dies, a great Tao crack will appear. There's a lot of energy in it. Maybe it's mixed with the luck of a venerable. It can help you make a breakthrough. Feel it. Anyway, they're all venerables of big clans. It's not a pity for them to die. What do you think? After that, Han Fei winked at everyone. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed. Look, this is Marshal Han. Although he is extremely powerful, he is really good to us. Someone quickly sat cross-legged and shouted to his friend, come on, sit down and watch while you make the breakthrough. The man shouted, no, is breakthrough more important than listening to Marshal Han's speech? Han Fei put away the smile on his face and pretended to be sad. Everyone, I heard that an idiot from a big clan came to tell you 2 years ago that he had become a king? I was confused. Can anyone become a king in the sea area? So I came back today. Well, I'm pretty sure that person is crazy. Han Fei paused before he continued. Let me tell you, no one in the world we live in can become a king. Hua. Instantly, countless people were shocked. Someone was shocked. No one can become a king? Really? Someone didn't care. It's a king. Those are all legendary existences. Anyway, they have nothing to do with us. Someone was puzzled. Why can't anyone in this world become a king? Han Fei smiled. Let me keep you in suspense. This is a secret that even the big clans of the Thousand-Star City don't know. However, I do. So, wait a few days. Let me beat them to death one by one, before I tell you the secret. At that time I will definitely not charge you. Haha. Pet. Someone was speechless. When did Marshal Han become so funny? Someone couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. This is different from the previous Marshal Han. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Now I wonder if this is the Marshal Han we know. But suddenly, in their eyes, Han Fei's face was full of cracks. His hands and his neck were also full of cracks. At this time, Han Fei put away the smile on his face and became solemn and ruthless. Han Fei said indifferently, I don't want you to see this. I'm afraid it will scare you. But everyone, I've traveled through countless dangerous places, fought countless battlefields, and slaughtered countless venerables. I did all these not to conquer a huge sea area and let the big clans bring disaster to it. Han Fei's tone became heavier and heavier. I know that some of you think that the conflict between me and the big clans extends to you. However, what I'm fighting for is power. I'm fighting for the future of the human race. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to destroy the big clans. Buzz. At that moment, countless people looked at Han Fei in shock. For a moment, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island were silent. In the crowd, He Xiaoyu, Lin Wu, Yu Lingyun, Mu Jiar, and Guan Qingyan were all here. Han Fei's former subordinates were all here. These people looked at Han Fei. For some reason, their faces gradually became solemn. Immediately, someone was moved. Marshal Han, we support you. Someone shouted, Marshal Han, although we are not strong enough, we will never bow down to the big clans in this life. Someone was shocked. Kill them. Under the solemn gaze of countless people, Han Fei pointed at the sky. The old monster of Chu sect said that he has already become a king. If he dares to say it, I dare to fight him. My fellow soldiers, wait a few days. I'll show them whether this world is up to the big clans or us. With that, Han Fei turned around, left, and closed the sky curtain. At that moment, a lonely voice echoed between the heavens and earth. My name is Han Fei. I'm going to kill a king. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't go to the Thousand-Star City immediately. He had to go there anyway, but he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, the first thing Han Fei needed to do was to get the power of faith back. Now, the power of faith on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns had plummeted because of the destruction of his statues. Of course, as long as someone sincerely prayed to Han Fei could always receive the power of faith. However, if the statue was moved away, it would definitely affect a large number of people. Some ordinary cultivators who didn't know what happened might even think that something had happened. Therefore, he couldn't bear this. Only at that moment did Han Fei clearly feel the power of faith enter his body. However, the power of faith contributed by the people on the Scattered Stars Island was not enough. Han Fei needed a lot of faith power to disassemble spiritual energy. As he grew faster and faster, the disassembling degree of spiritual energy became more and more important. For example, the old turtle once said that he could disassemble spiritual energy by 95%, and he couldn't be weaker than the old turtle. but in fact, according to his current growth rate, when he reached the level of a half-king, it was hard to say if his spiritual energy could be disassembled to 85%. The insect king's disassembling speed was 88%. He was the master of the yin-yang world and the master of the heavenly palace. But his spiritual energy was not as good as the insect king's. That was outrageous. Therefore, before the battle just now, Han Fei released the sky screen and successfully put on a big show. Han Fei's first step was of course to take back the power of faith from the scattered stars island. Obviously, this step succeeded. However, he hadn't taken back the power of faith from the 36 towns yet. After all, his realm was higher and his demand was higher. He couldn't only count on the scattered stars island. After all, this was just an island. Everyone could see what happened here. But the area of the 36 towns was huge. Even if Han Fei traveled to them one by one and gave speeches, it would take him a few days. So, the marshal's mansion. Han Fei said, "Wang Lin, come here." Wang Lin, the former commander of the logistics division, who knew how to observe people, was transferred to the Department of Construction as a supervisor. He once built a cultivation tower with the bones of venerables, to facilitate the cultivation of the people on the scattered stars island. Today, Wang Lin was shocked to see how Han Fei killed 5 venerables in a row. He thought to himself, Han Fei might be the most powerful supreme commander in history. He killed human venerable without even batting an eye. Besides, other people might not know how terrifying Chu Menwang was, but the management of the Scattered Stars Island knew a little about him. He was the current family head of the Chu sect, a peak-level venerable. Few people on the Scattered Stars Island could withstand his slap. But Han Fei killed such a strong master with a slap. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished his speech and he thought that he had gone to the Thousand-Star City. Who knew that Han Fei would summon him? First, in the construction department, Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He replied in a hurry, "Marshal Han, I'm here. I'll be right there." In the marshal's mansion, Han Fei stood in front of the sea chart with his back facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled obsequiously. "Marshal Han, I knew you would come back. Those B** stars from the Chu sect bullied us. I was too weak to do anything when your statues were pulled down. Marshal Han, don't worry. Your statues will be rebuilt in 3 days." Hearing that, Han Fei finally turned around. When Wang Lin saw Han Fei's face full of cracks with his own eyes, he was horrified. Han Fei was already so powerful. How could he still be injured? If he were to fight someone, how powerful must that person be to beat Han Fei to such a state? Han Fei said unhurriedly, "Poor 36 towns. Hundreds of millions of people just had hope, but their hope was shattered in just a few years. They must think that I lied to them." Wang Lin was immediately refreshed. He immediately understood what Han Fei meant. Han Fei's statues were destroyed. The 36 towns thought that the era of Han Fei's rule was over and the city of justice became a joke. Wang Lin bowed and shouted, "Marshal Han, the people of the 36 towns will never forget your contribution to mankind. I will let them know that you have returned within a month. This time, we will wipe out the big clans in the Thousand-Star City and create the glorious era of mankind." The more Wang Lin talked, the more excited he became. Ning Jing felt that her scalp tingle when he heard Wang Lin's words. This guy almost worshipped Han Fei. As a god. Han Fei heaved a sigh. Wang Lin, you're the one who knows me best in the management of the City of Justice. As you can hear, I'm going to kill the king and let the people know that I've returned. I need the people's confidence and encouragement. Do you understand? Got it. Wang Lin broke into a cold sweat and felt that his back was all wet. For some reason, standing in front of Han Fei, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Gulp. Wang Lin swallowed. Half a month. In this half a month, I'll do my best to erect statues of you on every island in the 36 towns. I'll announce to the world that you've returned and will slaughter the king. Han Fei immediately smiled. Okay, thank you. Well, in half a month, I'll ascend to the sky. Spread the news. I need everyone in the City of Justice and the 36 towns to know about this. During this period, as long as it doesn't affect the normal operation of the Scattered Stars Island, all personnel will be at your disposal. With that, Han Fei took out his 13-star badge, which represented his authority. And no one dared to copy it. Han Fei threw it casually, and Wang Lin held it with both hands, excited. This was King exciting. From this moment on, he would be a very powerful person on the Scattered Stars Island, but he didn't dare to abuse this token. At this moment, Wang Lin felt hot all over. It was an excitement of being appreciated. Wang Lin shouted, Marshal Han, don't worry. I guarantee with my head that within half a month, except for the 1,000-star city, even the sea demons in the sea will know that you will ascend the sky and kill the evil king. Han Fei's lips curled. Huh. You're a saber user, right? I have a saber technique. Now it's yours. The moment Han Fei handed over the jade slip, Wang Lin deeply understood what it meant to die for the one who appreciated you. At this moment, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would definitely complete this task. In half a month, he would build Han Fei's statues on every island in the 36 towns. After sending Wang Lin away, Han Fei looked at the void and heard someone say, You asked someone to erect statues for you? You're too narcissistic. Han Fei smiled. You don't understand. I'm doing this for human beings. The void vibrated, and Ning Jing broke through the void and looked at Han Fei. Strangely. I really don't see that you're doing this for human beings. Forget it. Have you been in the Wall of Death these past few years? Is it dangerous? There? You seem to have been seriously injured. Jinger kept chattering, that's not right. How could your strength have improved so fast? You were only a junior venerable when you left. How did you make 2 breakthroughs in just 4 years? Ning Jing kept chattering like a machine gun. Han Fei immediately said, Stop. What I experienced in the past few years. It's very complicated, so I won't tell you everything. Tell me about the situation in the 1,000-star city first. Well, I don't know. I didn't go to the 1,000-star city, but I met your father twice. He said that the 1,000-star city is fine. Don't worry about it. Huh? Where is old Han? Ning Jing said, The last time I saw him was half a year ago, in the outer sea. At that time, the old man from the Chu family wanted to kill me, but he wasn't as fast as me. So, I knew that what he said about becoming a king was fake. If the queen wanted to catch me, she could easily cut off my path. Later, Elle accidentally fell into that old man's ambush. Fortunately, your father saved Me. Han Fei was briefly stunned. My father saved you? Ning Jing said, your father's strength has reached the half-king realm. Besides, he's not an ordinary half-king. He's very strong. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Well, let's go to the 36 towns. 3 days later. The statue of Han Fei on the Scattered Stars Island was rebuilt, and millions of people were watching, but Han Fei didn't appear. 7 days passed. 36 towns, Blue Sea Town, Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant. Today's Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant had become the trademark of the Blue Sea Town. The hot pot restaurant was famous because Han Fei personally invented hot pot. Therefore, many members of the Fish Dragons liked to call it Marshal Han Hot Pot Restaurant. But in the past 2 years, business at Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant had been declining. Although no one attacked the hot pot restaurant, since Han Fei's statues were removed, many people began to guess what happened to Han Fei. The members of the Fish Dragons waited in fear for 4 years. Until recently, red raindrops fell from the sky, and great Tao cracks appeared in the sky. Many people began to spread rumors that venerables had died. The death of 5 venerables shocked the people of the 36 towns. Venerables? What level of a powerhouse was that? 5 venerables had died in a row in just a few seconds? Who could have achieved such a combat record? At first, some people thought it was the sea demons' counterattack. But on that day, the mayors and village leaders of the 36 towns came out to refute the rumors and declared, Han Fei has returned and ended the big clan's rule over the Scattered Stars Island. On this day, at the gate of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant, at noon, 3,000 members gathered. Li Gang, accompanied by his wife, Xiao Hong, Li Qing, the deputy leader of the Fish Dragons, Chen Eriu, the manager of the Fish Dragon Card Room, Li Baixia, and Li Duiyu, who were responsible for making Fish Dragon cards, were waiting outside. The actions of the Fish Dragons shocked the entire Blue Sea town. What the hell happened? Many smart people realized something. So, in a moment, the Blue Sea town was in an uproar. Everybody said that Marshal Han had returned to his hometown and was at the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant. Everybody on the island rushed to see Han Fei. In the exclusive private room of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, Li Gang and Xiao Hong were serving dishes and wine to Han Fei and Ning Jing. Li Gang's son, who was only 8 years old, was responsible for pouring wine for Han Fei and Ning Jing. Ning Jing was stuffing herself. She had cleared one plate and then another. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit that extended into the ocean. Ning Jing was about to ask Li Gang to serve the food after finishing a crab roe dumpling when Han Fei suddenly said, "Okay, that's all for today." Ning Jing couldn't help but say regretfully, "Why didn't you tell me this place until now?" Han Fei shrugged. "Don't you know it now?" Li Gang said with a smile, "Lord, to make it more convenient for you, I've ordered the kitchen to start a full operation. Hundreds of dishes have been prepared for you." Ning Jing knew it. She grinned and said, "Okay, I'll take them all." After that, Ning Jing glanced at Han Fei and then at the child who was pouring wine for her. She immediately said, "Fine, I won't eat your food for free. This child looks quite smart. I'll give him a drop of crystal essence, which can cleanse his body and improve his spiritual heritage to level 6. Li Gang and Xiao Hong were overjoyed. Xiao Hong said, "Thank you, leader." "Honor, come on, thank leader and this. Lord." The child must have been taught. He said eloquently, "Thank you, leader, thank You, Lord. Ning Jing pointed casually, and Li Han froze on the spot. Han Fei shook his head slightly and looked at Li Gang. Heh. It seems that this kid is quite lucky. But you really don't know how to name your son. Heh, hee hee. Han Fei got up, threw a sea-swallowing seashell to Li Gang, and said, cultivating a kid with a level 6 spiritual heritage is very expensive. Take. This is a bonus for your hard work over the years. If you don't know how to use it, go to the Scattered Stars Island to check it out. Now, go out. Li Gang immediately stuffed the sea-swallowing seashell into his sleeve with trembling hands. While thanking Han Fei, he winked at Xiao Hong. Stay here. With our son. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The gate of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant was already crowded with people. The entire Blue Sea town knew that the Fish Dragons were a good gang. They did business without bullying the commoners and often helped the villages under the Blue Sea town. Many people in the Blue Sea town wanted to join the Fish Dragons, but the scrutiny was very strict. A few days ago, the news that Han Fei slaughtered 5 venerates in a row and wanted to kill a king came. At that time, many people actually heard it as a story. Then, on the 3rd day after the story was spread, Han Fei's statues began to be rebuilt in every town, even including the villages under the Blue Sea town. At this moment, it was unknown who guessed it. In short, the news of Marshal Han's arrival spread like snowflakes. For a moment, the entire Blue Sea town went crazy. The presidents of the 3 academies rushed over with their teachers and students. The others, including many great fishing masters and dangling fishers, all came to see Han Fei. Outside the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, the 3,000 members of the Fish Dragons waited eagerly. Many people had never seen their leader since they joined the Fish Dragons. At this moment, they couldn't be more excited. And Han Fei didn't disappoint them. Since he had already shown up, the ones who should be nervous were Old Demon Chu and his party. They didn't have any means to stop him. Therefore, he could go to the 1,000-star city at any time. Anyway, he could come out of it a few years ago, let alone now. As for Han Fei, he waited for all the statues to be rebuilt. The Blue Sea town was the 13th town that Han Fei had taken Ning Jing to travel. Han Fei called it an inspection. When the two of them walked out of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, countless people looked up at Han Fei with burning eyes and short breaths. In the crowd, there were whispers. Is that Marshal Han? Is that really Marshal Han? Marshal Han? That's our leader. Others call him Marshal Han, but we call him our leader. Wow, is that our leader? He's so sturdy. Someone sighed. I once followed leader for a few days and watched a plantation for him. Someone rolled his eyes. You've mentioned this 800 times. If I were here, you wouldn't have been able to do it. Immediately, Li Qing, Li Eriu, Li Baixia, Li Duo, and the others all stepped forward and shouted in unison, "Greetings, leader." Then, the 3,000 members shouted in unison, "Greetings, leader." Han Fei smiled and glanced at the mayor and the 3 presidents who were looking at him with complicated eyes. Back then, they despised the 4th Academy and hoped to win with numbers. But it turned out that even 1,000,000 ordinary people couldn't resist the rise of a peerless genius. Han Fei stepped into the void and set up a spirit-gathering array, and spiritual energy dragons gathered under his feet. Buzz. Han Fei activated the invincible golden body, which was more than 30 meters tall. This scene made countless people gasp. The golden color was always so charming, and the tall figure was always shocking. It represented strength. Han Fei said casually, When I founded the fish dragons, I once said that the fish dragons should behave themselves, not cause trouble, and not lord over others. You've done a good job in these aspects. I'm now the commander of the Scattered Stars Island and the representatives of countless ordinary people. I can't treat you specially just because you're from a gang that I founded. This time, I'm back just to see the world before I ascend the sky and slaughter the king. Han Fei said casually. The members below didn't know why a super powerhouse like Han Fei still needed to fight. However, they knew that Han Fei was fighting for countless people and mankind. That was enough. Li Gang shouted, "Leader must win. Leader must win." Down below, the 3,000 members shouted in unison, "Leader must win." Han Fei smiled and motioned for the people to stop shouting. Then he looked around and said solemnly, "Since I'm here, I'd like to say something." Han Fei said solemnly, "Since a long time ago, I have always wondered why the Blue Sea Town is a town and not a city. Because the city is above the Blue Sea Town and the 36 towns. There are billions of people in the 36 towns, but few of them can enter the city. This is obviously unfair. For personal gains, the big clans don't allow the weak people of the 36 towns to enter the city. Let me tell you, the spiritual energy there is stronger and the combat skills there are more abundant. But why do all the good things belong to the 1,000-star city? Why can't the people share them?" Han Fei's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing above the Blue Sea Town. Han Fei smiled casually. "Therefore, I'm going to conquer the 1,000-star city and wipe out the big clans in the 1,000-star city." I heard that too. Years ago, someone from a big clan in the 1,000-star city claimed to have become a king? That person looted a lot of resources when I wasn't around. These resources were earned by countless people with their lives. How can he just take possession of the resources? Who does he think he is? Therefore, I'm going to take back everything they took away from us. Therefore, I'm going to ascend the sky and slaughter the king. I don't ask you to pray for me to return with a big victory. I just hope that you can know that this world, this sea, doesn't belong to one person alone. Everyone should have a share of it. Since ancient times, the people were the easiest to instigate, even if they were all cultivators. When Han Fei's speech came to an end, many people cheered. "Marshal Han, keep it up. Destroy the big clans. Marshal Han, we support you. Marshal Han, you must conquer the 1,000-star city. Let's see what the hell that place is." What Han Fei was advocating was freedom, a fairer world. After the people heard Han Fei's speech, in their eyes, the 1,000-star city was no longer a mysterious place, and the big clans in the 1,000-star city were synonymous with exploitation. Even Ning Jing believed that Han Fei was trying to save the human beings in the yin-yang world in a special way and leading them to prosperity. However, only one person knew that Han Fei was doing this for the power of faith. That was the old turtle. If Han Fei was really doing this for the sake of the human race, there wouldn't have been a problem with the limits of his Tao heart. And Han Fei definitely didn't break through the limits of his Tao heart because of the human race. Therefore, Han Fei's purpose of going to the 36 towns was just to give a tour. speech so that more people could see him, hear him, trust him and pray for him. When Han Fei really swept through the big clans in the Thousand-Star City, it would be a huge harvest of the power of faith. From the Thousand-Star City, to the Scattered Stars Island and then to the 36 towns, Han Fei would use the slaughter of the king to harvest the power of faith of the entire human clan in the Yinyang world. As one of the few people who could understand Han Fei's intentions, the old turtle felt that Han Fei wasn't suitable to be a righteous person. The Thug Academy, the Blue Sea Town. This place was now managed by the fish dragons. The plantation here was now the source of materials for the fish dragons' hot pot restaurants. Therefore, it had always been heavily guarded. After Han Fei finished his speech, he quietly came to this place. There was no one here, but to Han Fei's surprise, there was another guy here. It was the ghost-eyed giant crocodile that Han Fei won back from the wind. Thunder Town. At this moment, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile looked at Han Fei in shock. "You're back?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Why are you still here?" The ghost-eyed giant crocodile asked. "The spiritual energy here is suitable. Why should I leave?" Han Fei sneered. At first, he wanted to catch this guy and make him the guardian beast of the school. However, now that everyone else had left, this guy was still here. Han Fei said, "The 10-year agreement is over. You're free to leave now." Then, Han Fei thought for a moment and threw a sea-swallowing seashell to the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. "This is a gift for you. Maybe someone will come back here in the future. But who knows? If you want to stay, stay." Half a month later, Han Fei walked through the 36 towns, and the half-month agreement with Wang Lin had expired. On this day, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns raised their heads from time to time to see if there were any great Dao cracks in the sky. There were endless discussions among the people. Someone said, "Do you think Marshal Han can win this time?" Someone said firmly, "Of course." "Who is Marshal Han?" "He has slaughtered countless venerables. He can definitely wipe out those big clans." On the Scattered Stars Island, someone exclaimed, "I wonder how many resources the big clans in the Thousand-Star City have." The people from the Scattered Stars Island sneered. "I can only say that it's like water in the sea, endless." The carnival shops in the City of Justice were very lively today. Someone shouted, "Hey, why are there so many people today? Why don't you go to see?" Someone sneered. "Who's in the mood to go to see? Today is a big day." Marshal Han said that he would kill the king today. Today, someone will die. It's worth a look. TSK. Ah. Someone took a sip of wine and said, "I'm really worried for the ordinary people in the Thousand-Star City. That's a battle between the venerables. Even the slightest wisp of power slipping down from their fingertips is not something ordinary people can deal with, right?" While everyone was looking forward to it, Han Fei had already ascended the sky and left. Old Demon Chu couldn't block the entire Thousand-Star City and all roads. For the current Han Fei, it was easy for him to break through the void. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that the moment he set off, the old man, who had been sitting in the Scattered Stars Island's archive room for 100 years, left with a knife. In the transverse mountain on the Scattered Stars Island, Shueshingqi said indifferently, "Since you picked a side, you should know you'll have to fight this battle sooner or later." In the level 3 fishery, Li Daxian sighed. "What a pity. Although I'm no longer a human, I can't miss this battle." In a certain market in the Thousand-Star City, an elegant middle-aged man was drinking tea. He said, casually, although we didn't work so hard for this day, all our goals will be accomplished today. From now on, that kid doesn't need my help anymore. Translator Kenyi Translations Editor Kenyi Translations. In the past, Ren Tianfei bragged that he broke into the Thousand-Star City, and no one could defeat him. At that time, Han Fei felt that it was quite powerful. Old Ren was indeed strong. However, after Ren Tianfei's identity was revealed, he was actually the controller of the Heavenly Palace. When he was still in his best state, his strength was probably still at its peak. At that time, it wasn't a big problem for him to sweep across the Thousand-Star City. Now that old Demon Chu had reached the fake king realm, Ren Tianfei dared to try again? However, Han Fei did. Han Fei's declaration had spread throughout the scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. Millions of people had known Han Fei through the stories about him. Now, after Han Fei's inspection of the 36 towns and re-erected his statues, even if some people didn't know Han Fei, 80% of them had probably heard of him. Thousand-Star City. The big clans had long dismissed their disciples. Those heavenly talents had basically been all dismissed. They usually stuffed them from one island to another to prevent anyone from recognizing them. However, this method was useless for the more famous ones. The big clans were in a panic. The news that Han Fei killed Chu Menwang with one move had already spread. No matter how conceited they were, they didn't dare to challenge Han Fei now. After all, their family didn't have a peak level venerable. However, although the juniors could be dismissed, where could the venerables hide? They couldn't hide, so they could only place their hope on Chu sect. After all, old Demon Chu was already a king. However, old Demon Chu was the only person in Chu sect who knew he was not a real king yet. He actually didn't want to announce that he had become a king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quiet. He attacked the Chao family and controlled the scattered Stars Island just to find something that others didn't understand, luck. But clearly, his efforts only led to Han Fei's return and the fight. The 7 major sects had activated their sect-protecting arrays the day old Demon Chu became a fake king, because on that day, old Demon Chu attacked the Heavenly Sword sect first, intending to kill the Sky Sword Master to establish his dominance. But the Heavenly Sword sect took out a sword, which sealed up the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The sword edge collided with old Demon Chu once, but old Demon Chu left without any results. At this moment, old Demon Chu didn't get the treatment a real king deserved. Yet. However, there was no doubt that old Demon Chu had become stronger. This was because old Demon Chu went to attack the Chao family after the Heavenly Sword sect. Chao Tianji and old Demon Chu fought for less than 3 seconds, and after being seriously injured, he retreated and sealed the gate of the Chao family. At this point, all the venerables had guessed that old Demon Chu hadn't become a king, otherwise, neither the Sky Sword Master nor Chao Tianji could escape. Of course, although everyone knew it, no one came out to reveal the truth. Old Demon Chu's strength had soared, causing the 7 major sects and Chao family to seal their gates. This had established the Chu sect's status as the strongest family in the Thousand-Star City. Unfortunately, no one knew how long they could be the strongest family. For example, today, when Han Fei entered the Thousand-Star City, all the venerables were watching the battle between Han Fei and old Demon Chu. These Venerables felt that this was probably just a duel between old Demon Chu and Han Fei. If old Demon Chu was killed, the big clans could only admit defeat. After all, in the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Which big clan didn't rise up like this? They had no other choice but to admit defeat. In fact, some people knew the secrets of this world. This place was enshrouded in cages and stretched across 8 million kilometers of sea. They could only walk so far. Where could they hide? Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky above the Thousand-Star City. The ordinary people in the entire Thousand-Star City didn't know what happened. Yet, in the sky above the Zhang family, Han Fei came, and half of the Zhang family people here had already left. It seemed that they had already expected Han Fei to come. There were not many heavenly talents in the Zhang family. To be honest, Han Fei didn't care about the remaining clansmen of the Zhang family. Buzz, buzz. 2 venerables showed up. Zhang Jihua knew Han Fei from a long time ago. Seeing Han Fei at this moment, he felt a mixture of feelings. He remembered when he first saw Han Fei, Han Fei hadn't become a venerable yet. At that time, he couldn't beat Han Fei, let alone now. The person beside Zhang Jihua was named Zhang Yun, a peak-level advanced venerable. This was the strongest combat power of the Zhang family now, and one of the trump cards of the Zhang family that could stand tall in the Thousand-Star City. Zhang Sun cupped his hands at Han Fei. I didn't expect you to come to our Zhang family first. Han Fei grinned. The Zhang family is rich. Since you're waiting for me here, you must have prepared all the resources, right? Zhang Sun was surprisingly calm. He waved his hand, and 30 sun moon shells floated in front of him. Zhang Sun said, the resources of the Zhang family are here. However, Han Fei, the Thousand-Star City, the 36 towns, and the Scattered Stars Island can't do without the Zhang family. This world relies on the currency rules we set. Han Fei sneered. Monetary rules can be redefined. With your Zhang family's capabilities, you should have heard about this long ago. Since you took the initiative to hand over your resources, I can spare your lives. However, in the Zhang family, all the strong masters above the law enforcer realm will be enlisted. Don't even think about letting some people hide among ordinary people. It's useless. Hearing that, Zhang Jihua immediately said anxiously, Han Fei, the Zhang family has already done our part. If you want resources, we'll give them to you. You can even kill both of us, but why can't the Zhang family's bloodline be spared? Han Fei looked at Zhang Jihua as if he were an idiot. You think I want to kill them? Do you think I would attack ordinary people with my current strength? Zhang Jihua asked, then what do you mean? Han Fei looked at the Chusek's side and grinned. You need to gain your lives back. The Zhang family should kill as many venerables as the Zhang family have. Your Zhang family has enjoyed glory for 10,000 years. Now, it's time for you to pay back. All descendants of the Zhang family must go to war with me. When we win, they can become ordinary people. Go to war? Zhang Sun and Zhang Jihua were a little puzzled. Now, the sea demons had almost been annihilated. Where could they go to fight? Han Fei reached out and grabbed the 30 sun moon shells. Scanning it with his perception, he was secretly shocked even though he had once had a lot of resources. This family was too rich. There were hundreds of Millions of kilograms of spiritual spring, and there were 20 sun-moon shells stuffed with ultra-quality and mid-quality pearls. The other sun-moon shells were also full of spiritual fruits and other materials. Han Fei couldn't estimate the value of these resources at all. However, Han Fei glanced at Zhang Sun indifferently. That's too little. When I return, remember to make up for it. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting what I just said. Han Fei didn't believe a super clan that controlled almost the economy of the entire Yinyang world only had so few resources. No matter what Zhang Sun wanted to say, Han Fei didn't want to listen. He reached out and tore open the void. With a flip of his hand, the sky hanging mirror appeared in his hand. At that moment, in the sky above the 1,000-star city, the sky screen unfolded, and Han Fei was wearing a scarlet-red battle suit, his long hair fluttering. In the sky, Han Fei's body seemed to be flashing, because every step he crossed covered dozens of kilometers. Han Fei said, "Everyone in the 1,000-star city, my name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I'm from 36 towns. I heard that old Demon Chu claimed to be a king. Today, I'm here to sweep the big clans in the 1,000-star city. I once told you that I would turn this world into a world of commoners. The 1,000-star city will be completely connected to the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. The entire sea will be your adventure ground. Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise." As they talked, Han Fei was less than 3,000 kilometers away from Chu sect. In the 1,000-star city, countless people looked up. Someone sighed. "It's Han Fei from a few years ago. He's back again. However, can he really make it in such a short time?" Someone sighed. "How confident is he to face the big clans alone?" Someone was puzzled. That old Demon Chu declared that he had become a king. But Han Fei still dared to challenge him. Has he also become a king? Someone sneered. Become a king? Maybe it's just an improvement in strength. If he really becomes a king, how can the central holy city not open? How can a king not show a miracle? How can a king be challenged? 1. 7 major sects. Many people were also watching this scene. The so-called heavenly talents of the same era as Han Fei had lost their pride. As early as when Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace, Chu Sun of the Grand Void Academy, Lu Wuwei of the Death Door sect. These people were quietly looking up. Above the void, Han Fei was walking forward. When he was only 1,000 kilometers away from Chu sect, he suddenly heard old Demon Chu shout, "Han Fei, I didn't expect you to really come. Since you're here, stay here forever." At that moment, a star light appeared behind Han Fei without any warning. In the sky curtain, no one could react, but Han Fei disappeared into thin air. When a red light pierced Han Fei's shadow, the void within thousands of kilometers was instantly frozen. Han Fei grabbed Snowmorn, and before anyone could see clearly, his sword cut through the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a crack appeared in the sky. Before anyone could see anything, a venerable had died. Hiss! Countless people gasped. Shoot! What just happened? F***CK. That's a venerable. He was killed, but no one saw how he was killed. Amidst countless exclamations, Han Fei felt that the void was sealed. Someone who had mastered the great Tao of space had come. Heh. Han Fei smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, and infinity water poured out. At this moment, the infinity water was as hard as an ultra-quality divine weapon, and the blade inferno instantly formed. Behind Han Fei, billions of blades were slashing forward like a tide. Swish! 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 Above the 9 heavens, in the void, the saber aura surged like a tide. Han Fei stood on the tide like a billion-soldier army. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. How could ordinary cultivators easily watch a battle between venerables? Clang! At the moment when Han Fei killed a venerable, a loud laugh came from afar. Who else could it be but Ren Tianfei? Han Fei roared, "Old man, this is my battle. You don't have to interfere." While absorbing the soul power and vitality of the dead venerable, Han Fei shouted at Ren Tianfei to retreat. Ren Tianfei laughed. "I'm just a clone. Many people have been waiting for this show. How can anyone stop you?" Ren Tianfei roared loudly, his voice rumbling and shaking the entire 1,000 star. The Mo family of the 1,000-star city, an advanced venerable, MOU, has died. Ren Tianfei didn't speak. Many people didn't know who the dead venerable was. After all, how could ordinary cultivators know about venerables? At this time, when Ren Tianfei roared, the entire 1,000-star city was in an uproar. Was the advanced venerable the one who was killed by Han Fei without even showing his face? Someone sighed. How long would it take to become an advanced venerable? How talented did he have to become an advanced venerable? But he was killed in the blink of an eye. Marshal Han was truly powerful. On the contrary, the Chu sect and the Mo family didn't feel good. Since they had chosen to go against Han Fei, they should be prepared to die. There was no trickery in this battle. Han Fei challenged them aboveboardly. And they had nowhere to escape, so they could only accept the challenge. In order to deal with Han Fei, the Chu sect didn't care much and sealed off the entire island and a large area of space. A strong master who looked like a young man held a bean-like strange weapon in his hand and scattered it into the void array. In an instant, a void storm condensed in the sealed void. Countless void blades tried to cut Han Fei. The snowmorn in Han Fei's hand had been replaced by the embroidery needle. Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate, and a dark passage appeared out of nowhere. In the blade inferno, the blades whirled and Han Fei sneered. Set up a space mess. But you don't dare to come up? I want to see which venerable this is. With Han Fei's current strength, he might not know much about the great Tao of space and the great Tao of time. However, he also knew that it was impossible for a venerable to fully exert the power of these two great Tao. Therefore, the person who set this up wanted to defeat him through his great Tao when they were at the same level? That was unlikely. It was not a joke to say that tricks didn't win over strength. No matter how many tricks one had, in the end, it was just a show. This space was penetrated by Han Fei's spear. The void twisted, and Han Fei's figure disappeared from the sky curtain. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the sky curtain again after crossing thousands of kilometers. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed a black saber beam and slashed at the young man who set up the array. The young man's face changed greatly, and he was about to take action, when Han Fei's lips curled. All laws forbidden in this space. The young man was shocked. The power of his great Tao had been sealed? In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared in front of the young man, holding a thick shield with 4 protruded comers. Humph! Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura rose from his body. He activated the ancient desolate war body and doubled his combat power. As he slashed out, a clang resounded through the sky. Crack! In the next moment, the huge shield that looked extraordinary was shattered by Han Fei. The old man's arms exploded, and he vomited blood and was sent flying. Protected by the old man, the young man activated the power of space and opened a portal. In the next moment, the two appeared thousands of kilometers away. However, Han Fei arrived like a shadow. Hey! Did old Demon Chu send you guys here to die? The old man and the young man were shocked. How could Han Fei be so fast? Could he even catch up with such a space teleportation? With Han Fei's speed, he caught up with them in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as he arrived, a white shadow rushed over, holding a sickle-like weapon, trying to compete with Han Fei in speed. On the other side, an acquaintance of Han Fei finally appeared, which was Sun Xiaotian, from the Sun family. This person locked the void with his sword and condensed starlight with his strongest attack, attacking Han Fei. For a moment, four advanced venerables attacked Han Fei. With such strength and cooperation, they could completely kill a peak venerable. As early as in the battle in the Immortal City, there was such an example. If fighting with their lives, 3 advanced venerables could kill a peak level venerable. It was completely possible at the expense of sacrificing 2 venerables. At this moment, the 4 peak-level advanced venerables attacked Han Fei at the same time. No. Han Fei suddenly raised his eyebrows. There was another person behind him. 5 peak-level advanced venerables? You really think highly of me. Therefore, the young man who controlled the space technique and the shield-bearing old man were only bait. They knew that 2 people couldn't resist Han Fei, so they arranged for 5 people to attack Han Fei at once. Han Fei could even be sure that old Demon Chu was looking for an opportunity to attack. Now, he just wanted to test Han Fei's real strength. However, Han Fei knew very well that these 5 people were likely to be used as cannon fodder by old Chu. This was because if he were a half-king, none of these 5 people could escape. In fact, that was true. When the fastest powerhouse of the Yi family slashed Han Fei with a strange blade, Han Fei suddenly used the near-at-hand technique. The person from the Yi family suddenly slowed down. His eyes met Han Fei, and the spatial knife light in Han Fei's hand was pressed into the Yi family venerable's body in the blink of an eye. Roar! As soon as the 100-beast soul devouring was activated, the man's body suddenly exploded. As soon as Han Fei waved his saber, the sacrificing punch burst out again, bombarding the person chasing him. On the other side, Han Fei saw Sun Xiaotian retreat quickly. However, how could he give this person a chance to escape? Therefore, Han Fei stepped on the void and activated the near-at-hand technique. The young man who controlled space immediately attacked Han Fei, trying to break his near-at-hand technique. Han Fei smiled weirdly and turned the embroidery needle in his hand. I was waiting for you. When he activated the space technique, the young man paused, which gave Han Fei a chance. Pet. When he used the knock on the heavenly gate, the space effect was useless. But time was temporarily frozen. Boom. 2 venerables were killed in a short time. At this moment, a great Dao crack appeared, indicating the death of a venerable. Ren Tianfei's voice echoed throughout the entire Thousand-Star City. Yi gone. An advanced venerable from the Yi family of the Thousand-Star City, die. Before he finished speaking, Ren Tianfei continued to shout, Li family of the Thousand Star City, peak level advanced venerable, Li gone, died. In the sky, a rain of blood poured down. Han Fei attacked too fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 people died. Who could resist him? Behind Han Fei, the strong master who took Han Fei's punch flew away. He had planned to launch a sneak attack, but now he didn't want to fight. Han Fei ignored that person and tapped his finger, and the knife waves thousands of kilometers away rolled back. Han Fei roared, "Sun Shao Tian, I'd like to see whether your Sun family's immortal slaying array or my saber is stronger." Trapping Sun Shao Tian with countless saber waves, Han Fei casually blasted out hundreds of golden fist marks, all of which were directed at the white-haired old man holding the shield. The old man's speed was not so fast, but his strength was quite high. At this moment, he could actually withstand Han Fei's blow. Han Fei knew that he must be from the Yang family. At this moment, the old man took out another big shield and held a big axe in his other hand. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, full of fighting intent. The golden giant stepped on the void, setting off ripples. God of War. The old man also roared and his body bulged explosively. All his muscles bulged and his fighting intent soared. 100-meter-tall giant appeared in the sky. On one side was a giant of 100 meters, and on the other was a golden giant more than 30 meters tall. It seemed that the gap was a bit big. However, the moment the two sides collided, countless people in the Thousand Star City exclaimed. The 100-meter-tall giant unleashed a shocking axe light, and Han Fei met it with his fist, causing golden ripples. After 3 punches, everyone saw the difference. The 100-meter giant was shattered by Han Fei with 7 punches. And every time the old man collided with Han Fei, blood would spurt out. Bang! On the 8th punch, the big axe in the old man's hand was shattered by Han Fei's terrifying power, and the old man's arm exploded on the spot. His only barrier was the big shield. Knock, knock, knock. Like starlight flashing, in the blink of an eye, 100 golden fist marks struck the huge shield. And the old man behind the shield was shattered by this terrifying force. Fuse. Han Fei glanced at it, grabbed the shield with one hand, and slashed at the bloody body in the void with the other. Crack. The great Tao crack appeared again, indicating that the old man had died. Again. Ren Tianfei's voice echoed again, Yang Yu, the patriarch of the Yang family of the Thousand Star City, died. At this moment, the Thousand Star City exploded. How long had it been since Han Fei appeared? 4 venerables had died in a row. And they were all advanced venerables. Hiss. So strong. Is this Han Fei? Is this that Han Fei who was almost driven to desperation by the big clans in the Thousand Star City? On the islands of the Thousand Star City, countless people exclaimed in shock. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. Someone shouted, kill the big clans and revive the human race. On the top of the Heavenly Sword sect, on an ancient tree, a woman in white looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized this was Luo Xiaobai. Beside Luo Xiaobai, her father, Luo Tianhe, was also watching this scene. I really don't know how this person grew up. It's too terrifying. After thousands of years, the Thousand Star City is finally going to have another super powerhouse. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. 4 venerables had died in a row. Han Fei's strength was undoubtedly recognized by everyone in the Thousand-Star City. Those who died were venerables, not cabbages. How long had it been since Han Fei appeared on the sky screen and fought? In just a short moment, 4 peak-level advanced venerables had died. Even an idiot knew that the Thousand-Star City was about to change. Pure Sun Island, Su family. At this moment, everyone in the Su family looked up at the sky. The current head of the Su family, Su Yang, was weeping with joy. He knew that the Su family's glorious day was coming. Su Yang mumbled, "Patriarch, you won the bet." Outside the Thousand-Star City. On the Scattered Stars Island, on the streets of the City of Justice, on the windows and roofs of the carnival shops, and at the doors of the refining halls, all the pedestrians stopped what they were doing. When the first sky crack appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Marshal Han has ascended to the sky and started to slaughter venerables." Someone chugged the liquor and laughed out loud. "Great. I don't respect anyone but Marshal Han in this world." A moment later, when the second great Tao crack appeared, hundreds of millions of people were in an uproar. On the Scattered Stars Island, people were yelling everywhere. "Good. Good job. Only Marshal Han can do that." 36 towns. The people widened their eyes and looked at the sky. Some were praying, and some were shouting. The teachers of almost all the academies in the 36 towns were yelling. "Cultivate. Come on. Sit down. Don't think too much." Marshal Han once said that the blood rain contains an inexplicable power that can help people make a breakthrough. Blue Sea Town. All the properties of the fish dragons were not open today. Li Gang organized 3,000 members and prayed for Han Fei's victory. Nobody could say anything to what the fish dragons did. Han Fei was the leader of the fish dragons, and Li Gang was just a deputy leader. If it weren't for Han Fei, the fish dragons would have been wiped out. Heavenly Water Village. The old village leader lay on his chair facing the sky with a smile on his face full of pride. "You have to win. Our village only has one peerless genius, that is you, so you have to win." Before the first Venerable One died, Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of power, of faith pouring into his body. It seemed that what he did on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns was starting to work. Some people began to pray that they would win. When the first Venerable died, Han Fei felt that the power of faith suddenly increased by more than 30%. When the second Venerable died, the power of faith doubled. The third, the fourth, the power of faith surged into Han Fei's heart. At this moment, Han Fei had killed 4 Venerables in a row. Because Han Fei's fighting speed was too fast and too fierce, most people were killed by Han Fei before they could react. Sun Xiaotian, who was trapped in the Blade Inferno, roared, "Old Demon Chu, do you want to see us die? Come on, do something." However, Han Fei sneered. "Oh. I thought you came to ambush me voluntarily." Thad wanted to say that if you took the initiative to sacrifice your lives, I might consider showing some mercy to your family. It turns out that you are reluctant. Humph, who told you that old Demon Chu can save you? At this moment, Han Fei's Blade Inferno had shrunk to a radius of 1,000 meters. At this moment, Sun Xiaotian roared, "Han Fei, don't force me to blow myself up to crush the 3,000-kilometer radius and kill all the creatures." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Self-explosion? Who gave you the illusion that you could explode in front of me? Huh?" Sun Xiaotian was about to detonate himself. The Sun family was the first to become enemies with Han Fei. It could be said that they accompanied the growth of Han Fei. So, it was almost impossible for Han Fei to let him go. At this moment, the only thing Sun Xiaotian could do was to preserve his dignity. At least, he couldn't die as easily as others. But how could Han Fei let him? How much damage would it cause if a venerable detonated himself? Although someone would take the blame, Han Fei didn't want them to blow themselves up. He still needed to absorb the souls of these people. In this short moment, Han Fei's void lines had been swallowing crazily. Han Fei's soul power had increased by more than 5,000 points. Come my knife. Han Fei stepped into the blade inferno and walked 1,000 kilometers with one step, holding the void as a knife. When he slashed out, the void collapsed, and billions of knife lights rushed into the deity-slaying array. Han Fei had already pressed Sun Xiaotian's head. Huff. Han Fei swallowed a large amount of energy. With a flip of his hand, he launched the embroidery needle and blew up Sun Xiaotian's soul. Boom. At this moment, 5 of the Grand Venerables of the big clans had died, and one venerable took the opportunity to escape. If he hadn't fled fast enough, he would have become the 6th. Ren Tianfei's voice sounded again. Sun Xiaotian, from the Sun family of the 1,000-star city, an advanced venerable, died. Ren Tianfei's voice was like thunder. The billions of people in the 1,000-star city were shocked. Someone gasped crazily. Slaying the 5 venerables in a row? And the strongest ones? I've never even heard of these super powerhouses he killed. Among the descendants of the Sun family, there were no longer any outstanding heavenly talents. After hearing the news of Sun Xiaotian's death, they were all devastated. In the Yang family, Yang Nanqi almost went crazy. The *starred Han Fei, you killed our patriarch. I can't live under the same sky as you. Yang Diyu caught Yang Nanqi, who was in a crazy state, but he had already been slammed to the ground a dozen times. Yang Diyu roared, "That's enough. You'd better stop. You're nothing compared to Han Fei." Yang Nanqi roared, "T'll smash him to death with my hammer." Shut up. An old man from the Yang family stood out and yelled, "Yang Nanqi, remember. Now, the most important thing is to preserve your lives. Han Fei is vengeful. However, the higher his status is, the less likely he will attack you. Remember, no matter what happens, don't go to him for trouble." In the Yi family, Yi Baiyu clenched his fists. Today, the big clans in the 1,000-star city only existed in name. Their top venerables had died. How could they still be called big clans? In front of him was a magic book named Heavenly Void Divine Rock Secret Technique. It was said that if one practiced this technique, they would become extremely powerful. However, because this technique was still in the research stage, it was very likely to turn the cultivators into birds. Of course, this was just a rumor. After all, most of the ancestors of the Yi family who practiced this technique died. However, Yi Baiyu took a deep breath. Isn't being a human and being a bird all about cultivation? As long as I can become the strongest, what's the big deal of becoming a monster? In the Qin family, Chen said excitedly, "Why is the patriarch of the Qin family involved in this matter? Han Fei obviously can't be meddled with. Now that the patriarch failed, the consequences are obvious." Someone sighed. "What do you think the Qin family could do? We are a recognized big clan. The Sun family and other big clans wanted a joint action. Do you think our Qin family could refuse to participate?" the man heaved a long sigh. It seems that Han Fei not only wants to suppress the 1,000 stars, but also wants to sweep the 1,000 stars. The entire Inyang world was discussing, shocked, and looking forward to what Han Fei would do next. Ren Tianfei said, the one who escaped is Chen Long, from the Chen family. Han Fei's lips curled. Oh. So he's from the Chen family. No wonder he burned his blood to escape when he found things were not right. Han Fei shouted, the big clans in the 1,000-star city, except for the Chu sect, listen to me. Prepare all your resources and wait at home. Wait for me to send people to collect the resources one family after another. In addition, all the people above the law enforcer realm in the big clans are on standby. At home. In the future, follow me to battle and use military exploits to redeem your freedom. My orders can be supervised by everyone. Anyone who violates my order will be killed. After saying that, Han Fei stood in front of the Chu sect's family protecting array. There were not many people on the island. Those who could escape were all fleeing. Through the array, Han Fei looked at old Demon Chu, who was sitting in the array, and smiled contemptuously. Old Demon Chu, do you still want your Chu sect to continue? If you do, then die. If you kill yourself, I'll treat your descendants kindly. There were 7 venerables in the Chu sect. Now, there were only 6 left. Among them, old Demon Chu was already a fake king. Although Chu Menwang had died, there was still 1 junior peak level venerable, 3 intermediate peak level venerables, and 1 advanced peak level venerable. Han Fei was confident that he could end the battle in 3 seconds if old Demon Chu didn't participate in the battle. The venerables were powerful, but there was the difference of the strong and the weak in this realm too. If you grasped the great Tao, others could grasp it too. If you were strong, the others were stronger. After all, if I could crush you in all aspects, how could you survive? Han Fei was not in a hurry. He stood in the void and looked at old Demon Chu quietly. After a long time, old Demon Chu slowly stepped into the sky and looked at Han Fei. Do you know how many venerables there are in the 1,000-star city? Han Fei shook his head with a smile. I don't know. Old Demon Chu said, just a moment ago, there were 28 venerables left. You killed 5 venerables alone. Han Fei smiled. Really? Old Demon Chu said, including me, there are 6 venerables from the Chu sect. And 6 ones from the Chao family. Not including those in the 7 major sects. There aren't many venerables left. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, so? Old Demon Chu looked at Han Fei indifferently. There are only these venerables in this world, but you almost killed them all. Humph. Just to pursue your so-called freedom? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei looked at old Demon Chu as if he were an idiot. I'm very curious about something. I really don't understand. Why do so many of you take it for granted that it's you venerables who support this world? You speak as if the world can't do without you. Old Demon Chu narrowed his eyes. It's a matter of course for the strong to support the world. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. The ignorant are truly fearless. If you know what is going on in the cage, would you still be so smug? Han Fei looked at old Demon Chu seriously and said, now I know why we are on opposite sides. Why? Han Fei sneered. Because you think too highly of yourselves, because you are too stupid. People like you, even if there is no heavenly Tao Dharma even if this cage doesn't restrict you from becoming a king, and even if you become a king, none of you will become a powerful king. Your vision is too narrow. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly figured it out. Perhaps this was the disadvantage of ancient families. They were too arrogant and thought that they were the greatest in the world. But they were nothing but frogs in a well. Han Fei believed that not all families were as stupid as these ones. Han Fei didn't bother to argue with old Demon Chu. He pointed his sword at old Demon Chu and shouted in a low voice, "The venerables of Chu sect must die. Today. No one can escape. Everyone in Chu sect, from hidden fissures to explorers, are to join the army." Old Demon Chu sneered. "Do you like to see how a mere peak level advanced venerable like you can destroy my Chu sect today?" Han Fei laughed and said loudly, 7 major sects, is anyone willing to join my side? You just need to hold off the other venerables of Chu sect before I return. When I return, I'll kill them. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch spoke. "A year ago, old Demon Chu attacked our sect. Now, although I haven't recovered, it's not a problem for me to hold off a mere advanced venerable." In the Sea Cloud Tower, Fire Moon Fairy stepped out. "As a woman, I think I can only keep one junior venerable." A big sword from the Grand Void Academy swept across. An ice kiss flew out of the Jade Fairy Palace, and the void swayed as the ice kiss crossed the sky. Boom! Someone from the Death Door sect and the Mountain Sea Pavilion broke through the sect protecting array and crossed the void. At this point, Han Fei was the only one who came to the Thousand-Star City. Was it because he had no one to use? Of course not. Han Fei shouted these words just to get people to stand on his side. The 7 major sects were on the same side. Now Han Fei had risen to prominence and was unstoppable. If they didn't join Han Fei's side now, there wouldn't be another chance for them to join his side. With Han Fei's lightning-like methods and vengeful personality, today, if any of the 7 major sects didn't take sides with Han Fei, it would be taken out of the 7 major sects. A venerable of the Zhang family, the only big clan that was wise enough to surrender to Han Fei, heaved a long sigh. Even if they took sides with Han Fei now, Han Fei wouldn't show mercy to them. Fortunately, on the last day, they didn't fight against Han Fei. Zhang Sun didn't know if Han Fei could win or if old Demon Chu was stronger. However, in terms of potential alone, old Demon Chu was far inferior to Han Fei. Han Fei's growth was a miracle. This kind of miracle shouldn't exist at all. The moment Han Fei killed Chu Menwang. In fact, the big clans already knew that Han Fei was invincible. However, the other families weren't as strong as the Zhang family. Old Demon Chu could force other families, but he couldn't force the Zhang family. This was because even old Demon Chu knew that if the Zhang family really fought to the death, the entire human world would be in trouble. Anyway, old Demon Chu didn't lack the combat power of an advanced venerable, so he didn't force him. In fact, apart from these big clans, the Wang family, where Wang Zetian was, also had a peak-level junior venerable. There were only 3 such families in the entire Yinyang world. Old Demon Chu didn't care about the strength of a junior peak-level venerable. At this critical moment, old Demon Chu didn't have the time to care about it. According to Han Fei's personality, apart from the 7 major sects, all the big clans with venerable level existences were his targets. At this moment, the strong masters of the 7 major sects all came out. Voices echoed in the void, indicating that the star turtle had also entered. The Thousand-Star City. The star turtle shouted, "Han Fei, I'm here to help you fight." Han Fei said without looking back, "Mr. Shui, Elder Chen, please check the big clans in the Thousand-Star City." Han Fei's voice echoed, "All the big clans with explorers in the Thousand-Star City, listen to me and register. As for where to go in the end, wait for me to return victorious." "Heh, you can pray that I can't return." Then, Han Fei said, "Star Turtle, it's indeed time for you to fight. I happen to need someone to block an intermediate venerable from the Chu sect's side. You can do this job." Old Demon Chu didn't stop Han Fei. In the Chu sect, Han Fei's former opponent, Chu Qingyan, had a complicated expression. She didn't choose to leave, because she knew that she couldn't. Han Fei must remember her. She wanted to bet on whether Han Fei would attack her or not. However, when she saw all this, she sighed inexplicably. In the past, she even thought that Han Fei was no match for her. But reality slapped her face again and again. When Han Fei was still a law enforcer, he could easily defeat her. All these years, she had been cultivating like crazy and had great luck. However, she had only just become an advanced explorer. This speed was already extremely fast. It had only been 13 years. However, the gap between her and Han Fei was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where she suspected that Han Fei might not even remember her. Since Han Fei said that he would kill the king today, Old Demon Chu had been waiting. No matter what Han Fei did, as long as he died, everything he did would be meaningless. Old Demon Chu was waiting for Han Fei's arrogance to rise to the highest point, and waiting for Han Fei to be so arrogant that he thought he would definitely win. At this moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the infinity water returned. Old Demon Chu nodded slightly, and all the venerables of the Chu sect took action. They were members of the Chu sect, and the Chu sect's prestige couldn't be violated. Buzz. The Chu sect's mountain protecting array was melting. Old Demon Chu stepped on the void, creating ripples. Hiss. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a weird green worm that was 1,000 feet long and looked like a centipede. It arched its body, and thousands of its tentacles were wriggling. Information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Name: Moon Leech. Introduction: a moon-eating leech, a special creature from ancient times. It has the ability to eat the moon and time. After swallowing a certain amount of moonlight, it can activate the Great Time Technique, disrupt the world, and cause the enemy to fall into a time domain. Level: greater than 89. Quality: Ancient Descendant. Great Tao Time. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: none. Unabsorbable. Remarks: as long as there is moonlight, the domain remains unbreakable. When Han Fei saw the information, suddenly, a green light burst out of the eyes of the moon leech. This insect actually used light to transform its domain. Buzz. In the next moment, above the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei and Old Demon Chu disappeared without a trace. The sky-hanging mirror lost its effect, and people couldn't see Han Fei through the sky-hanging mirror anymore. Han Fei felt that the scene in front of him changed. This was a strange domain wrapped in time. Han Fei could see a large number of blue halos flowing outside the domain. If it weren't for the fact that they flowed very slowly, Han Fei would have suspected that he had entered the river of time. The old turtle said, "Not good. This bug forcibly changed the timeline, separating you from the world just now. In this case, if you want to break This space, you have to kill old Demon Chu. Otherwise, you won't be able to. Get out. Opposite Han Fei, old Demon Chu looked at Han Fei coldly. From now on, no one can help you. If you die, the 1,000-star city will still be the 1,000-star city, and I will still be the strongest in the 1,000-star city. The Chu sect's glory will continue. Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. I have to admit that I admire you. You are the only person I know who can apply the great Tao to such an extent in the venerable realm. However, if pulling me into an independent domain is all your preparations, then, I can only say that you are digging your own grave. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei activated the great Tao, and his aura sword blades were everywhere. In his hand was the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Embroidery needle. Han Fei grinned ferociously. As it happens, I haven't fought a real fake king yet. Now I can have a try. Cut the crap. Old Demon Chu didn't want to give Han Fei any time. He chose to attack directly. With a shake of his hands, 2 swords appeared in his hands. Swish. 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 The 2 swords slashed, and 3,000 sword shadows bloomed like a lotus flower, sweeping in all directions. Old Demon Chu's sword rose and broke through the air, and his sword chi was mystic and powerful. He wanted to kill Han Fei as soon as possible. Seeing the overlapping sword auras, Han Fei thought to himself, this move of Old Demon Chu is even stronger than Sun Xiaoyan's Immortals slaying array. Boom. Boom. However, Han Fei grinned and said, I have many tricks to try. Take 2 punches from me first. The 2 sacrificing punch marks were just appetizers. Wherever the fist marks passed, the void energy was triggered and blasted out with magnificent void power. Old Demon Chu sneered. I know that you can be unaffected by the great Tao of time, but so what? Can't it affect your attack? Old Demon Chu waved his hand casually, and something seemed to be wrong with the time in front of him. Han Fei's sacrificing punch was dissolving when it passed that area. The old turtle, he used time to corrode your power. Han Fei roared, 100 beast soul devouring. Let me see, how many great techniques you can influence. In the 1,000-star city, when Han Fei and old Demon Chu disappeared, even Ren Tianfei exclaimed. Ning Jing, who had come to protect Han Fei, saw this scene and appeared where Han Fei disappeared. Then, Ning Jing's expression changed drastically as she looked at Ren Tianfei. Where is he? Ren Tianfei's clone also frowned. I haven't found him either. Wait for my original body to come. The moment Ren Tianfei spoke, he saw an elegant middle-aged man walking over slowly. It was none other than Han Guanchu. Ning Jing's eyelids twitched. Your son is gone. I can't sense him at all. Han Guanchu said, Old Demon Chu's spiritual beast is called the Moon Leech. It has the ability to leave the current timeline for a short time. In other words, they are not in this world now. Hiss. Ren Tianfei and Ning Jing both gasped. Not in this world? Change the F***king. Timeline? How could there be such a strange spiritual beast in this world? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Guanchu in surprise. Don't you panic at all? Han Guanchu grinned. Panic? He's going to become a king. How can a king be defeated by a fake king? Ning Jing, but he's only a peak-level advanced venerable now. Han Guanchu smiled. His experience is enough for him to deal with everything. 1. In the time domain, Han Fei activated the 100-beast soul devouring. Such a soul attack couldn't shake old Demon Chu at all. This guy had set up the time technique on him. The old turtle said he extended the range of sound infinitely, so he couldn't hear it himself. Han Fei was confused. Could time be used like this? But fortunately, he could still fight old Demon Chu head-on. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 After only 10 seconds, old Demon Chu was already defeated. He discovered that Han Fei's strength was beyond his imagination. How could a peak-level advanced venerable have a super strength of more than 30,000 waves? Old Demon Chu had lived for almost 5,000 years and believed that his strength had reached its limit. Even if he failed the tribulation and became a fake king, his strength was only 21,000 waves. It couldn't compare to Han Fei's at all. Fortunately, his great Tao of time could slow down Han Fei's power. After all, the power Han Fei used would decrease with distance and time. Otherwise, with Han Fei's pure strength, even old Demon Chu would be defeated. At this moment, Han Fei also saw that old Demon Chu could still persist under his power. It must be because of the time barrier on him. However, how could he break the time barrier? Han Fei roared, all laws forbidden in this space. However, this time, it didn't work. Old Demon Chu sneered. This is my time domain. How can your technique work? Han Fei sneered. If you're so capable, why didn't you break my other techniques? In an instant, Han Fei knew that the reason why his forbidden technique couldn't work was probably that he wasn't in the normal timeline. It was equivalent to being in a parallel space. He wasn't even sure which space he was in. Seeing that this trick didn't work, Han Fei changed the great Tao of heaven enlightenment into the great Tao of gravity. Buzz. Even though old Demon Chu had changed time, Han Fei was very sure that old Demon Chu was subject to the same restrictions as him. Therefore, Han Fei pressed down with the great Tao of gravity, and the irregular gravity descended, directly disrupting old Chu's rhythm. Boom! At the moment when the great Tao of gravity took effect, Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and activated the knock on the heavenly gate. Pfft. The technique of knock on the heavenly gate condensed the technique of space and time into a rod, which happened to deal with old Demon Chu's time barrier, and shattered half of old Demon Chu's body. Once the power weakened, Han Fei naturally seized the opportunity. When the time domain around old Demon Chu became unstable, the embroidery needle struck again. However, this time, Han Fei used the heavenly god stab, which pierced into old Demon Chu's soul. Bang! Old Demon Chu's great Tao collapsed. Han Fei twisted the void and appeared in front of old Demon Chu in an instant. Bam! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two collided 1,000 times, and old Demon Chu's body was shattered. Buzz! Han Fei activated the void lines, but old Demon Chu's figure suddenly appeared elsewhere. The old turtle said he changed the time, knowing that he would face great danger in the next moment. He consumed a lot of the power of time and returned to his peak state a moment earlier. Seeing that the old guy was covered with a time barrier again, Han Fei sneered. Old Demon Chu, this time refining technique must have consumed you a lot of energy, right? But my great Tao of gravity doesn't consume much. I'd like to see how long you can last. Like a cat and mouse game, Han Fei clearly realized the horror of the time technique. In a sense, as long as he completely controlled the great Tao of time, he was almost immortal. Even if he knew that he was going to die in the next second, he could return to the time earlier. This magical power was simply a bug. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't exist. After 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that the power of his great Tao could last at most another 100 seconds. If he couldn't take down old Demon Chu within 100 seconds, he could only temporarily enter Forge the Universe. To recover, it can ignore time and rules and crush the opponent's great Tao. Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help cursing. He had forgotten such an important thing. He still had the supreme yin-yang wheel. Buzz. When the yin-yang symbol appeared, old Demon Chu asked in shock, "What kind of technique is this? Why do you have such an inheritance?" It seemed that old Demon Chu knew something about the supreme yin-yang wheel. But now, Han Fei was full of killing intent. He had consumed 10 wisps of chaotic qi in his body. He had been fighting crazily. If it weren't for the time-secret technique that saved old Demon Chu time and time again, old Demon Chu would have been reduced to powder by Han Fei. Pfft. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief when the supreme yin-yang wheel cut into old Demon Chu's time barrier. Sure enough, a fake king was actually not much stronger than a half-king. However, after being tempered by part of the heavenly tribulation, his understanding of the great Tao was deeper, and his body's comprehensive qualities were stronger. This difference created the illusion that a fake king was stronger than a half-king, but in fact, it wasn't. At this moment, old Demon Chu blocked with his double knives, but the double knives were immediately full of cracks. Han Fei took the opportunity to fuse the infinity water into old Demon Chu's body. Buzz. Sure enough, in the next moment, old Demon Chu disappeared and appeared in another place. However, judging from old Chu's pale face, he seemed to be waiting for Han Fei's power to fade. Both of them had their own schemes, but Han Fei suddenly grinned. "I was thinking, if you completely reverse time, where would my things be?" "Who knew that my things would stay with you?" "Huh?" Old Demon Chu's face suddenly changed. He seemed to realize something and was about to reverse time again, when his body suddenly exploded. Rumble. The terrifying explosion directly blew old Demon Chu into dust. After all, not everyone could have an indestructible body like Han Fei. The moment old Demon Chu exploded, Han Fei controlled the supreme yin-yang wheel. Immediately, he fused with little black and little white. He scanned with his yin-yang divine eyes, and immediately saw that a soul light was releasing a large amount of energy. "Humph, you won't be able to revive. Let's see how you can reverse time." Chi La. Han Fei drew his knife from the void, and a space crack was cut out by Han Fei. After one attack, another soul fragment appeared. Han Fei aimed the void lines at one of the soul fragments. Roar. The 100-beast soul devouring was activated. Bang. He used the knock on the heavenly gate again. This time, the real explosion blasted countless holes in this time domain. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that soul power was returning to his body through the void lines. At this moment, Han Fei grinned and removed the power of the great Tao, and his body slightly softened. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath of energy, and the time around gradually changed. Although the location of the battle was exactly the same, there were still differences between the environment and the people on the island at 2 different times. Boom. At that moment, in the sky, there was a huge crack that stretched across the north and south of the Thousand-Star City. 36 towns. Scattered Stars Island. When everyone saw the huge crack, they all exclaimed, "Who died? Why is the weather so terrifying?" Outside, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw Han Guangqiu, Ren Tianfei, Ning Jing, and Li Daxian waiting. On the other side, Old Jiang, Old Bai, and the others were also on their way to the Thousand-Star City, and some had just appeared in the Thousand-Star City. However, they never expected Han Fei to finish the fight so fast. At that moment, Han Fei looked at Han Guangqiu. "Can you give me some time?" Han Guangqiu nodded slightly and glanced at Ning Jing and Ren Tianfei. "Let's go, one." Li Daxian mumbled, as expected of a disciple of the Thug Academy. "He's indeed powerful." When they left, the sky curtain opened again. After more than 300 seconds, the sky curtain opened again. When Han Fei's figure appeared before the billions of people in the Thousand-Star City, the entire Thousand-Star City burst into cheers. At that moment, Han Fei grinned and said, "I announce that the Chu sect is destroyed today." The destruction of Chu sect was not just the destruction of a family, but also the end of an era. Han Fei had never fought a fake king before, so he didn't know how strong a fake king was. However, after the battle with old Demon Chu, he knew the combat power of a fake king and how strong he himself was. His flesh and blood were separated from his bones twice during the two tribulations. The price he paid wasn't for nothing. Every experience seemed devastating, but it actually made Han Fei stronger. From this moment on, Han Fei dare not say that he was invincible below the King realm, but in the entire Yinyang world, Waterwood world, or the cage. There were probably only the three kings who could continue to suppress him. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky and scanned the entire Thousand-Star City with his perception. Listening to the countless cheers, Han Fei felt greatly comforted. This was a special feeling. Victory? Or hope? This was completely different from when he took down Yu City. Yu City was Shiman Linglan's era, Shiman Linglan's dream. And the Thousand-Star City was his era. Phew. Han Fei took a long breath and felt that the magnificent power of faith was pouring into his body. In addition to the power of faith, Han Fei felt that a stone in his heart had been dropped. Since entering the Thug Academy, he was destined to have an opposing relationship with the big clans. Today, the big clans were at the end of their road. And his strategic layout in the Thousand-Star City could be said to have been completely achieved. Han Fei felt that his state of mind had changed greatly, as if he had been sublimated in an instant. At this moment, Han Fei deeply felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. This surprised Han Fei. He desperately wanted to make a breakthrough, but his body wasn't in its peak state yet. Would it affect his foundation? Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what will happen if I make a breakthrough now?" The old turtle said, "Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any difference. Your problem isn't whether to make a breakthrough or not. It's just that your body is uncoordinated. Logically speaking, it's better to make a breakthrough after your body is coordinated." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei suppressed the urge to make a breakthrough. In the sky, in the eyes of outsiders, he was only silent for a moment. At this moment, everyone was still immersed in the waves of cheers. Therefore, they didn't feel that Han Fei paused for a second. Han Fei said, "My fellow human beings, please wait for a few days. When the people from the Scattered Stars Island come and finish counting the big clans, The passage from the Thousand Star City to the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns will be fully opened. Everyone, a new era, a free era, an era that belongs to you is coming. Roar. Marshal Han, Marshal Han. Marshal Han is awesome. In fact, many people knew about the City of Justice. After all, there were many people from the Thousand Star City on the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, many people, especially the low-level cultivators, were full of anticipation for the future. Amidst the carnival, Han Fei said leisurely, "But before that, I have something to do. The remaining venerables of Chu sect, you can't atone for your crimes even if you die 100 times. I may spare the others, but I won't spare any of you." Han Fei's voice was firm. As soon as he said so, all the venerables and explorers in the Thousand Star City gasped. Han Fei had already killed old Demon Chu. He was invincible. The extra venerable meant more combat power. Wasn't Han Fei too bloodthirsty? Even Ren Tianfei asked, "Didn't you kill too many people? Why not keep the venerables? That way, you can have more people to use in the future?" Han Fei sneered. "I don't lack these venerables." With that, Han Fei stepped into the void. A moment later. Boom. Boom. 5 more venerables died within 100 seconds. Just as Han Fei said, none of the Chu sect's venerables were spared. Han Fei's powerful methods frightened the remaining members of the big clans in the Thousand Star City. All the big clans seemed to have lost their backbone and were all hiding at home, waiting for Han Fei's people to deal with them. All the Chu sect's venerables were killed without mercy? At this critical moment, who dared to stand out? Wouldn't that be like courting death? The ordinary people in the Thousand Star City didn't feel this way. At this moment, they were very happy. After all, they were never the masters of this city. Only when Han Fei appeared and the end of the big clans came did they have freedom. What did those venerables have to do with ordinary people? All this time, big clans like the Chu sect had monopolized the massive resources of the Thousand Star City. The Chu sect had monopolized more than half of the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Many people had no money and didn't even have a chance to participate in the trial. At this moment, Han Fei had solved the Chu sect for them. Did this mean that they wouldn't have to pay to enter the Thousand Star Proving Ground in the future? And these ordinary people felt that even if they still had to pay, they didn't have to pay as much as before. 1. At this moment, Han Fei killed 5 venerables in a row. Since then, he had slaughtered 11 venerables in a row. Even in the full-scale war with the sea demons last time, only so many venerables died. However, Han Fei swept through the Thousand Star City in 1 day and killed so many venerables. Han Fei was overjoyed. His current soul power had reached 136,114 points. In less than a month, his soul power had increased by more than 10,000 points. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a massive amount of resources, especially the Sun Moon shells he found from old Demon Chu. Among them, one Sun Moon shell contained the star beads controlled by the Chu sect. Only then did Han Fei remember that Luo Xiaobai once said that old Demon Chu could advance to a half-king because he went to the Thousand Star Proving Ground. The 9 star beads in the Thousand Star Proving Ground corresponded to the Venerable Realm. Han Fei looked at the Star Turtle and said, "Go to the Scattered Stars Island and inform the inspectors on the Scattered Stars Island that, all explorers, bring your men here to clean up the big clans." If anyone resists, kill them. The star turtle was startled. At this moment, the star turtle was quite sure that Han Fei was a killer, and that Han Fei was using it as his subordinate. However, the star turtle didn't dare to say anything. It said quickly, "Okay. Leave it to me." Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei appeared in the sky curtain again. This time, Han Fei shouted, Han Fei, order all the big clans in the Thousand Star City to hand over the star beads in the Thousand Star Proving Ground, including the 7 major sects and the Chow family. Hand over all the star beads. The star beads of our Thug Academy will also be supplied. In the future, these resources will be provided for the training of the people in the Thousand Star City for free. Hiss. Roar. Marshal Han is my hero. Marshal Han is really our savior. Son of *TCH, look. This is a real powerhouse. This is the leader of our human race. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, Han Fei supplied the star beads for free. Han Fei chuckled. My fellow countrymen, although the star beads are free to be used, there are only so many of them in total. Therefore, I will arrange for people to use the star beads in an organized way. According to the difficulty of the star beads and the number of people they can bear, they will be opened in an organized manner. I also encourage, you can walk out of the Thousand Star City, walk out of your comfort zone, take a look at the vastness of the outside world, and go to the Scattered Stars Island. There, it may be 100 times more interesting than the trial inside the star beads. In fact, the channel to the Scattered Stars Island was already crowded. Many people yearned to go to the Scattered Stars Island for a long time. However, the number of people allowed to pass the Scattered Stars Island every day was too few. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately said, "You don't have to worry. You can just wait at home for a few days. I'll immediately arrange for a teleportation array between the 36 towns and the Thousand Star City. The Scattered Stars Island is limited, but there are plenty of places in the 36 towns. You can go sightseeing. In the future, no one will stop you. However, remember not to cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Someone laughed. That's impossible. We're not the kind of people who cause trouble. Someone said with glowing eyes, That's great. I didn't expect to see the Thousand Star City being cleared in this life. Someone exclaimed, I have to go through the 36 towns and see what the different places are like. Amidst the talks and laughter of these people, Han Fei said, Okay, I hope you can spread the battle of the Thousand Star City to the public and convey my thoughts to more people. Now that the war has just ended, there are still a lot of things to do. I have a lot of things to do, so I have to go now. See you. Han Fei's casualness infected too many people. The entire Thousand Star City went crazy. Han Fei felt the power of faith surging wave after wave. In addition to the Thousand Star City, the people of the 36 towns and the people of the Scattered Stars Island were also crazily supplying power of faith. The people of the Thousand Star City naturally knew that Han Fei was very busy. Although the big clans were destroyed, only the venerables had died. These big clans still had so many islands under their rule, so many properties, and so many resources. There should be new arrangements. Han Fei could be said to be the supreme commander of the Yinyang world. He had to tend to these matters. Therefore, everyone understood why Han Fei was busy. However, these people didn't know that Han Fei came to the Heavenly Sword sect. Immediately, on the top of the sword energy mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect, Han Fei walked to Luo Xiaobai in white with a smile. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was no longer that little girl, but a cold and wise young woman. Seeing Han Fei's signature smile, Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Humph. What annoyed Han Fei most was dealing with all kinds of trivial matters. Like Xue Shenji, sitting in the marshal's mansion for 50 years? That was impossible for Han Fei. For example, now that the Thousand-Star City had just been conquered, Han Fei's first reaction was to find the person he trusted most to handle these things. Therefore, he came to Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, even Luo Xiaobai's father, Luo Tianhe, retreated far away. The master of the Heavenly Sword went back to recuperate. Mu Tianfeng was waiting far away for Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai to finish talking. Seeing Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei immediately praised her. Oh, you're a big girl. Now, I almost didn't recognize you. Luo Xiaobai snorted. Yes, you can kill a king now. Of course, you won't recognize me. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. No, I'm afraid that in a few more years it'll be your turn to kill a king. Han Fei was not kidding. Luo Xiaobai's cultivation speed had always been the fastest among everyone. Now with the influence of the ancient seed, Luo Xiaobai's current strength had reached the realm of an advanced explorer. Would ordinary people dare to imagine such a cultivation speed? This was potential. Although Old Bai and Old Jiang were not strong enough, they were from the pure Sundao Palace after all. Selected by them from the entire Yinyang world, how could Luo Xiaobai and the others be weak? Han Fei said, okay, I can fight, but I really can't clean up this mess. I have something to tell you. Hey, wait, fatty? Han Fei looked back, only to see that Lu Renquang had emerged from the void. More than 6,000 kilometers away. On the other side, Zhang Xuanyu also ran to Pure Sun Island. Lost for words, Han Fei scanned the area with his perception. Hey, where are you two going? We're in the Heavenly Sword sect. Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were shocked. Zhang Xuanyu asked, why did you go to the Heavenly Sword sect? Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Lu Renquang, wait for me. A smile appeared on Luo Xiaobai's cold face. In terms of feelings, even her father and brothers weren't as close to her as Han Fei and the others. On the other hand, they grew up together and had special feelings for each other. A moment later. As soon as they met, Zhang Xuanyu hugged Han Fei and punched him on the shoulder. Wow, you can kill a king now? I almost peed. Let me ask you, how do you cultivate? Lu Renquang was also lost for words. You killed 11 venerables in a row. Alone. To be honest, I'm too ashamed to come out now. Zhang Xuanyu heaved a long sigh. I tried my best, but I'm only an intermediate peak level explorer now. Alas. I still have a long way to go. Han Fei said disdainfully, okay, cut the crap. I have a lot of things to tell you, and I have to make it clear now. Seeing that Han Fei was no longer joking, Luo Xiaobai said, okay, tell us. Lu Renquang took out an advanced explorer-level turtle, skillfully skinned it, put it into a hot pot, and began to cook it. It was their habit to eat and chat. Half an hour later, the four of them sat around the stove and listened to Han Fei talk non-stop. Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, and Luo Xiaobai's eyes flickered. Obviously, she was shocked by Han Fei's experience. Zhang Xuanyu asked, so, there are indeed 2 kings in the waterwood world? Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes and said, the problem is not the 2 kings of the waterwood world. After all, one of the kings can be considered our friend or ally. However, the sea demon king must be an enemy. What I'm more concerned about is the cage. Are there really thousands of venerables there? Lu Renquan took a deep breath and said, it's fine, there are more than 1,000 venerables, but what did you just say? As many as 1,000,000. Explorers? Don't lie to me. Han Fei looked at Lu Renquan with pity and said, well, I don't have to lie to you. I fought a battle there and deployed 300,000 explorers. Lu Renquan, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, what's wrong with this world? In the past, an explorer was already a top existence. But one day, you told me that there were millions of such people in this world? My young heart can't bear it. Luo Xiaobai said, actually, I had guessed it. When you mentioned the 36 mystic worlds, I estimated that the combat power level here should be relatively low. Such a large territory doesn't even have a king. This is a problem. However, we can't improve our strength as quickly as you. Even if we were given another 10 years, our strength would probably only be between the peak of the explorer level or the half-venerable level. The only advantage of the 3 of us is that we know our own path clearly. In this aspect, we've saved a lot of time. At the mention of the road, Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. He said, Xiaobai, let me ask you, from which generation is the Luo family's divine manipulation technique passed down? Luo Xiaobai didn't know why Han Fei asked this question. She shook her head and said, well, I've asked about it too, but no one in my family knows. I only know that this bloodline may be passed on from generation to generation. That's all I know. Han Fei said solemnly, now, you must remember what I told you. Seeing Han Fei's serious expression, the 3 of them couldn't help but stop their chopsticks. Zhang Xuanyu said, just tell me. Why are you so serious? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him and said, there may be problems with the 5 major professions of human cultivators. Luo Xiaobai asked, what do you mean? Han Fei immediately explained the old turtle's theory to them. Han Fei said that the higher-level cultivators of a great Tao could absorb the power of lower-level ones of the same great Tao. The 5 major professions were probably passed down by the ancient powerhouses to cut the leak. Otherwise, why were the 5 major professions so popular? It seemed they were really a perfect combination. In fact, the old turtle wasn't 100% sure about this. Needless to say, the 5 major professions were indeed very strong. For example, as a spirit gatherer, Han Fei embarked on the path of the heaven enlightenment. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment was obviously a very high-end great Tao. Such a great Tao might only exist in the human race among the tens of thousands of races in the sea. Then, if he only walked the path of the heaven enlightenment in the future, became a king, or even an emperor, and then met a prime emperor who walked the path of the heaven enlightenment too, and killed him, then who could he cry to? Hearing Han Fei's analysis, Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, do you know the realm above the king? Han Fei was stunned too. He didn't know what Luo Xiaobai wanted to say. However, there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Han Fei nodded and said, a king establishes the sea, an emperor Opens the sky, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao. That's all I know. However, it's hard to tell what the exact realms are. Luo Xiaobai murmured, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao? Did we guess that there was an era, called the Age of Gods? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Besides, I can now tell you that this era does exist. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a while. I don't think there might be a problem with the path of cultivation. Obviously, there must be human ancestors who created the 5 major professions. However, we know that the 5 major professions were born in wars. The 5 major professions are about cooperation and combat. This probably means that there were 5 human pioneers who created the 5 major professions in order to resist certain forces. They needed the 5 major professions to nurture talents who could fight together with them. Zhang Xuanyu said, but that doesn't mean that those people didn't swallow low-level cultivators. Luo Xiaobai nodded. However, according to what you said, our human race has 36 mystic worlds. This is what we already know. The Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world are only in the wasteland. As for the other 36 mystic worlds, there might be more venerables and kings there. The people there should have 5 major professions too, right? As for the 36 mystic worlds, according to you, they were created by the earliest people who stayed behind. Then, in this vast sea, will there still be other humans living? If there are, will there be a large number of kings, emperors, and the like? If they follow the same great Tao and attract each other, these people will probably have long fought each other, and a top powerhouse has been produced from them. In the end, Luo Xiaobai said, one's great Tao isn't fixed. At least I don't think there are so many cruel killings among people in the sea establishment realm. After all, there are 2 kings in the Waterwood world alone. But in order to prevent people from hunting others of the same great Tao as them, we can study an extra great Tao. In this way, after we become a king, we'll still have another great Tao. Besides, we are still far from the peak of the venerable realm. By then, you might have already learned more information. Han Fei thought for a moment. That was true. When he became stronger, he would know more secrets. At that time, if any reapers wanted to attack Luo Xiaobai and the others, he wouldn't just sit by. In any case, his cultivation speed was much faster than theirs. At this moment, there were still many things waiting for Han Fei to do. When the mess in Yin-Yang world was mostly cleaned up, he would have to find Iner. At the very least, the probability of him becoming a king in Yin-Yang world was still too low. If he wanted to become a king, he had to find Iner back and rewalk the reincarnation circle. Only in this way could he unlock the river of time in the ideal palace and let it return to the natural timeline. Only then would the heavenly Tao Dharma I disappear. Once the heavenly Tao Dharma I disappeared, it would be the time for him to transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. His path to becoming a king was really not simple. As they chatted at the mountain peak of the Heavenly Sword sect, Han Fei told Luo Xiaobai and the others almost everything he knew. These secrets, in the eyes of others, were shocking secrets. But even if they knew them, it wouldn't make much difference. Now, even if Luo Xiaobai and the others knew these secrets, they only knew the outside world better. They would still have to rely on themselves to cultivate. No one else could help them. However, on the other hand, they knew that there were millions of explorers in the so-called cage, which gave them a sense of urgency. How many people could they resist at their current levels? To stand on the top of this sea, they needed to become venerables. Only venerables had certain life-saving abilities. Of course, that was only relative to the ordinary creatures in the sea. If they were faced with kings, emperors, or even stronger existences, venerables were just ants. However, without a doubt, becoming a venerable was a basic requirement. The higher the realm, the fewer people there would be. Although Han Fei easily killed dozens of venerables, it was not easy for a venerable to die. In the venerable realm, they were usually evenly matched. Taking risks in the vast sea would be easier for a venerable to grow. At that time, you would be faced with dangers everywhere. After dinner and wine, Han Fei got up. Xiao Bai, I still have something to do. During this period, I need the three of you to help me handle the big clans in the 1,000-star city and plan the use of the 1,000-star proving ground. And preside over the construction of the teleportation array between the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly and extended her hand. Han Fei? Luo Xiaobai said, I have to have a token to command your subordinates. Han Fei slapped his thigh and scanned around with his perception, only to see that Wang Lin was recruiting a small family 2 islands away. Han Fei immediately shouted, Wang Lin, come to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Hearing Han Fei's call, Wang Lin immediately responded and ran to the Heavenly Sword Sect. When Wang Lin arrived, he saw that Han Fei and the other 3 were eating around a big hot pot. Wang Lin bowed. The first thing he did was to hand over Han Fei's badge. Wang Lin had always been very conscious. Marshal Han, I'm here. What can I do for you? Han Fei said indifferently, well, you did a good job. These people are my teammates. In the days when I'm not around, take orders from Luo Xiaobai. As Han Fei spoke, he took the badge and casually handed it to Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei even felt that if it were Luo Xiaobai who was the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, she would be much more competent than him. Wang Lin certainly knew who Luo Xiaobai was. She was Han Fei's teammate, a genius of the Thug Academy and a heavenly talent of the Luo family. Besides, Luo Xiaobai was not weak and had already reached the realm of an advanced explorer. These 3 people were all at Han Fei's age. Becoming an advanced explorer at such a young age meant that she had a great potential. Wang Lin immediately cupped his fists. I understand. I'll listen to Miss Luo. Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei via voice transmission, what did you mean when you said that you wanted to integrate the people above the law enforcer realm of the big clans into an army? Are you going to the Waterwood world? Is the cage really going to collapse? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Luo Xiaobai was indeed smart. She knew his intentions without him saying it. The Yinyang world didn't have enough combat power. It was necessary to use the people of the big clans. The Waterwood world only had the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree left. In the future, there would be endless battles. Originally, he could ignore their battle for the time being. However, the cage was brimmed with energy, which could cause problems at any time. Once the cage had a problem, could the 35 venerables of the Yinyang world guard the Yinyang world? Therefore, if anything happened, he had to be prepared in advance. Yinyang world and Waterwood world always helped each other. Now that the Yinyang world's crisis was over, if he could overthrow the White Shell Royal City, the only thing he had to do was to deal with the unstable cage. And he would help Queen Life get rid of her enemy first. Then, when the crisis came, Queen Life would help him in return. Han Fei nodded. Yes. At least they can be counted as a combat power. We'll definitely have to fight a battle in the future. I haven't figured out how to fight it yet, but it won't be too far away. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, understood. The tacit understanding they had developed since childhood could save them a lot of trouble. After giving everything here to Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei gave all his sun moon shells to Lu Renquang. Han Fei only left one for himself, which contained a lot of spiritual spring, spiritual stones, demonic stones, and spiritual fruits. After all, Lu Renquang had worked in the logistics division. Han Fei said, Wang Lin, mobilize all personnel that the logistics division can mobilize. Wang Lin nodded. Yes, Marshal Han. Lu Renquang was stunned and swallowed crazily. Fei. There are too many resources here. Han Fei patted Lu Renquang's shoulder and said, You can keep some for yourself. But don't take too much. Too much free stuff might not be a good thing. Xiaobai, take care. Luo Xiaobai grunted in understanding. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei. Fei. What about me? Han Fei said leisurely, Xiaobai will arrange it for you. Why do you ask me? Zhang Xuanyu. While the 1,000-star city was having a party, Han Fei had a meal and then came to the Chao family. All this time, although Han Fei's impression of the Chao family was not bad, it was definitely not good. The Chao family didn't take sides in every major event. For example, when the faceless man attacked the 1,000-star city, old Han wanted Chao Tianji to take action, but this guy didn't do anything. Han Fei could roughly understand the Chao family. Most of the time, by taking no sides, they could protect themselves. However, it didn't do them any good either. You didn't have an enemy, but you didn't have any friends either. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't kind to them. Han Fei said, Chao Tianji, come out. The Chao family. The venerables were waiting nervously. Han Fei's strength had been fully revealed. The combined attack of the 5 peak-level advanced venerables was instantly shattered by Han Fei. Such combat power was beyond description. It could be said that Han Fei was invincible in the 1,000-star city at this moment. Patriarch. The venerables' faces darkened, and some of them sighed. They should have taken action earlier. Chao Tianji's eyes were cold. After more than 10 seconds, he sighed. I'm going to meet this guy outside. The Chao family. Chao Tianji removed the family protecting array. At this moment, Han Fei was the leader of the 1,000-star city. Since Han Fei could even kill old demon Chu, the Chao family certainly wouldn't be a problem for him. Therefore, it didn't matter if there was a family protecting array or not. Seeing Chao Tianji, Han Fei was even more certain that the Chao family must be related to the war giants. He was tall, brawny, and much taller than ordinary people. Chao Tianji looked at Han Fei. What brings you here, Marshal Han? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. What brings me here? I should have made it clear just now. From now on, there will be no big clans in the 1,000-star city. Your Chao family is no exception. Chao Tianji narrowed his eyes. Marshal Han, what are you going to do to the Chao family? Han Fei said, all the resources of the Chow family are to be handed over. All hidden fissures and above are to assemble and wait to be deployed, including you. Chow Tianji asked, aren't you too aggressive, Marshal Han? The Chow family is not the Chu sect. Han Fei said, in my eyes, your Chow family is no different from the Chu sect. If you refuse, I don't mind slaughtering the Chow family. To me, having a few more venerables or a few less is no different. I can nurture venerables, but I don't need any disobedient family. Chow Tianji's heart sank. Han Fei was even more domineering than Han Guanqiu, Ren Tianfei, and Patriarch Thug. Others might care about the peak combat power of the entire thousand-star city and the human race. However, what about Han Fei? He had no scruples at all. He was ready to kill. All the time. More importantly, Chow Tianji had fought Old Demon Chu. In terms of strength, Old Demon Chu wasn't much stronger than him. However, Old Demon Chu's time technique was too disgusting and was almost impossible to break. Now, Han Fei had broken it. Old Demon Chu was also killed. If Han Fei wanted to destroy the Chow family, it wouldn't be a big problem. Chow Tianji took a deep breath. Okay. It'll be at your disposal, Marshal Han. The Chow family can hand over everything. But, can the Chow family keep a few core disciples? Han Fei grinned. You mean Chow Qiu, right? Chow Qiu inherited some of the god of war's heritage, so you must want to protect him. Seeing that Chow Tianji didn't speak, Han Fei snorted coldly. Does your Chow family know about the war giants? Suddenly, Chow Tianji's pupils were constricted. I don't know what Marshal Han is talking about. Han Fei chuckled. Perhaps your race found the place where the giant king perished and accidentally found the news of the god of war. However, you can't contact the god of war at all. You can only hope that the bloodline works. How sad. Chow Tianji stared at Han Fei. It seems that Marshal Han knows a lot. Han Fei said disdainfully, I can even tell you that the god of war hasn't died yet. Looking at Chow Tianji's gradually stiff expression, Han Fei sneered. Even I'm somewhat related to the giant king. But my relationship with the war giants has nothing to do with your Chow family. Chow Qiu also needs to participate in the battle. Even I have to fight. Who do you think your Chow family is? This matter has been decided. No one can be the exception. Just wait for someone to come and take you in. Chow Tianji thought for a long time and said, the thousand-star city is already conquered by you. What war is still there? Why do we need so much combat power? Han Fei smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he extended his hand and said, give me your star beads. Chow Tianji. Before coming, Han Fei felt that the battle between him and Old Demon Chu might not end overnight. After all, Old Demon Chu had claimed to be a king, and he had never fought a fake king head-on. Therefore, Han Fei didn't expect that it would be so easy to wipe out the big clans in the thousand-star city. However, Han Fei wasn't surprised. After all, the heritage he had accumulated was enough. He earned his strength by risking his life. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been dead after experiencing the king-level tribulation twice. Han Fei knew that his luck was indeed good. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Although luck was elusive, it wasn't something he couldn't grasp at all. For example, he promised Queen Life that he would deal with the White Shell Royal City. This was his promise. If he completed it, he would get a share of luck. If he failed, he wouldn't have any luck. When dealing with the White Armor Emperor, as long as Queen Life could hold off the White Armor Emperor, there was a high chance of victory. Even if they couldn't kill the White Armored Emperor in the end, the White Shell Royal City wouldn't be able to resist the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the future. When the time came, the battle would be over. He had to find a way to quickly go to Glazed Glass World and bring back Einer's Yang body. With Yin and Yang combined, he could cross the cycle of reincarnation and become a king. Unfortunately, all his plans were not as fast as changes. Han Fei didn't know that his mentality would change so much after he destroyed the big clans. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he could break through to the peak of the Venerable Realm at any time. As soon as he reached the peak, he was only one step away from becoming a half-king. However, he couldn't make a breakthrough yet. Besides, he had always wondered where old Demon Chu transcended the tribulation. Although Han Fei didn't know the origin of the fake king, he guessed that either the heavenly tribulation was suddenly interrupted or there was a lack of special power somewhere, so it produced a fake king. The cage might be that kind of place. Then, the place where old Demon Chu transcended his tribulation might be a place similar to the cage? At this moment, Han Fei had 3 9-star beads, which were from Chu sect. These venerable level star beads were very likely where old Demon Chu successfully transcended the tribulation. At this time, very few people came to the 1,000-star proving ground. After all, Han Fei had swept the 1,000-star city and caused heavy rain of blood. It was the best time to make a breakthrough. Therefore, there were many cultivators in the 1,000-star city. Han Fei used the deceit technique to change his appearance into that of a stranger and found an empty corner. Holding a 9-star bead in one hand and the 9-palace luck ruler in the other, he tested the danger of each 9-star bead. However, the first star bead showed ominous. Ominous? Perhaps for ordinary people, this was really a dangerous divination result. But for Han Fei, he had experienced it countless times. The danger of this star bead was not high, and he could completely bear it. Han Fei licked his lips and chose to enter. Han Fei didn't use the vast ocean navigator to find the star bead where old Demon Chu transcended the tribulation because he planned to enter every one of the star beads. Plus the ones he got from the Chow family and the Thug Academy, he had a total of 9 star beads. Han Fei intended to go in one by one. Buzz. Sar. After Han Fei entered the first star bead, he saw a large area of blue light. According to the flow speed of this light, Han Fei asked in surprise, the River of Time? Yes, this space couldn't be scanned with perception. Han Fei didn't know how big it was. There was chaos everywhere, and only blue light could be seen. Say. Han Fei could also see many rotten bones in the blue time light. Some had turned into powder, some shattered, and some were relatively new. Han Fei sneered. That idiot, old Demon Chu, wants to let people step into the River of Time? However, none of them can withstand the erosion of time. As he talked, Han Fei walked forward and extended his hand wearing the time ring into the blue light. However, after holding on for about 10 seconds, Han Fei saw that his hand was decaying and quickly took it out. It seemed that the time ring was not omnipotent. It could only block the ordinary great Tao of time. If old Demon Chu had reached the King realm and used the great Tao of time, he might not be able to Block it with this time ring alone. Many thoughts suddenly popped up in Han Fei's mind. In fact, it wasn't that. The great Tao of time wasn't powerful. If he didn't have the time ring, he might really be no match for old Demon Chu. Besides, even though his strength completely overwhelmed old Demon Chu, this guy held on for a long time. Han Fei couldn't help but think that if he could use the time technique, it might be a great technique, even comparable to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. While Han Fei was still immersed in his imagination, the old turtle said, "No. This is not the river of time. This is the periphery of the river of time. However, this space seems to be connected to the river of time. As a result, the flow of time here has changed." Han Fei quickly came back to himself. How do you judge the flow of time? Here? Why don't you go out and have a try? Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. So, he activated the twin divine technique. After calculating the time, Han Fei reopened this space. Han Fei quickly concluded, 10 times. 10 times the speed of time here. 1 day here, 10 days outside. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. No wonder there were so many strong masters in the Chu sect. Was it because of this 9-star bead? The old turtle said, it's very likely. The time technique might also be derived from this place. It's not impossible to comprehend the time technique. Staying in such a special flow of time for a long time. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This place was actually very suitable for Zhang Xuanyu. If this guy came in, he would definitely poke time with his spear. With his talent, maybe one day, he might be able to poke a wisp of time away with his spear. As for Han Fei, he didn't need to study it. He could directly pass the Jade Stone Bridge and pretend to walk on the Great Tao of Time. By cheating, he could directly turn the Great Tao of Time into one of his great Tao. Han Fei licked his lips. With a thought, the green jade bridge appeared. Han Fei walked quickly to the center of the bridge and went down the steps. Han Fei fantasized, let me walk old Demon Chu's time Great Tao. However, this time, Han Fei only walked 3 steps before he couldn't continue. On the other side of the green jade bridge, the old turtle couldn't see Han Fei, so he didn't know what Han Fei was doing. The first time, Han Fei failed. The second time, Han Fei set his goal as being able to reverse time and return to a moment earlier. This time, when he reached the 5th floor, he couldn't hold on anymore. The third time, Han Fei set the target as a time freeze and controlling time to accelerate and slow down. However, this time, Han Fei walked directly to the bottom of the bridge. From then on, Han Fei saw that the path of the Heaven Enlightenment had a faint blue halo of the Great Tao of Time. When the green jade bridge disappeared, the old turtle asked, what were you doing? Han Fei smiled casually. To comprehend the Great Tao of Time. The old turtle exclaimed, wait, can it be comprehended so easily? The old turtle didn't know how powerful the green jade bridge was. Hearing what Han Fei said, he was shocked. F***ck, there is such a heaven defying bridge in this world? Han Fei didn't intend to hide it from the old turtle. After all, if he needed to use the time technique in future battles, the old turtle would find out sooner or later that he had mastered the Great Tao of Time. However, Han Fei didn't explain much. It seemed that this star bead was just a cultivation space. The river of time couldn't be passed. After all, the corrosive power was too dangerous. 1 day passed. Han Fei grabbed the 9 palace luck ruler and pointed it at the second 9 star bead. However, the 9-palace luck ruler showed greatly auspicious. Shoot. Hanfei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a greatly auspicious divination result. Could it be that the Chu sect hadn't discovered the secret of this star bead? Delighted, Hanfei entered without hesitation. As soon as he entered, Hanfei saw a world. Hiss. At this moment, Hanfei took a deep breath. Is this the city of justice? Hanfei was shocked. Yes, this was the real city of justice, the former Yu city. Although it wasn't the entire city of justice, it occupied at least 3,000 kilometers. However, when Hanfei looked up, it was a sunny day. Hanfei scanned around with his perception and found that there were still marine creatures in the surrounding sea. Hanfei extended his hand and a fishing pole appeared. Swish! The fish hook was cast 3,000 kilometers away. As soon as the fish hook was withdrawn, an explorer-level thunder fire green shark was pulled back by Hanfei. The thunder fire green shark was probably stunned too. I was swimming in the sea. How did I suddenly get caught? When it saw Hanfei, the thunder fire green shark was about to attack him when it felt its soul freeze and its body suddenly straighten. Its soul was controlled. Hanfei pointed at it and killed this unlucky thunder fire green shark. In Hanfei's eyes, fish were for eating, so there was no reason to let it go. When Hanfei clearly sensed that his soul power was growing, he was sure that this world was real. Hanfei frowned. Old Yuan, where are we now? The old turtle didn't answer the question but said, this is a real world. I sensed that there seemed to be strong masters in this city. Huh? Hanfei scanned it with his perception. No. The city is a mess. Alas, I failed to change the fate of this city in the end, and countless people died. Here. Hanfei could guess why some of the islands disappeared. Back then, the city of justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains were split by the ground veins. The Grand Myriad Mountains were split into many pieces, and a large part of them was in this star bead. And part of the city and the surrounding villages should have become the 1,000-star city. At that time, the floating stone that Shiman Linghan obtained wasn't enough to make the entire city of justice float. However, part of it might have been used. Hanfei closed his eyes and compared the remaining city of justice with the 1,000-star city. It was like a jigsaw puzzle, and he instantly took a tumble. After such a long time, although he felt that the 1,000-star city was derived from the land in the city of justice, it was just an estimate. However, because of the vicissitudes of life, those floating islands had changed. Oh, no, the topography of the floating islands had also changed drastically because of human activities. Huh. Hanfei took a deep breath. How many floating stones did Shiman Linglan find to create the current yin-yang world? Unfortunately, she didn't succeed in the last battle, or it might have ended differently. Thinking about it, Hanfei entered the city and went straight to the mayor's residence. The ruins and part of the broken walls had mostly turned into dust. In history. Dang. 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 Suddenly, Hanfei saw a large number of phantoms in front of him, which looked like an army. He could even feel a murderous aura. For a moment, Hanfei understood that this was an independent time-secret realm. If so, it all made sense. If it was a time-secret realm, who could say that this place wasn't real? For example, the space where little time lived. Who could say it was not real? However, What puzzled Han Fei was that if this was a time-secret realm, had he crossed the timeline? Knowing Han Fei's confusion, the old turtle explained, this should be a separate time fragment, which can't be compared with the real river of time. It should exist, just to preserve something. Han Fei nodded. Also, some of the traces here were just destroyed, containing a lot of lightning power. Heh. Old Demon Chu must be transcending his tribulation here. However, there is a strong knife intent here. I don't know where it came from. Logically speaking, Chu sect had already obtained this star bead. Old Demon Chu didn't transcend the tribulation here, because he didn't dare. He might have discovered that this was a time-secret realm, and he didn't know the success rate of transcending the tribulation here. Of course, from the looks of it, the result was obvious. This secret realm didn't have the conditions to make him successfully transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei grinned. If it's just for preserving things, it's easy to find. With that, Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and it began to spin quickly. Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei stood on a small island outside the City of Justice. Here, there were also broken walls, but this place was even more dilapidated than the City of Justice. If there were occasional walls among the ruins of the City of Justice, the walls on this island had already turned to dust. However, when Han Fei landed on this small island, his face turned livid and then slightly pale. This was because he discovered that this small island was actually the original Great Wilderness Village. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei was quite complicated. What exactly was in these 9-star beads? There was almost no danger in the last 9-star bead, but it was impossible that every 9-star bead was safe. Had the danger here been eliminated by Chu sect? Han Fei walked 100 kilometers with a single step and came directly to the small courtyard where he used to live. There, he had left a stone monument. However, Han Fei's perception scanned the place several times and only found some remnants of arrays. There was nothing else. Next door was the small courtyard where Shiman Linglan used to live. Han Fei scanned it many times with his perception, but still found nothing. Han Fei frowned slightly. He was about to take out the vast ocean navigator when he suddenly appeared on the reef. Although the reef was no longer a reef, most of the reefs had been exposed when the seawater receded. However, there were still reefs everywhere. Han Fei was very familiar with this place. Even the location of some reefs hadn't changed. Han Fei scanned the place with his perception. Although he didn't find anything, he found a large, flat slab. Han Fei grabbed and lifted the stone slab. There was a bone in the stone slab, a rib. Who would take such a thing? Even old Demon Chu and the others wouldn't have any interest in a bone buried on the shore. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned. His hands were shaking. When he grabbed the ribs, he suddenly turned around. 2 black lights shot at him from the City of Justice. Han Fei was about to attack, but the 2 black lights stopped half a meter away from him. Han Fei only made a move, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. He recognized the 2 black beams. Blade of Vengeance? Han Fei was shocked. This was Shiman Linglan's law enforcement blade, an extremely rare weapon type. Law enforcement ability. Han Fei took a step forward and arrived at the City of Justice in the blink of an eye. Han Fei shouted, "Shiman Linglan, Linglan." Swish. The Blade of Vengeance followed Han Fei to the City of Justice. At this time, the old turtle said, the source of the danger I sensed was these two knives. However, there seems to be no one here. Frowning, Hanfei looked down at the blade of vengeance and touched it. Logically speaking, the double knives were the law enforcement ability of Shimen Linglan. How could they exist alone? The moment Hanfei touched them, with a clang, the two sabers collided. The black weapon was fading, turning from black to silver. At this moment, information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Name, Blade of Hope. Introduction, it's a great Tao spiritual treasure. Someone sacrificed her life for the knives and was willing to become the knife spirit. It's a human sacred weapon polished by time. Holding the Blade of Hope can enhance one's luck. Nurtured with hope, this blade can enter the primordial chaos. Quality unknown. Recastable. Unrefined. Remark 1. As long as there is hope, the blade won't be destroyed. Remark 2. The Blade of Hope is looking for its owner over the long river of time. Hanfei took a deep breath. When he saw the Blade of Hope, he couldn't help but tremble. He remembered that on the day the City of Justice was destroyed, Shimen Linglan must be fighting sea demon venerables. She fought 3 venerables alone and lost in the end. However, no one saw where Shimen Linglan died. Therefore, if he hadn't experienced the War Soul Realm, he wouldn't know. Shimen Linglan probably knew that she couldn't cross the river of time before she died. Therefore, she chose to sacrifice herself for the knives and put her hope in the Blade of Vengeance. She hoped to use this to cross the river of time, because the Blade of Hope was essentially invisible. It was a law of the great Tao, a power of the great Tao. Therefore, it was indeed possible for Shimen Linglan to do this. Hanfei's hands trembled slightly. So, this Blade of Hope was Shimen Linglan? Hanfei's hands touched the blades. As if they were melted, the Blade of Hope naturally flowed into Hanfei's body, and a scimitar tattoo appeared on each of Hanfei's wrists. The old turtle asked in surprise, "It acknowledged you as its master? Isn't it too easy to do that? It didn't even suck your blood." Hanfei ignored the old turtle. What does this guy know? Hanfei smiled bitterly. With a thought, the Blade of Hope appeared in his hands again. Although they were invisible, they felt warm in his hands. Shimen Linglan sacrificed herself for the knives and turned them into the Blade of Hope. Hanfei felt extremely complicated. After reading the introduction and quality of the Blade of Hope, Hanfei asked, "Old Yuan, what is primordial chaos?" The old turtle was stunned for a long time. Primordial chaos? The old turtle asked in surprise, "Where did you hear this word?" "These knives?" Hanfei asked, "What's the problem?" The old turtle said, "I don't know, but it should be impossible. I only saw an explanation in an ancient book. Primordial chaos is a mysterious world that was created even before the existence of this universe. It's an era that existed even longer than the primordial age. It can't even be called an era, because it doesn't have the concept of time and space. Maybe it can only be called an existence." Although the old turtle didn't say anything, Hanfei already knew how extraordinary the Blade of Hope was. It was an indestructible knife. As long as there was hope, the double knives would be there. Even the demon purification pot couldn't tell its quality. It meant that the Blade of Hope's level had surpassed the concept of a human sacred weapon or a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and it had reached a level that even the demon purification pot couldn't confirm. This was probably why the 9 palace luck rulers showed greatly auspicious However, Han Fei was not very happy. As if thinking of something, Han Fei suddenly summoned the vast ocean navigator and asked, "Is Shiman Linglan's soul body still hidden in the blade of hope?" However, Han Fei was greatly disappointed. The vast ocean navigator didn't spin at all. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked the vast ocean navigator again, "Is Shiman Linglan in this 9-star bead?" But the vast ocean navigator still didn't spin. At this point, he had used up the number of times he could use the vast ocean navigator today. The blade of hope was his greatest opportunity and others' greatest danger. Han Fei thought that if it were someone else, the result might be completely different. He had lived with Shiman Linglan for so long. Except for him, no one else had ever touched the blade of vengeance. Han Fei threw this 9-star bead into Forge the Universe and put it away. This time Secret Realm would never appear in the world again. Although he didn't want to admit it, Han Fei couldn't find any reason why Shiman Linglan was still alive. Time. After a long silence, Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. The great Tao of time was indeed terrifying. He wondered, if he reached the peak of the great Tao of time, would he be able to enter the river of time, break the rules of the great Tao, and change fate? Unfortunately, this was not what he could imagine. Without the time dragon carp and the time ring, he might not even be able to defeat old Chu. Fortunately, Han Fei met old demon Chu now and realized the horror of the great Tao of time. Only by walking on this great Tao could he avoid being tricked by others in future battles. Sitting cross-legged in the City of Justice for a day, Han Fei gathered his thoughts and left the world of this star bead. For Han Fei, he still had a lot of things to do. Being immersed in the memories of the past would only make him weak. Recalling his thoughts, Han Fei opened the third 9-star bead. As for this one, the 9 Palace Luck Ruler's divination directly showed the greatly ominous divination result. Furthermore, this marker seemed to be a little unstable, shaking slightly towards the impasse. Seeing this scene, Han Fei threw out a stream of chaotic qi. Seeing that it didn't work, Han Fei threw 6 streams of chaotic qi in a row, turning the greatly ominous into the ominous. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. As expected of the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, this ability to change one's luck was really remarkable. When the divination result showed ominous, Han Fei stepped into the world of the star bead without hesitation. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei entered this space, he felt infinite murderous aura. The deathly aura here was thick, and the pressure in the air shocked Han Fei. Han Fei exclaimed, "What a terrifying suppressing pressure." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. For the first 2 9-star beads, one was not dangerous in itself, and the other was not dangerous for him. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it was extremely dangerous. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was a wasteland that had been destroyed by the flames of war. There was no sky in this wasteland, but the entire space was dark red and extremely hot. This place was quite big. Unfortunately, his perception was limited. Han Fei's perception range had been greatly reduced. He could only perceive that this world was more than 300 kilometers high and unknown. It seemed to be another strange world. And this was not what shocked Han Fei the most. What shocked Han Fei was that the energy and spiritual energy in this world were so abundant that the spiritual energy here was as viscous as wisps of silk, and the energy was overwhelming. Bang! Han Fei landed on this piece of land and looked down, only to discover, to his shock, that he was standing in a pool of spirit-awakening fluid. Shoot! What kind of place is this? The old turtle said leisurely, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Huh? The old turtle said, this is a corpse-nurturing ground, a perfect corpse. Nurturing ground where energy, spiritual energy, and spirit-awakening fluid gather. This shows that a king must have died here a long time ago. However, the time and space here are clearly limited. If so much energy and spiritual energy keeps flowing in, this space will definitely be unstable and explode. Someday. Then, why hasn't it exploded yet? Han Fei frowned. Someone is cultivating here. The old turtle, but there is a lot of death aura and decay energy here. Besides energy, spiritual energy, and spirit-awakening fluid? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Corpse-nurturing ground? The old turtle said, is there any corpse-nurturing ground in your yin-yang world? Shoot. Han Fei shivered. Under the steps into the sea. At this moment, Han Fei knew where he was. At this moment, he was under the steps into the sea, where the so-called corpse puppets were raised. When he was at the peak of the Junior Venerable, he had been here. At that time, he measured it with the 9-palace luck ruler, which was the first time Han Fei encountered an impasse. At that time, Han Fei gave up this place, thinking that he was probably not strong enough to solve the danger under the steps into the sea. Even though he had reached the peak of the advanced venerable realm, it still showed the greatly ominous when measured with the 9 mansions luck ruler. This meant that the strength of the corpse puppets here was at least in the fake king realm. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a top-level danger like transcending the king-level tribulation, he shouldn't encounter any impasse. Divination result. But this divination result shook between greatly ominous and impasse. This meant that the corpse was at least in the fake king realm. Dong. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something stepped on the ground 100 kilometers away. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a corpse puppet extending its claws at him. F***CK. Sacrificing punch. Without hesitation, Han Fei turned around and punched. Because there was too much energy in this space, the void energy followed the sacrificing punch and bombarded it. Bang! The corpse puppet was blown back more than 10 meters by Han Fei. However, it didn't slow down and reached Han Fei in the next second. What a strong body! Han Fei had no time to be shocked, because the corpse puppet was slapping at him. Boom! Han Fei felt that he seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer and was knocked back a kilometer. At this moment, Han Fei finally saw the corpse clearly. To Han Fei's surprise, the corpse didn't look rotten at all. Instead, it looked like an evil playboy and could even be said to be handsome. His face was well-defined, his eyes were beautiful, and his pupils were bright and shining. It clearly had a soul. Buzz. While retreating, Han Fei activated the power of the Great Tao and managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, Han Fei looked down at his arm that was covered in blood and looked awful. It was just one attack. Han Fei had already concluded that this guy's strength was the strongest among all the people he had met. The power of this blow had even exceeded the power of old Demon Chu. Son of *TCH, this guy's body seems to be no weaker than mine. As he spoke, the corpse charged at him again. Han Fei didn't dodge, but punched 1,000 times head-on. This was a real melee battle where the braver one would win. This was the first freak who could fight him head-on in terms of physique. Bang! 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 Bam! 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 The two fought for 3 seconds, and Han Fei felt that his flesh had been shattered. Although this corpse puppet had been forced to retreat 800 kilometers, the strength of its body was almost about the same as his. Han Fei said, "This guy's strength exceeds 30,000 waves. His body is very strong, and his bones are no weaker than mine. However, he is also absorbing energy. This shows that I might still be able to defeat him." The old turtle said, "Imagine what would happen if you cultivated for tens of thousands of years in such an environment." Han Fei's heart sank. Tens of thousands of years? I can't imagine, but at least, it would be as easy as a breeze for me to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The old turtle continued, "You might not be able to beat him. Although you can suppress him now, that's because you've used the power of the great Tao. However, you can't maintain this combat power forever. Once your time is up, who do you think will be beaten up?" Han Fei's face sank, and he roared and cut the void with his knife, trying to cut the corpse into pieces with the power of space. However, the corpse clasped its hands and shattered the space with its sharp claws. F***ck. Han Fei was shocked. This guy can even shatter space? The old turtle said, "You can use a space crack as a weapon. It's just the same. It can only mean that your understanding of space is not strong enough." The old turtle said, "This won't do. The energy and spiritual energy here are endless. He can keep fighting. You have to see if he has a soul." Han Fei took a step back. He instantly grabbed the embroidery needle and activated the knock on the heavenly gate, creating a cylindrical energy vortex. Boom. At the same time, Han Fei launched the heavenly god stab. Boom. However, this corpse seemed to be very sensitive to this kind of attack and actually detonated its soul in advance. Roar. The 100-beast soul devouring roared, but the corpse's eyes were shining with a strange light, and a layer of light burst out of its eyes, blocking Han Fei's 100-beast soul devouring roar. At that moment, the corpse chuckled. "Finally, someone is here again? I've been starving for a long time. You're very strong. You're the strongest person I've ever met. However, you're still not strong enough even though you used the power of the great Tao." Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "You can talk? You seem quite smart." The corpse stood still and said leisurely, "I'm flattered. My intelligence was awakened early. When the first person came in, I learned the knowledge of you humans from him. I knew that I was a corpse, being raised here." A muffled roar came from the corpse's throat. "Why do I have to be kept here? Trapped here for endless years? Human, if you can take me out, I won't kill you." The old turtle said, "Don't believe him. If he could get out, he would have done so long ago. He won't tell you until you come. This means that he can't go out through the star bead." Han Fei responded, "Of course I know. I even know he can actually go out. As long as he possesses the soul of the Chu sect people who came in the past, it's easy for him to go out. However, he can't bear to abandon his own body. This corpse puppet body is undoubtedly the strongest in the Yin-Yang world. It's even comparable to mine now. The old turtle, his bones are not as strong as your indestructible body." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "But my strength is not enough. If I can break through to the peak of the venerable realm and increase my strength, it will definitely be much better than now." Han Fei roared, "A corpse puppet is a corpse puppet. You want to go out? In your dreams. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this guy go. However, he couldn't wait too long. He had to quickly find a way to kill this guy. Splash. Seeing that Han Fei was ignoring him, the corpse puppet was pissed, but when he saw the yin-yang diagram directly appeared in front of him ignoring the space, he was horrified. Roar. Why do I have to be trapped here? Chi La. Knock, knock, knock. Infinite murderous aura and death aura gathered and blocked in front of the corpse, forming a stalemate with the supreme yin-yang wheel. Ha ha ha. Do you think I didn't do anything? Although this world is a cage, it has long fused with me. This world is me, and I am this world. In the outside world. The steps into the sea in the level 3 fishery. Countless people scrambled out of the steps into the sea. Knock, knock, knock. Waves of oscillating sound spread out from around the steps into the sea. Puff. Many people vomited blood, flustered by the noise. Most people took their fishing boats to the sky. Someone asked, "What's wrong with the steps into the sea? Did something happen there?" Someone shouted, "Everybody, leave. Something is wrong with the steps into the sea again." An old man roared, "The steps into the sea are unstable. Don't search for treasures anymore." Toot. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, there were howls. Someone exclaimed, "The evil shield is here. Something big is going to happen here. Everybody, retreat." On the ghost ship, Li Daxian frowned and said, "The problem with the steps into the sea? Are you sure it's your son? When did he go down to this place?" The elegant man next to Li Daxian was certainly Han Guangqiu. He said, "There are only a few secrets of the yin-yang world. It's not a surprise. He'll meet them sooner or later." Han Guangqiu said with a smile, "There will be no more place in the yin-yang world that can stop him after he passes the corpse nurturing ground." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Under the steps into the sea, in the corpse nurturing ground. Han Fei discovered, to his disappointment, that the battle here was quite disadvantageous to him. Perhaps because the corpse puppets had been cultivating for too long, he could freely control the deathly aura and the boundless murderous aura in this place. Although the supreme yin-yang wheel was extremely powerful, it was only the power of Han Fei alone and couldn't resist this small world. Buzz. The collapse of the supreme yin-yang wheel made Han Fei's heart sink. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Swish. When a white light shone and the black smoke dispersed, Han Fei was quite gratified. It seemed that the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was stronger than the supreme yin-yang wheel when dealing with evil things. Roar. Enshrouded by the pillar of light, the corpse puppet wailed in pain as if it had suffered tremendous pain. However, this pain only lasted for about 10 seconds before the corpse puppet broke free from the restraints of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The old turtle said, "Corpse puppets are not undead creatures, so your purification is not very effective. You just purified the death energy he swallowed." Han Fei rolled his eyes and changed his great Tao again. This time, Han Fei used the great Tao of time that he had just obtained. The next moment, the two began to fight crazily. This time, Han Fei's every punch could slow down the speed of the corpse with the great Tao of time. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 After more than 20 seconds, Han Fei almost used all his strength. Han Fei had already heard that the corpse puppet's bones were broken and more Then one place. Its flesh and blood had been smashed to smithereens in many places. It was like a pile of human-shaped rotten flesh. However, after 20 seconds, Han Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. The time for his great Tao was up. And he couldn't hold on anymore. Taking advantage of the last moment, Han Fei retreated quickly, setting up arrays. Boom. One array after another quickly appeared. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrays appeared, enveloping Han Fei. Huff. Han Fei set up arrays in a row and launched another round of attacks without any time to catch his breath. He planned to exhaust the corpse puppet like this until he could use the power of the great Tao again. However, in the next moment, Han Fei felt terrible. The corpse slowly got up. And endless black fog, energy, and spiritual energy were surging into his body. Ka ka ka. Click, click. With a series of cracking sounds, the corpse puppet's body quickly recovered. This scene made Han Fei's blood freeze. He failed to kill his opponent in this round of attacks and ended up like this. Once this corpse puppet held on until the end of this round of attacks, he could use the power of the corpse nurturing ground to quickly recover his strength. In the end, the corpse's body was too strong, otherwise, he would have died under Han Fei's indiscriminate attacks. When the corpse puppets recovered, Han Fei had set up 3,000 arrays, including defense arrays, maze arrays, and killing arrays. The corpse swallowed a large amount of energy and said angrily, "Human, you pissed me off." At this point, Han Fei couldn't help sneering, "Sooner or later, I'll beat the hell out of you." Seeing the corpse puppets rush into the array and blow up one array after another, Han Fei took a deep breath. 3 seconds later, seeing that only 1/3 of the array was destroyed, Han Fei smiled and disappeared. Considering the recovery time in Forge the Universe, he could come out and fight again after only 1 day in the outside world. On average, it wouldn't even take him an hour to fully recover. Upon entering Forge the Universe, Han Fei was lost for words. Old Yuan, if a corpse puppet can be nurtured to be so powerful with time, couldn't most people become so strong as long as they had enough time? The old turtle said, "Do you remember what I told you? Some old farts cultivate a stronger body for themselves to facilitate their possession or reincarnation? However, it's not like what you said. Except for some races. The lifespan of the venerable realm is limited. How many people can cultivate into this realm in such a limited time? Besides, it's difficult to find a corpse nurturing ground. Even if there is a corpse nurturing ground, it might not be able to nurture many powerful corpse puppets in thousands of years. However, the one you meet now has been here for countless years. He certainly should be very strong." Han Fei curled his lips. His body is indeed strong. Just now, I felt that my skin and flesh had been tempered. It seems that this kind of head-on clash, coupled with the recovery power of my body, strengthened my flesh and blood. Well, maybe the accumulated energy was slowly absorbed by my body. This feeling was not very obvious when I didn't meet a strong opponent, but now that we're evenly matched, this kind of hand-to-hand combat is a good opportunity to temper my body, but I wonder how much it can be tempered. The old turtle said, "It's true that the energy you accumulated wasn't fully digested by your flesh and blood. But I estimate that it can at most increase your strength by 1 or 2/10. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, "It's okay. It's rare that it can be improved even by 10%. When Han Fei appeared for the second time, he quickly adjusted his combat Style. Han Fei used the great Tao of time as a backup and fought the corpse. With his physique first. If he fought with his body, he would be beaten too. The recovery ability and the toughness of Han Fei's flesh and blood were both extraordinary. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough yet, his strength had increased greatly. To be honest, this was digging out potential. In every realm, one had to dig their potential to the extreme. In that case, every breakthrough would bring the highest improvement. The corpse thought that Han Fei had escaped, but Han Fei appeared again? This made him furious. In the end, he was just a corpse puppet. Although he had learned human language and information about the outside world from human beings, a corpse puppet was still a corpse puppet who was easily irritable. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, let's fight another 3,000 rounds." Bang! 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 This time, Han Fei didn't use the power of his great Tao, but fought the corpse puppet with his most basic strength. This resulted in Han Fei's comprehensive strength being several times weaker than the corpse. With a series of bangs, Han Fei was beaten up by the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet was surprised. "Your strength has weakened? It seems that you can't use your so-called great Tao again." Han Fei didn't answer. He was beaten by him because he wanted to tap into the potential of his body through the attacks of the corpse puppet. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. On the other hand, the corpse puppet had consumed so much. It would be his turn to attack soon. After being bombarded for more than 300 seconds, the corpse nurturing ground had been reduced to ruins. The corpse puppet was shocked. Why is this guy's body sturdier than mine? He had felt Han Fei's power. When Han Fei went all out, the power was so terrifying that he couldn't fight back at all. Fortunately, the corpse nurturing ground could continuously provide him with strength. Therefore, as long as he was in this corpse nurturing ground, he was almost immortal. But now, after beating this guy with all his strength for more than 300 seconds, he still failed to crush this guy? Why? Han Fei, on the other hand, was chatting with the old turtle. "Old Yuan, I think the 9 Palace Luck ruler can be wrong sometimes. Although this corpse is indeed powerful and almost invincible, it's not at the level of being greatly ominous. Because he can't kill me. If it were me, I would at most give him an ominous evaluation." The old turtle said, "This can't be called greatly ominous? Then why don't you let it out?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Let it out? I'm not out of my mind, okay? If I release this kind of thing, wouldn't it cause disasters?" Roar. "Who are you? Why didn't you fight back?" Han Fei sneered. "It's none of your business. Why don't you let me hit you without fighting back?" At this moment, Han Fei's face was swollen and bruised, but he was still very arrogant. After half an hour, the corpse's power was exhausted. With a thought, Han Fei activated the art of invincibility and punched out. If the corpse puppet had human beings' complicated feelings, he must have been devastated. "When I hit you, you didn't fight back. Now that my strength has weakened, you're fighting back? Are you a masochist?" The two fought fiercely. Half an hour later, Han Fei's flesh and blood had been smashed hundreds of thousands of times by the corpse puppet. At this time, Han Fei used all his strength to blow the corpse back. Then, he set up an array and entered Forge the Universe again. Seeing Han Fei leave, the corpse puppet let out a long breath, thinking, "This guy is finally gone." I just hope he doesn't come again. Even though he was just a corpse, he felt tired. However, after only half an hour, the void vibrated, and Han Fei reappeared in the corpse nurturing ground. The corpse puppet. 1 day. 3 days passed. Half a month. Yes, it only took half a month. Except for the time when Han Fei entered Forge the universe to rest, the corpse had been fighting. The corpse also discovered that Han Fei seemed to have never left. He just hid in a place that he couldn't find. In the past half-month, no matter how stupid the corpse was, it knew that Han Fei regarded him as a sparring partner. However, he had to fight because he couldn't give Han Fei a chance. If Han Fei was given a chance, he might really be killed under Han Fei's violent bombardment. On this day, Han Fei reappeared, and the corpse was already waiting. It didn't even want to launch a sneak attack. However, unlike before, Han Fei said, 20%. Because of you, my flesh and blood hardness has increased by 20%. Unfortunately, this is the limit of your strength. Now, I can only send you to hell. The corpse puppet roared, human, if I don't die, I will tear you into pieces. 1 day. Han Fei sneered. You're dead meat. This time, Han Fei still didn't use the power of the great Tao. He jumped forward and fought the corpse for more than 300 seconds. When he was blasted to smithereens, a holy pillar of light descended. At that moment, Han Fei quickly returned to his peak state. He stomped and activated the power of his great Tao, and a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. And around Han Fei, the ancient desolate war body erupted. Bang! 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 This time, Han Fei's strength was slightly improved, but not much. The corpse roared, you can't kill me. Your realm is not enough. But in the next moment, blue light circulated in Han Fei's hand. The corpse puppet discovered that its power was melting, its own body under this strange power. Every time it fought Han Fei, its body seemed to be collapsing. Roar! Han Fei jumped up and attacked with all his strength for 100 seconds. The impact was so powerful that even the seabed was shaking. When the corpse puppet couldn't fight back, Han Fei's great Tao circled the surrounding space. Han Fei activated the 100-beast soul-devouring, knock on the heavenly gate, and the heavenly god stab at the same time. Although a tremendous amount of energy attempted to pour into the corpse, under Han Fei's time barrier, its speed slowed down. At this moment, the void lines were launched, and the Monkey King's 3,000 rods were launched. After 1,000 blows, although the corpse didn't completely collapse, its soul had almost been obliterated by Han Fei. However, just as Han Fei was about to kill the corpse puppet, he suddenly heard the dry voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his mind. Want to go out? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Since Emperor Sparrow grew up a little, he had been very lazy, but also very proud. In Forge the Universe, the Emperor Sparrow liked being with Little Black and Little White, but didn't like Nine Tails and the others. The Emperor Sparrow had never taken the initiative to talk to him before. Boom! Han Fei blocked the energy and spiritual energy around the corpse puppet, and then released the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei had always felt that the Emperor Sparrow despised him. He wondered if it was his illusion. At this moment, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he raised his head high and let out a cry towards the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings, the murderous aura in this space suddenly surged and crazily drilled into the Emperor Sparrow's body. The scene was like with the Emperor Sparrow as the center, there were wisps of blood floating in the sky. In the bottom of his heart, the old turtle said, the emperor sparrow is a great fierce beast from the primordial age. This kind of land full of blood and murderous aura can definitely temper his body and make him grow. Han Fei understood what the old turtle meant. The power here was like the emperor sparrow's exclusive food. When the corpse puppet was still around, the emperor sparrow, who was only a peak-level hidden fisher, certainly dared not come out. But at this moment, the corpse puppet was almost disabled by Han Fei. Therefore, the emperor sparrow proudly came out to eat. Han Fei remembered that the emperor sparrow had been stuck at this level for a long time. Earlier, Han Fei had guessed that maybe it was because the emperor sparrow grew too fast in the beginning, which caused him to be stuck at the peak of the hidden fisher level and had to be digested slowly. Now, it seemed that he had met his favorite food. He wondered if this would trigger his evolution. However, after only half an hour, with a crack, the emperor sparrow was making a breakthrough. Han Fei was not surprised at this scene. The growth of the emperor sparrow was much faster than all his other contractual spiritual beasts, even Little Black and Little White. However, the breakthrough wasn't over yet. After half an hour, there was another crack. An hour later, there was another crack. An hour later, there was another click. Then, for hours, 3 hours, half a day. During this period, Han Fei had been guarding this world, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. The growth of the emperor sparrow was simply unbelievable. It seemed to be as easy as pie to him. In just 9 days, it had reached level 69. However, up to level 69, Han Fei didn't see any abilities that the emperor sparrow had acquired. It seemed that only his levels had increased. On the 10th day, Han Fei felt that the murderous aura on the emperor sparrow was getting more and more intense. It was so intense that it was about to erupt. Then with a click, Han Fei suspected that like Little Black and Little White, this emperor sparrow didn't need to transcend the tribulation and was about to directly become an explorer. Right then, suddenly, 1,000 kilometers away, a boulder cracked. Ka ka ka. Han Fei came here in a few steps and found that it was not a boulder, but a small mountain under a boulder. The murderous aura here was even more intense. A large number of red threads spread out from the cracks. Boom. In less than 100 seconds, the small mountain collapsed. Han Fei was shocked to find that the mountain was empty. Under the mountain was a dark cave, just like the big hole in the transverse mountain. Not only did Han Fei see a lot of murderous threads overflowing from the hole, spirit awakening fluid was also slowly flowing out. Han Fei could sense a deep fear in it. Han Fei immediately took out the 9 palace luck ruler that didn't even spin before the marker fell on the impassable sign. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. That's unbelievable. For a moment, Han Fei didn't dare to rush into this exploration ground. Although he had survived 2 impasse situations, this didn't mean that the impasse situation wasn't dangerous. On the contrary, every time, Han Fei had a narrow escape. Even though Han Fei forcibly changed his luck, he still almost died. This time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't rush in recklessly. The old turtle said, I can't sense what's down here either. However, the pressure here is so powerful that even I'm scared. You'd better not barge in. Han Fei nodded slightly. Now that he had taken over the 1,000-star city, he had a clear plan to become a king, which might not be difficult, so he didn't have to get involved in an impasse situation again. Ah. Just as Han Fei decided not to go into this cave, he heard the Emperor Sparrow cry. Immediately afterward, Han Fei heard the Emperor Sparrow say, "I want to eat this person's soul." Han Fei was shocked. "Can you eat it? It's a fake king." Swish. Han Fei stepped back and saw that the Emperor Sparrow seemed to wake up from his breakthrough. Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you sure you can eat the soul of this fake king?" "The Emperor Sparrow, if you kill him, I can eat his soul." "Han Fei, come on," the Emperor Sparrow had begged him. After all, this was his own bird. Han Fei muttered in his heart, "This is my bird. Don't be angry. Don't be mad at him." The corpse puppet had been sealed by Han Fei. Because its energy was exhausted, it was still half dead. Neither its body nor its soul could recover. After all, Han Fei had tied it up with arrays. It couldn't even mobilize the power around it. Han Fei entered the array and went up to bombard it. After beating it for half an hour, he finally killed the corpse puppet. Boom! In the outside world, the great Tao crack appeared in the sky again. It abruptly appeared, catching people off guard. On the ghost ship, Li Daxian's face changed and he looked at Han Guanqiu. As for Han Guanqiu, he was calculating with his fingers. Then, the comers of his mouth curled up slightly. "It's resolved. It seems that the corpse puppet was nurtured for too long. It took almost months before it was completely killed." Li Daxian squinted at Han Guanqiu. "Are you kidding me? You're bragging about your son. Damn it, why didn't I have a son?" However, although Han Guanqiu and the others knew what happened, the people on the Scattered Stars Island and in the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city didn't. This corpse puppet had intelligence after all. In terms of strength, it was already as strong as a fake king. In fact, it was much stronger than ordinary fake kings. Its death caused a greater uproar even than the death of old Demon Chu. On the Scattered Stars Island, in the 1,000-star city, in the 36 towns, countless people looked up at the sky, stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Another venerable died? Who is it this time?" Someone was surprised. The death of this venerable must be related to Marshal Han. Where did he go? Someone exclaimed, "Marshal Han is truly powerful. It's like a breeze to him to kill a venerable." Judging from the great Tao crack, the person who just died must not be ordinary. None of them thought that the one who died would be Han Fei. After all, the power that Han Fei showed was too strong. He single-handedly destroyed the 1,000-star city. They didn't think anyone could kill him. Han Fei knew this too. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, people might really think that he died. Some big clans who wanted to rebuild their families might do something. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his power of faith was growing again. Han Fei couldn't help being dumbfounded. "You can't even see me, but you're giving me so much power of faith?" As for the Emperor Sparrow, he opened his mouth like a vortex, absorbing a large amount of murderous aura and some souls that should have dissipated. Han Fei saw that the body of the Emperor Sparrow was slowly expanding at a visible speed. Every feather of his was glittering. It wasn't until he puffed himself up into a big fat bird like a ball that Han Fei realized how similar the Emperor Sparrow was to how he used to be. His body had reached its limit, and his realm was stuck. He was clearly about to make a breakthrough again. Han Fei immediately said, "Enter Forge the Universe first. I'll take you out to transcend the tribulation." Han Fei confirmed that, unlike Little Black and Little White, the Emperor Sparrow needed to transcend the tribulation. This time, the Emperor Sparrow didn't refuse, but flew into the middle of Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei glanced at the corpse puppet's body that was almost crushed, grabbed it, and threw it into Forge the Universe. Only then did Han Fei leave the corpse-nurturing ground. Han Fei, who appeared in the 1,000-star proving ground, found that there were more people around. However, Han Fei couldn't care less. His figure flashed and disappeared. In a moment, he appeared in front of the Monument of Gods. This time, Han Fei already knew the way to the central holy city without using the vast ocean navigator. Therefore, Han Fei's action this time was extremely fast. After only half an hour, Han Fei reappeared in the central holy city. When the Monument of Gods shook and Han Fei appeared, Ren Tianfei appeared too. He said leisurely, "I thought you would have a lot of things to do." "Who died just now? Why are you here now?" However, a white light flashed between Han Fei's eyebrows, and the Emperor Sparrow spread its wings and came out. The next moment, the weather changed. The billowing heavenly tribulation spanned more than 3,000 kilometers, which was much more powerful than the minor tribulation Han Fei transcended. Ren Tianfei was surprised, but didn't say anything. Obviously, Han Fei came in a hurry for his spiritual beast to transcend the heavenly tribulation. When Ren Tianfei saw the Emperor Sparrow, he narrowed his eyes and figured it out. Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei and said, "Just pretend you have never seen him." Ren Tianfei nodded. "Okay." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Little Black and Little White didn't transcend the tribulation, but the Emperor Sparrow seemed different. It became the first to transcend the tribulation among all Han Fei's spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. In the sky, thunder rumbled. This was clearly not an ordinary lightning bolt, because an abnormal blood red color appeared in the sky. This was different from the purple color of Han Fei's tribulation. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, what kind of heavenly tribulation does this color represent?" The old turtle paused for a moment and said, "A blood-colored heavenly tribulation. The Emperor Sparrow is worthy of his fame." "This is a 6-9 Emperor tribulation?" Han Fei asked in surprise. 6-9 Emperor tribulation? The old turtle said, "Different species and different creatures may have different tribulations. The explorer's heavenly tribulation is minor heavenly tribulations, but minor heavenly tribulations have 3, 4, or 6 lightning strikes. At present, the strongest heavenly tribulation of the explorer level I know is the 6-9 Emperor tribulation. All the people who pass this tribulation are extremely powerful and have infinite potential. Of course, it's the most difficult to transcend." Han Fei's face changed slightly. 6 lightning strikes? Han Fei's face changed greatly. Back then, his heavenly tribulation only had 4 lightning strikes, and he was almost struck into a pulp. However, the Emperor Sparrow's heavenly tribulation had 6 lightning strikes? Han Fei threw a sun-moon shell, without hesitation. "Emperor Sparrow, there are countless resources here, as well as the bones of a king. They can definitely support you in transcending the tribulation." The Emperor Sparrow grabbed Han Fei's sun-moon shell, without hesitation, raised his head, and cawed. At this time, the entire 1,000-star city was in an uproar. Countless people were attracted by the terrifying heavenly tribulation. especially on the periphery of the three holy lands. Someone exclaimed, "Holy City! Central Holy City, someone is transcending a tribulation?" Someone was shocked. How is it possible? In the history of the thousand-star city, no one has ever reached the central holy city. Who is this person? F***ck. I've finally seen someone enter the central holy city in my life. Is the central holy city about to open? Someone asked suspiciously. Just now, a strong master died. Now, someone is trying to transcend the tribulation. Is this person Marshal Han? Many people were intrigued. It might be true. Someone said, it must be Marshal Han. He can even wipe out the big clans. What's the big deal for him to transcend tribulations in the central holy city? Not just ordinary people, even the 7 major sects, including Old Bai and Old Jiang on Pure Sun Island, were dumbfounded. Is Han Fei really transcending the tribulation? They knew that although Han Fei was very strong, he wasn't that strong yet. However, it was hard to say what would happen to Han Fei. The problem this time was that it was in the central holy city. Except for a few people, no one knew what there was. Old Bai said, I'm going to the level 3 fishery to ask our patriarch. Stay here and watch it. On Pure Sun Island, the group of students could finally stop. The door-carrying marshal, Bai Lu, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Xiao Zhan, Wenren Yu, Chu Jinan, Ling Yuan, Su Daiji, Yi Xian, and company had already boarded their fishing boats and flew towards the 3 holy lands. These people were all excited. Wang Dashui said with a shivering face, is junior brother really going to become a king? Bai Lu said enviously, I knew junior brother Han Fei was extraordinary the first time I met him, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. His strength has probably exceeded our imagination. Xiao Zhan and Wenren Yu looked at each other. They had just become explorers. When they taught Han Fei was just a brat. When they first met, Han Fei was 2 heads shorter than Xiao Zhan. However, only a few years had passed, and this kid was going to transcend the king-level tribulation? This was really unbelievable. Chu Jinan exclaimed, as expected of senior brother Han Fei. His growth speed is really beyond our imagination. Ling Yuan looked back at Yi Xian and company. We have to work harder. If we don't work hard, we will be eclipsed. As for Yi Xian and Su Daiji, they were already chattering. Yi Xian screamed, I'm going to have a king-level senior brother. Let's see. Who dares to bully me in the future? I'll go to those people who bullied our Yi family one by one, kick their doors and seize their resources. E.g., the big clans have already been destroyed by senior brother. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment. That's right. Then who should I bully? Everyone. While people were discussing outside, the first heavenly tribulation had arrived. Boom. The crimson lightning was gorgeous. The sky was dyed crimson. It was like a magnificent sunset. Han Fei wondered if the following tribulations would be difficult for the Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, Han Fei saw the Emperor Sparrow open his wings and extend his body more than 30 meters. Huff. The Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth and swallowed the lightning. As if he was generating electricity, countless arcs of lightning drilled into his body and then flowed out. The terrifying lightning of the heavenly tribulation was completely swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow. Punck. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although the first heavenly tribulation wasn't very powerful, it shouldn't be weak. swallowing lightning? The Emperor Sparrow swayed his body and shook his feathers, seeming to be stretching his body. The second one. The Emperor Sparrow continued to swallow the lightning. The third. He was still swallowing. Han Fei was dumbfounded. When the fourth blood-color lightning struck down, the feathers on the bird exploded, but he didn't retreat at all. Carrying the lightning, he rose and cried to the sky. At this time, the Emperor Sparrow still didn't use Han Fei's sun-moon shell. His feathers were quickly repaired by the power of the great Tao and the lightning. The fifth lightning bolt was still blood-red, like a pillar of blood. Bang! 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 At that moment, the thousands of feathers on the Emperor Sparrow's body swirled in an instant, interweaving like a garment in front of him. At the same time, his pupils glowed as he swallowed the dissipating heavenly tribulation. This time, he held on again. Yes, this guy actually survived it. Han Fei and the old turtle were all shocked. The old turtle had only heard of the Emperor Sparrow, but had never seen one. Gosh! Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he found that it wasn't just terrifying. The Emperor Sparrow had passed 5 of the 6 tribulations without using anything. Han Fei was the most surprised. At this moment, he believed what the old turtle said. Different races had their own talents. Obviously, the talent of the Emperor Sparrow race far exceeded the understanding of ordinary creatures. Perhaps, for the Emperor Sparrow, transcending a tribulation might not be difficult? Of course, in addition to talent, Han Fei also saw the pride of the Emperor Sparrow. That kind of pride was the kind of pride that although the heavens press down on me, I'm still fearless. Up to now, 5 heavenly tribulations had struck down, but the Emperor Sparrow hadn't retreated at all. He even flew dozens of meters high in the sky. Han Fei still remembered that when he was transcending the king level tribulation, he fell into the seabed again and again. God knew how many times he fell. At this moment, Han Fei's pride soared too. Han Fei thought to himself, even my spiritual beast is so brave. Faced with the heavenly tribulation, he was not afraid at all. Why should I be scared? Huff. Han Fei's body suddenly trembled. As the Emperor Sparrow's master, how could he lose to him in terms of momentum? Seeing that Han Fei was excited, the old turtle couldn't help but ask. Well, what are you going to do? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I want to make use of this tribulation cloud that hasn't dissipated. The old turtle was stunned. Can you make use of it? Ren Tianfei, who was not far away, was already dumbfounded. If he saw it. Right, this was only a minor heavenly tribulation, right? 5 lightning strikes for a minor heavenly tribulation, and it wasn't over yet? Could it be an imperial tribulation? Gulp. Ren Tianfei swallowed. For thousands of years, someone finally rose in the Yin-Yang world. Boom. The moment the 6th heavenly tribulation appeared, with a cry, the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings and soared into the sky. Behind the Emperor Sparrow, spiritual energy followed and 10,000 spiritual fruits shattered and drilled into his body. It was a wonderful scene. So, Han Fei didn't even know how to describe the tribulation of the Emperor Sparrow. It was simply crazy. Ah. In the sky, a handsome bird that was charred and blood-drenched flew back. Bang! As soon as he landed, the Emperor Sparrow threw the sun-moon shell to Han Fei and said proudly, I just used a little bit of the resources. Han Fei asked, do you need healing? The bird tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. What do you think? Han Fei knew that at this moment, although the body of the Emperor Sparrow was undergoing a terrifying change, he was definitely weak. Therefore, a heaven enlightenment divine technique descended and enveloped the Emperor Sparrow. This time, Han Fei was shocked when he read the information on the Emperor Sparrow. Did this guy finally acquire combat skills? Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Emperor Sparrow. Introduction: This is a mysterious ancient creature. All races regarded as ominous. The Emperor Sparrow is born to be an emperor, looking down upon everything. Among the ancient ferocious beasts, the Emperor Sparrow ranks first. Level greater than 70. Quality: mysterious. Great Tao: invincibility. Chaos G stored 1 wisp. Food: it depends on his mood. Battle technique: Eye of disaster, heart demon summoning, heavenly fiend. Battle body. Remarks: follow the will of the emperor, or disaster will happen. Remarks 2: rumor has it that whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow dies. Translator ***, Kenyi Translations Editor ***, Kenyi Translations. What kind of creature could cross an entire major realm after a breakthrough? Han Fei had never heard of it before. The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, directly became an explorer from a peak-level hidden fisher. The heart demon summoning and the heavenly fiend battle body were the 2 combat skills that the Emperor Sparrow had obtained this time. Heart demon summoning, as the name suggested, was a skill to summon inner demons. When fighting an enemy, it would cause the enemy to be trapped in inner demons. If it succeeded, the result could be imagined. The heavenly fiend battle body wasn't hard to understand either. The Emperor Sparrow was originally a primeval ferocious beast, and the murderous aura in the corpse-nurturing ground was crazily swallowed by it. It seemed that it had eaten enough and awakened this combat skill, which was a bit similar to the ancient desolate war body. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow returned with his head held high like a victorious general. Although his body was broken, he was still majestic and intimidating. Han Fei didn't intend to try the abilities of the Emperor Sparrow now. Ren Tianfei was still around, so after using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, he recalled the Emperor Sparrow into Forge the Universe. Ren Tianfei was about to speak, when Han Fei shook his finger, indicating him to keep quiet. Han Fei stepped into the place where the Emperor Sparrow was transcending the tribulation and sat cross-legged. Ren Tianfei was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Are you going to break through to the peak of the venerable level? Ren Tianfei couldn't help being speechless. He was going to break through to the peak of the venerable realm so quickly? What Ren Tianfei didn't know was that as soon as Han Fei sat down, he issued an order in his heart. Deduce. Buzz. To Han Fei's surprise, this deduction didn't consume the spiritual spring. For a long time, Han Fei seemed to be used to using the spiritual spring to deduce, forgetting that void fishing had reached the king level. Therefore, when 100 wisps of chaotic qi were extracted from Han Fei's body, the old turtle rolled his eyes. What a spendthrift! However, the moment Han Fei deduced it, an even more terrifying heavenly might came. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Within hundreds of thousands of kilometers around the thousand-star city, the sky was shaking. That was not all. In the 36 towns and the scattered stars island, a storm was brewing almost 1/3 of the Yinyang world. Boom boom boom. In the thousand-star city, above the central holy city, lightning zigzagged like dragons among the clouds. The entire thousand-star city was enshrouded by dark clouds, and almost Everyone was watching this shocking scene. Someone exclaimed, "There are already 6 heavenly tribulations. This must be a king-level tribulation. Otherwise, why would there be 6 heavenly tribulations?" Someone said in shock, "I heard that the king-level tribulation will have 6 lightning strikes, but it has already been transcended." Then why does it seem that there are more and more lightning strikes in the sky? On the Thug Academy's side, Ishiyen exclaimed, "It seems that senior brother Hanfei is really going to transcend the king-level tribulation. Heavens! I'm going to have a king-level senior brother." The others didn't speak, but felt that it was a little dreamy. Especially Chu Jinnan and the others. Hanfei didn't enter the Thug Academy much earlier than them. Why was the gap so huge? Chu Linyuan said leisurely, "It seems that our Thug Academy has recruited the strongest genius in history. The level 3 fishery." Li Daxian looked at Han Guanqiu. "Who is transcending the tribulation? This is clearly a king-level tribulation. Don't tell me you don't know." However, Han Guanqiu frowned and thought for a long time. This is definitely not a king-level tribulation. It's impossible for him to pass it now. Let's wait and see. Central Holy City. At this moment, Hanfei was completely prepared. He had looted countless resources from the Zhang family, but he only got a random sea-swallowing seashell. The resources here made Hanfei feel that they were enough for him to reach the level of a half-king. Boom! When a blue electric arc descended, Hanfei was enveloped by lightning. His body trembled, and the lightning moistened his flesh and blood. Hanfei even opened his mouth to swallow it. Whoosh! As he absorbed it, Hanfei's internal organs were set on fire, and his body was enshrouded by the invincible will. Some parts of Hanfei's body cracked even more, and golden blood oozed out, but it wasn't charred. Huff! Hanfei took the lightning head-on to temper his body. Boom! Boom! However, deducing void fishing was completely different from transcending a tribulation. As soon as the first lightning struck down, the second lightning followed. Based on Hanfei's experience, such lightning would last between half an hour and an hour. Hanfei estimated that if he deduced void fishing directly, his body strength would be increased by at least 30%. The old turtle had never seen Hanfei deduce the void fishing art. The last time Hanfei deduced it was in the Age of Doom. Now, under the bombardment of more than 30 bolts of lightning in a row, Hanfei's body cracked under the bombardment of the dense lightning, despite his sturdy physique. At this time, Hanfei's physique was already strong enough and his recovery ability was extremely fast. Hanfei casually grabbed a massive amount of flexibility and spiritual spring from the Sun-Moon shell, which could basically keep his body from collapsing. This deduction was a little easier than Hanfei imagined. Although the 7th level of void fishing corresponded to the sea establishment realm, the power of lightning was not as powerful as a king-level tribulation. On one hand, this was a kind of cultivation, on the other hand, Hanfei's physical strength was indeed ridiculously strong. After 100 lightning strikes, the old turtle was dumbfounded, so was Ren Tianfei. Countless people outside the Thousand-Star City were dumbfounded too. Not far away from the Monument of Gods, Luo Xiaobai and the other two were standing in the void. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, "Is there a problem with this tribulation? How many lightning strikes have there been? There are already hundreds. Is it endless?" Lu Renquang kept nodding. "Who can withstand so many heavenly tribulations?" However, Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, no. The first 6 might be heavenly tribulations. However, the last 100 are definitely not heavenly tribulations. It's a bit like. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, do you remember, on a rainy day in the school of the Blue Sea town, Han Fei was alone in the back mountain. At that time, lightning struck one after another almost ceaselessly, which made us very curious. Hiss. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked at each other and then gasped. Did Fei Fei start transcending the heavenly tribulation so early? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes and said, it might not be a tribulation, but a cultivation technique. Practicing this technique will be struck by lightning. Lu Renkuang shook the fat on his face and said, even if it's a technique, ordinary people won't be able to withstand so many lightning strikes, right? After all, there are countless bolts of lightning. Zhang Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that Fei Fei is working harder than we thought. Luo Xiaobai was lost for words. When have you ever seen him not working hard? Half an hour later, Han Fei had used no less than 50,000 spiritual fruits and no less than 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual spring, and his body was getting stronger and stronger every time it collapsed. At this moment, there were only slight cracks left on Han Fei's body, which meant that Han Fei's flesh and blood were almost comparable to his own bones. Even if there was still a gap, the lightning was not over yet. However, at this moment, the frequency of the lightning strikes was decreasing. 2. 1 hour later. After being struck by the last lightning bolt, the cracks on Han Fei's body almost disappeared. In the end, the scabs on Han Fei's body shattered. Han Fei suddenly got up. Sure enough, he was still not in the perfect state. The old turtle was already shocked. At this moment, when the lightning completely disappeared, he sighed. Did you make an exchange with the calabash? Why can it attract lightning? Since it can attract lightning, why don't you hold on for a little longer? If you persist for a while longer, your body will be perfected. When your flesh, blood, bones, and soul are perfectly integrated, you will break through the peak of the venerable realm easily. Han Fei curled his lips. Do you think it's easy to make a deal with it? Forget it. I'm not in a hurry. I can take time to repair my body. By the way, I'll check the other 9-star beads. Han Fei thought to himself, I've just seen the 3 9-star beads of the Chu sect and already got so many benefits. Will there be any more opportunities for me to get in the remaining 6? Of course, Han Fei had already looked at the 7th level of void fishing. Existing arts, void fishing. Level 7, void descending art. Remarks, the first generic art in ancient times. It was co-authored by the 9 king-level experts. On the day the book was written, the heavens and earth cried, and the waves surged. It is the king of all arts. Descending art? Han Fei didn't quite understand. This didn't seem to have anything to do with fishing techniques. When Han Fei scanned the technique named void descending in his head, he gasped. Peck. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is this a technique or a combat skill? The so-called void descending art was like easily producing tens of thousands of clones. In other words, this was a clone technique. Besides, the void descending art was different from ordinary clone techniques. The user could create clones of different levels according to his own strength. The lower the realm, the stronger the clone. In addition, this void descending art had an incredible ability. As long as he didn't take the initiative to take back his clones. The clones could exist forever, just like avatars. Of course, compared to real avatars, the clone's strength was fixed. However, if the clones were killed but their soul wasn't destroyed, the soul could still exist in this world. When he was free, he could take the soul power back. And these were just the clone ability of the void descending art. In addition, it had another additional ability. In the range of his vision, he can cast his projections anywhere, which was like a miracle. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Deducing void fishing didn't make Han Fei's body reach a perfect state. However, the void descending he got this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Although he hadn't used it yet, he was still tempted by it. Han Fei's cultivation was over. The clouds in the sky dissipated, but the rain didn't stop. At this point, Han Fei got up and cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique on himself to restore himself to his most perfect state. At this time, Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei and said, "There are many people outside. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Ren Tianfei really wanted to roll his eyes at Han Fei. "Is this how you cultivate in seclusion?" Ren Tianfei said, "Outside, you made such a big mess, but you're leaving it to a little girl?" Han Fei grinned. "I believe her." Ren Tianfei shook his head slightly and said, "About the heavenly Tao Dharma. Do you have any ideas?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It's in my plan. However, it can't be very fast. After all, my strength hasn't reached its peak yet. If the problem with the heavenly Tao Dharma is resolved, it may cause new trouble." Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "Old Ren, you haven't reached the peak of the indestructible body art, have you? In other words, your soul hasn't completely fused with your blood, flesh and bones." Ren Tianfei smiled. "It seems that you've come this far?" "Of course it's not that simple. As I expected, those who can cultivate the indestructible body require great luck. I should be able to fuse my flesh, soul, and bones soon. Once this technique is completed, I can become a half-king immediately, and my physique will be comparable to a king's. See, I've treated you very well. Right?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Humph. A half-king is a half-king after all. Even if your physique has reached the sea establishment realm, what about your soul? I thought that one would immediately become a king after he mastered the indestructible body." Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes. "What do you think becoming a king is? The indestructible body only makes you infinitely close to being a king. Whether you can become a king or not depends on whether you can transcend the tribulation. As long as you can safely transcend the tribulation, when the indestructible body is mastered by you, you will become a king." Han Fei curled his lips. "By the way, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Ren Tianfei pointed at the central temple. "You can go by yourself, but don't go to the heavenly palace. The energy there is impure and the heavenly Tao Dharma is still there. If you go there, you can't do anything except fight." Han Fei grunted and stepped out, arriving at the third floor of the central temple, which was also the place leading to the heavenly palace. Just as Ren Tianfei said, it was meaningless for him to cultivate in the heavenly palace now. Although a long period of cultivation could also improve his strength, it would take a lot of time. What he lacked most now was time. As soon as Han Fei entered the third floor, he set up all kinds of seals and entered Forge the Universe. Since his return, one thing had been delayed for a long time. That was the use of faith power. After all, he had obtained a lot of power of faith recently. It could be said that the people of the entire Yin-Yang world were contributing their power of faith to him. The amount he had obtained in the past few days was more than the total amount he had obtained in the past few years. Furthermore, his strength was almost at the peak of the venerable realm. He should make some progress in disassembling spiritual energy, shouldn't he? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei sat cross-legged and entered the deduction state again. 3 months later, when Han Fei consumed the last trace of the power of faith, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy finally reached 88%. This time, his disassembling degree soared, making Han Fei very excited. At the same time, Han Fei's heart became heavy. This was the power of faith, provided by the people of the entire Yin-Yang world. However, it was consumed in a few days. And the disassembling degree of spiritual energy only increased by 7%, which made him feel frustrated. Although people still worshipped him, in the future, he wouldn't get as much as the power of faith he received when he swept across the big clans. In the future, if he wanted to use the power of faith again, he would have to save up. Besides, after the spiritual energy was disassembled to different levels, the amount of faith energy consumed for each improvement was obviously different. Therefore, it required more accumulation. Han Fei sighed. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Old Yuan, as you know, what is the highest disassembling degree of spiritual energy? The old turtle quietly listened to Han Fei's bragging and said, generally speaking, 95% is enough. It's extremely difficult to go any higher. As far as I know, there was once a monarch who reached 98%. I think you should restrain yourself and spend 100 years polishing your strength. In this way, with your talent and confidence, it won't be a problem for you to reach 95%. Han Fei curled his lips. 100 years? Do you know how long it will take? If I have the time, I've long become the strongest person under the king realm. I'll just search for treasures and opportunities everywhere. I don't believe that I can't make it to 98%. Han Fei left Forge the Universe and ended his cultivation. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, "Give me that bead. I'm going back to that place to devour the demonic qi." Han Fei was stunned and asked in surprise, "You mean the corpse refining ground?" The Emperor Sparrow nodded proudly. "That's a treasure place. Not only they can go there too." He was referring to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others. He had so many opportunities that they couldn't keep up with his pace. Other people's contractual spiritual beasts could cooperate with their masters. After all, they were all old monsters that had lived for thousands of years. However, the gap between his contractual spiritual beast and him was getting bigger and bigger. He should work out a solution. In fact, in terms of time, they had stayed in Forge the Universe for more than 100 years and were already peak-level law enforcers. However, since he entered the cage, he basically had no time to consider their training. At this moment, when the Emperor Sparrow mentioned it, Han Fei realized the problem. Han Fei nodded. Okay. He quickly made a decision. The corpse-nurturing ground was indeed a good place. There was endless murderous aura and death energy there, and the density of energy and spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Earlier, because there was the corpse puppet there, even old Demon Chu couldn't get any benefits in it. Now, the corpse puppet had been killed. Except for the hole that appeared from nowhere, it was simply a perfect cultivation place. Han Fei immediately nodded. When they transcend their tribulation, they will. I'll go to cultivate with you there. Outside Forge the Universe. Han Fei walked out of the central temple and found that Ren Tianfei was repairing a house in a certain building. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Ren, what are you doing?" Ren Tianfei scoffed. "Heh. Are you blind? What else can I do except repair my house?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Hey, you're a peak-level venerable. Why are you building a house here? Why don't you go out?" Ren Tianfei sneered. "I'm the controller of the Yinyang world. Anyone can go out, but I can't. Even if I go out, it's only occasional. The central holy city can't be empty." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Old Ren seems quite persistent. Han Fei suddenly remembered that there was another person from the heavenly palace living in the Yinyang world. So he asked, "By the way, Old Ren, do you want me to find little Ci to accompany you?" Ren Tianfei stopped what he was doing and looked at Han Fei. "Sujusi? It doesn't matter if she goes back or not. However, her body has been dormant for too long. I'm afraid she has to cultivate a reincarnation body. Let her reincarnate. Keep her memories and live another life. Otherwise, she won't live long." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How do you know that?" Ren Tianfei curled his lips and smiled. "I know exactly when she left. Back then, she was only a junior peak-level venerable. After being ambushed by Chu sect, her body was basically crippled. She was kept in a coffin for so long, just to facilitate her reincarnation." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Do you know where she is?" Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei and suddenly grinned. "I showed her the way. Later, her star bead was obtained by the Thug Academy. How could I not know?" Han Fei was speechless. In the venerable realm, there were really too many things to do. He had thought that Sujisi survived herself, but it turned out that it was Ren Tianfei who helped her. However, he should save this person. However, a reincarnation body was usually weak. Although their cultivation speed was extremely fast, he didn't have the time to carry a burden around. Right? But no matter what, he'd better let her reincarnate. At least Old Ren could still take care of her. When Han Fei left the central holy city and reappeared in the thousand-star proving ground, he found thousands of people waiting there. According to the level of the star beads, Luo Xiaobai divided the 1,000-star proving ground into different levels. The number of people entering each time was limited, but the 1,000-star proving ground could accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Because all the star beads controlled by the big clans in the 1,000-star city had been taken by Luo Xiaobai, there were no independent star beads at all now, unless those held by Han Fei. In this square, if Han Fei wanted to open the star beads without authorization, he would probably be immediately surrounded. After a while, Han Fei returned to his original appearance. He withdrew his peak-level advanced venerable strength, but he still wore his battle suit. In the square of the 1,000-star proving ground, suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sky. "Look, Marshal Han. Am I seeing right? Is that Marshal Han?" Someone looked up and exclaimed in shock, "It's Marshal Han." "Yes, I remember what Marshal Han looks like." Someone roared, "Who doesn't remember it?" Someone cursed, I don't know which B** starred told me that Marshal Han might not be able to survive the king-level tribulation. Look, he did. Marshal Han. Marshal Han. Marshal Han, are you a king now? The 1,000-star proving ground was in an uproar because of Han Fei's arrival. Han Fei didn't answer these people's questions. Standing in midair, he said. With a smile, everyone, don't disturb the order. In a few days, I will tell you some things. But now, there are some 9-star beads in the 1,000-star proving ground that are too dangerous inside, so I need to go in and clear the way. When I'm done, I can release these star beads.